You see that?
How they appear to bend over at the end. Yeah, how small a ball tard do you think you're on? You're a tiny earther.
Basketball there.
Well, not very small at all. It's a huge one, yeah. Oh, but you can see it curve over the horizon. Would it curve over the horizon? If there was a flat Earth,
it's not curving over the horizon. Oh, wow. I love when they show Pontchartrain.
The sea line where the sea meets the sky. You can see the same part of the pylon, right? Like that part at the bottom that's black. It suddenly isn't there, but you can still see the top of the pylon.
Yours, Jardo. Yeah, man.
So I have a question for you. How do you explain pictures from space?
What pictures from space, man?
What's space first?
Space?
Yeah, what's space first? Let's all get together and define what space is.
Read off Google.
No, not Google. What do you think space is?
Area of extremely low
pressure in between celestial bodies.
Sorry, what?
The vast expanse in between celestial bodies.
The vast expanse between celestial bodies. Yeah, that's pretty good. Yep. And how does that differentiate between where we are?
Yeah. How do you
living right now?
Because we're on a celestial body.
Okay. Are you breathing on this celestial body?
Yes, I'm breathing on the celestial body because it has an atmosphere tied down by gravity.
Okay. Atmosphere by gravity. What gravity are you talking about?
Gravity from the Earth. The Earth's core has gravity.
So you mean the Earth's core is pulling things down towards it?
The entire Earth is pulling the gases in the atmosphere towards the Earth, yes.
And where are most of the gases created?
At the bottom, closest to the Earth.
So around about sea level?
Gases are densest at the very, like the surface of the Earth.
So gases are created at around about sea level, correct?
No, not sea level. At the surface of the Earth.
At or around about sea level is what I said.
Sure.
Is that correct or not?
I don't know if this is correct. If it's at sea level, I can Google this. I can Google where's the atmosphere the densest.
How about I save you a Google search and I'll say that we can agree that most gases and cycles are produced at or around about sea level.
At or around about the Earth's surface in the troposphere.
That's where all the organic material is at or around about sea level, correct?
No.
So not all the organic material is at or around about sea level?
No, that is incorrect.
Where is all the organic material then?
The organic material? All of it? All of it is on the Earth or in its atmosphere.
So we're talking about the gas cycles, yeah?
The who?
So we are talking about gas cycles and where they are produced.
I was asking you how you explain pictures of Earth from space. What the fuck are we talking about?
No, so you implied an atmosphere?
You asked me how we breathe, and I told you that the atmosphere is chained to the Earth by gravity. You never answered my initial question. How do you explain?
He's trying to, but you keep talking.
Well, no, I want you to explain in simple terms why we have pictures of the Earth being a globe from space.
They're all bullshit because of entropy.
Let's go back to us. Let's go back to us breathing first.
Oh, you have evidence that they're fake?
Let's go back to us breathing here on Earth first, yeah?
No. You have evidence that they're faked? Do you have evidence that they're faked?
No, that's where we're getting to.
Right? No. I'm asking if you have evidence if they're fake. This is a yes or no question.
What, if the pictures from space are faked?
Yes.
We've got 6 hours of ISS fakery. Would that be enough for you?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Okay. We have 6 hours of ISS fakery. Would that suffice?
No.
Really?
How do you have
So
gas-
NASA's
how
own
do you have-
video footage
The
is
International
not good enough to
Space
combat
Station
your
is at the
so-called...
very edge of our atmosphere. It's not in space.
So 6 hours of NASA fakery would not suffice.
No.
And you're talking about 1 or 2 photographs to compete
It would
with
bring
that.
into the question. It would bring into question NASA's credibility. Sure, but there's other agencies
Excellent.
who have sent. There's other agencies who have sent probes into space that have taken pictures of the Earth.
Like? You don't get it,
Other
do you?
space programs.
Space is fake.
Other countries' space programs. SpaceX.
Yeah, so that's a great
What?
story, bro. How are
What
you
is
going to validate this?
What is space? Tell us
The
what space is.
You haven't. They've been correct about just about everything else.
What is space?
Space is
Tell
the
us what
vast
space
expanse
is.
between celestial bodies.
Okay. So, and that would be represented in a pressure of what particular tour?
Space is a vacuum. There
Yeah,
is
so
no
that
pressure
would
in
be-
space.
No, there's a particular tour value that they give to space. Do you know what that is?
I don't know the exact value. No, could you enlighten me?
Okay, 10 to the negative 17 would be outer space. That's
That is
tour.
a ridiculously small
Yeah.
number.
But an amazingly small number. And then we are standing on Earth here at 14.7 psi, which is 770 torr.
Yeah.
Do you see a problem? Yeah. Do you see a problem with?
No, because we
having
have an
a seven-
atmosphere.
So we have gas pressure of 770 torr where we breathe,
Yes.
and then there's a place out there with 10 to the negative 17 torr, and you don't see any issue with that.
No, I don't. Why would there be an issue with that?
Okay. So let's say, for example, I'm sitting in my classroom, which I do regularly with my kids, and I have a gas, a vacuum chamber, which I can evacuate to 10 to the negative 3 torr. Let's say
Yes.
I evacuate that chamber to 10 to the negative 3 torr, but I have inside it a box which I had already pre-prepared atmospheric pressure of 14.7 psi, which is a standard pressure of our atmosphere. I evacuated that chamber as much as I could. Then I took the lid off the other box, which is inside, which has got normal gas pressure. What would happen to that gas that was in that box that I took the lid off?
So the gas
Inside
has
the chamber.
normal pressure while it's under a vacuum, right?
The gas in the box is
The gas
normal.
inside the box is
sea
under
level.
STP, while
The gas in the box has got normal 14.7 psi sea level pressure.
Mhm.
I've evacuated the chamber, but I've
So the
taken the lid off.
chamber's a vacuum, but the box inside,
Okay.
after you
need to listen.
turned on the vacuum, it doesn't expand; it stays the same.
You need to listen. So the box that I have normal atmospheric pressure in, I've just taken the lid off it inside an evacuated chamber. What would happen to the pressure inside that box that's inside the chamber?
It would all be released and dispersed into the chamber.
And did gravity hold it down?
Gravity did not hold it down. No.
Okay, so how does gravity hold our gas pressure that we breathe from not evacuating into the
Earth
expanses?
is
You're not
significantly
letting
more
me.
than the mass of
All
the
you
gas
need to
that it's
do-
holding in.
All you need to do is let me finish my sentence, then I'll let you go for it. How does the pressure that we breathe, which is 14.7 psi, graduated over distance and height, how does that not evacuate into the expanses of 10 to the negative 17 torr of space?
Because of the Earth's gravity.
We just defeated that with our little test of our vacuum
No,
unit.
the little test was on the Earth's surface in a closed system. The gravity of the Earth was acting downwards on both of those gases. The box itself that was inside of the vacuum chamber did not have sufficient gravity to contain the gas particles within it. But the Earth's
At floor
gravity
level where it's strongest.
the gas particles
Where is
are
gravity
down.
the strongest? Where is gravity the strongest?
At the center,
Center of what?
the mass.
So if we were talking about where we live, i.e., on
We live on the surface of the Earth,
surface of the Earth, where would gravity be strongest for us?
directly on our feet, under our feet. Yeah.
Okay, so we've just defeated that whole bullshit premise that you just presented by opening a box
How have you
inside
defeated the premise?
evacuated. You're not going to let me finish. We've just opened a box, 14.7 psi, inside evacuated chamber, and we've agreed that that pressure would expand into all the areas of that evacuated space, and gravity did not hold it down at the area where gravity would be the greatest, in which we stand, yet it
These are not analogous
is
systems.
held. It is held at a particular line in your heliocentric model, which stipulates that the Kármán line, there is some magical force that just has the graduated levels of density of air modulate out until it just has no activity.
Completely non-analogous systems. The box and in the vacuum chamber is not the same as the Earth in space.
Where is gravity the strongest?
The center of the mass.
So for us as humans, the gravity would be strongest at or around about the place that we stood on or worked on or lived on.
Well, yeah, because we cannot travel to the Earth's core. If we were in the Earth's core, gravity would be significantly stronger. In fact, we would be crushed.
Cool story,
no
bro.
drama. I'm only talking about where we're standing on. So I have my
Where we're standing, yeah, gravity would be strongest at our feet.
Okay, I have my the vacuum chamber, which I use daily for my students, on sea level. So at or around about sea level, where for us, the gravity is the strongest. And I can put inside that gravity chamber a box of air pressure, which I've already presented, from the pressure that we are living and breathing in, by putting a shoebox inside my vacuum chamber, evacuating the pressure from my vacuum chamber. If I take the lid off the shoebox and I let that 14.7 psi into that vacuum chamber, we've already agreed that it will expand into all areas of that vacuum chamber.
Yes.
And at that point in time, gravity has nothing to do with the ability for that gas to move in all directions, because that's what gas does.
There is not a sufficient gravity to hold that gas and create an atmosphere inside of that vacuum chamber or that box.
So there is not a sufficient amount
together.
of
It pulls a smaller mass to a larger one.
So does gas get pulled down to the mass of Earth or
What does this have to do
not?
with the pictures of Earth from space?
Now, what this has to do with is the topic that was brought up, and that was that gravity, which you used, was an explanation of why gas pressure is not contained on this Earth. And we just defeated that, literally, by a simple experiment that we could do, anyone could do.
Your experiment is not analogous to the example that I was given. So your experiment is not the same and is not reflective of atmosphere.
Why not? Gas laws apply on all scales.
Because the scale is completely different.
Okay, did you not hear? Gas laws apply on all scales. That's why they are laws.
Gas particles are held by larger gravities. Right? So if I have, let's say...
Okay, obviously you're fucking stupid, not just deaf. Gas laws apply at all scales.
Yeah, gas laws do, as in things like pressure and temperature, things like Bohr's law, or... I don't know fucking know. Like, yeah, the different gas laws, like thermodynamics, yes, those apply at different scales. When you decrease something's pressure, its volume will increase. It's things like that. Yes. However,
So if you've got a high pressure container next to a low
gravity-
pressure system, if you pull the lid off it, what happens?
if I pull the lid off of it, of a
Yep. You've got a high pressure container.
then the high
On the
pressure-
outside of
the
it
high
is a low
will
pressure
move to the
system.
lower
What
pressure.
happens when the container gets removed?
The high pressure moves to the lower pressure.
Excellent. Please
Yes.
continue, Jardo.
All right. Now that we've worked out the second law of thermodynamics, so we can literally defeat the Newtonian or mechanical version of gravity, correct?
I'm sorry, how?
Because we just defeated the fact that gas is held down by a particular mass which we call the Earth, because gas moves in all directions.
I think you're having
Yeah.
a misconception here.
Move.
The word down is doing a lot of
moves.
heavy lifting there. Gas is being held towards a mass because the mass is so super massive, it creates an atmosphere. There is a reason why something like a marble doesn't have an atmosphere around it the same way that the Earth does, because the difference in size, the difference in mass between these gas particles and something like the Earth is so great that the gas cannot escape the Earth's gravity. Thus, it creates an atmosphere.
So if the gas can't escape the Earth's gravity, how come with our little experiment and you agreeing, when we say open up a can of Pepsi, the high pressure is released into the area that has less pressure? But we're not talking about gravity here. We're talking about just a law of thermodynamics.
Why is the atmosphere contained onto the Earth, or why does the pressure inside the vacuum chamber
No.
move from high to low?
You have this preconception that the atmosphere is contained on the Earth because of the Earth's pull of mass.
Yes, this is something you can Google.
Not Googling anything. What we're talking about is, for me, 15 years
Why are you not Googling things? Do you not believe science as we know it to be reliable?
Science has got nothing to do with gravity. Can you give me a scientific proof of gravity?
is a scientific theory.
Can you give me... Okay, so what's the hypothesis of that theory?
The hypothesis of there is... Let me Google really quick. Gravity
Okay. Go Google away, and then what you need to do is you need to give me the observed phenomena, and then you need to give me the hypothesis.
The phenomena is that things of lower mass are pulled towards higher mass. We observe this consistently. Something like an apple is pulled towards the Earth when you throw it upwards.
When you so what you need to do is you need to give me the observed phenomena first that happens in nature. Then you need to give me
the observed phenomena. The observed phenomena, right, is when you throw something like an apple upwards, it is pulled back down towards the Earth.
So observed phenomena in science is something that happens in nature.
When something is released out of a tree, for instance, a fruit becomes too heavy for the tree to hold, instead of being suspended in space and being able to sit on the tree as long as it would like, it snaps part of the tree and it falls to the ground.
Great. So how did it get to the place that it was in the first place before it fell?
The tree grew upwards and then grew the plant, the fruit out of the branch.
Okay, so we had a defiance of your so-called dependent variable before we had the dependent variable of the something falling.
Gravity when the tree grew upwards.
The tree grew upwards, defying your gravity.
Things growing upwards does not defy gravity. It has a structure that is resistant to gravity. If it was something that had no mass, or not even no mass, if it's something that had like a really weak structure, right, and it grew directly up, it would begin to sag because of gravity. But because it is a tree and it has a ton of cellulose and things like that, when it grows upwards, it has a sturdy structure that can resist the Earth's gravitational pull. But if you were to put that same structure on something like Jupiter, it would become crushed immediately.
Cool story.
Okay, so let's say, for example, we had an apple tree that grew and some apples grew on it, and an apple fell off it. That would be conclusive evidence of gravity.
Yes, because the force of gravity pulling down on the apple is stronger than the force of the stem holding it to the tree.
Right. Okay, I got it. What happens if the apple fell into a pond of water?
A bunch of water?
A pond of water. What happened to the apple then?
The apple would splash into the water, be pulled under its surface for a little bit, and then bounce and then float on the surface because of buoyant force. Because the buoyant force acting upon the apple is greater than the gravity pulling it down.
Right. So we have another. So we have another force which we could classify as density relative.
Density is not a force; it is a property.
Pushing. Sorry.
Density is not a force; it's a property.
So if density is not a force, then what happened to the apple when it hit the water?
It was pulled down because of gravity and then pulled back up because of the buoyant force.
It was pulled down.
The buoyant force? That is down. Buoyancy is a property. Density is a property. Color is a property.
It was pulled down because of its acceleration force. What if I was to just place the apple on top of the water? Would it sink under the water or would it float?
If you simply placed the apple onto the water perfectly, it would be floating.
Okay. So how does that happen then in your gravity?
In my gravity, because the gravity and the buoyant force are about equal.
So what if the apple was made of helium? What would happen then?
The apple would float out of the water and into the atmosphere.
Okay. Is the gravity pushing the apple down because it's made of helium, even though helium has mass?
Helium's mass is much smaller than that of an apple. Therefore, the helium has even lower mass than the normal gases in our atmosphere. So it would begin to shift up the atmospheric column. Maybe into the troposphere, above the troposphere, into the stratosphere.
Does helium have mass or not?
In fact, you can observe this by filling a balloon with helium and watching it go up.
Yeah, I know that. Does helium have mass or not?
It has a very low mass.
But it has mass.
It has mass, yes. It's just very low.
Okay, so that mass should be pulled to the center of the Earth just like all the other mass?
No, it doesn't get pulled to the center of the Earth because the mass is at around the same level as a lot of atmospheric gases, right? Because that's where helium is. So it would actually float in the atmosphere the same way that the apple would float in the water. It wouldn't go off into space. It would be in the atmosphere.
Nice. Very good. We're getting there. So does helium have mass or not?
Yes, it does.
Right. And does your particular version of gravity, that is the center of a larger mass, pull all mass towards it?
Yes.
Okay, except for the apple that's made of helium.
The apple that's made of helium? Yeah, no, it would not be pulled towards the center of the Earth because the buoyant force of acting upon the apple would instead be through the fluid of the atmosphere. Atmosphere is a fluid, so there is buoyancy there too.
So what you're saying now is that gases are fluid?
Gases are fluid, yes.
You know that gases are not fluid, they're gas, yeah?
Did you know that fluid and liquid are not the same word?
gases show signs of fluidity depending on temperature
Gases are
and
fluids.
thermodynamics, but gases are not fluid.
Google this, please, for me right now. Gases are fluids.
Mate, I've been through this for the last 15 years with you
I'm
guys.
Googling
I don't
it
need to
right now
Google
for
anything.
you. Gases are called fluids. Literally anybody can Google this for you.
The gases have elastic collisions, anisotropic, and homogeneous. They move and accelerate from which the direction that they were sent, and they only stop or deviate based upon something that they hit, such as a container or another particle. They don't show any signs of fluid unless they're compressed.
Liquids and gases are called fluids because they can be made to flow or move. In any fluid, the molecules themselves are in constant random motion, colliding with each other and within the walls of any container.
Okay, so now I want you to say, now that you're on Google, just Google the difference between fluids and gas.
There is no difference between fluids and gas because gases are fluids. That's like me Google. What?
Okay, so if I've got water, what's the difference between water and gas?
Water is a liquid. Gas is a gas.
Is water bonded?
Yes.
Is gas bonded?
Some gases are bonded, some are not.
Is gas bonded? Yes or no?
Gases are bonded, some are not.
There's no gases that are bonded.
What do you think carbon dioxide is?
There's no gases that are bonded unless they are less
the carbon
than
not bonded
one
to oxygen
atmos-
inside of carbon dioxide?
Okay, listen. There's no gases that are bonded unless they are placed under pressure of less than 1 atmosphere. Other than that, they are unbonded, free to go wherever they want, just like gas law dictates. And they're free to go wherever they want because there's no gravity pushing them down, holding them down. They're free to go wherever the hell they want. Right?
Gases bounce around in our atmosphere under one atmosphere pressure, which is derived from the pressure of the atmosphere.
What they don't do is dissipate into the vacuum of space, because there is no vacuum of space, because if there was, all the gas pressure that we use to breathe and all the gas pressure that's used to maintain this dynamic system would evacuate into that space.
Are you saying there's no such thing as space?
It's completely absurd what you're saying.
That space exists?
He's getting
absurd about what I'm saying. I have proven simply everything that you've asked.
He's almost there. We're getting there. He's almost there.
But what is absurd that I am saying? Do you think that space doesn't exist?
Everything. The vacuum of space, as defined in the heliocentric model, cannot exist, because if it did exist, then the air that we breathe would evacuate into it because of the second law of thermodynamics.
No, it wouldn't. Because we have gravity acting upon the gases to hold them closer to the Earth and create an atmosphere.
Gases disperse in all directions. You've already established that.
We've given
they disperse in all directions, except So if they're dispersing in all directions,
in all directions, except which one?
The gases will not disperse if a force is being acted upon them.
There's no force acting upon them. That's why gases disperse in all directions. If the force of your gravity was affecting your gases, they would only disperse down. They don't do that. They disperse in all directions.
No.
Yes. Yeah, you can say no all you like. Gases disperse in all directions.
As an atmosphere.
You've already established that earlier, mate.
Gases sort themselves.
You know,
same as
the
like
vacuum chamber. You know the vacuum chamber where you open the little box on the inside? The gas went everywhere. It didn't just fill the bottom of the box because of your gravity.
Spurging out and screaming is not going to make...
No, I'm not spurging out or screaming. You just seem to think you can talk through
you
people.
Screaming, Matrix. You are screaming and spurging out.
You think I'm screaming and spurging out. That's
Sham, Sham, can I ask you a question? For you, gravity, it's an apple falling down. Is that correct?
No.
No.
Gravity is not going up or falling down.
No, you explained that when apple falls down, that's the gravity. I was listening.
I explained it as an object of smaller mass being pulled towards an object of greater mass.
Okay, great. If you see something falling, is that a gravity?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let's agree on that. The falling is gravity. Now, the question is, can things, what is falling, fall on the flat surface?
Can something fall onto a flat surface, or can something fall while being on a flat surface?
If you drop something in the air, can that fall on the flat surface?
Can it fall onto a flat surface?
Yeah.
Yes.
Can fall that on the curved surface?
Yes.
How we will distinguish if that is falling on the curved or a flat surface?
The idea of falling is relative to begin with.
Yeah, but we start with the idea. We are now agreeing. Things falling down. Okay. How we will distinguish that they falling on the flat surface or the curved surface?
I'm sorry. Could you elaborate a little bit? How do we distinguish?
Let's say that I'm on the building and I take my watch and I drop my watch. Is it that watch dropping on the earth, spherical earth, curved earth, or that watch is falling on the flat surface?
I can't understand your accent. Can somebody else explain what he's trying to say?
Yeah, how about you shut up and listen and stop being a smart ass?
I'm not being a smart... I can't understand.
Yeah, you fucking well are. Everyone else can understand him except for you.
That's why I'm asking you to explain to me what he's trying to say. Instead of saying, I can't understand you, fuck you, I said, can someone else explain?
Okay, I'm saying that we agree about the falling, the things falling down, objects, what is the more dense. Now, we need to realize, is that falling, that stuff can fall on the curved surface and the flat surface? And you said yes, the both. Now, I want to distinguish how we will know that things fall on the flat surface and in which and that falling, how is the example of falling on the curved surface?
I'm like dumbfounded. I don't know what he's saying. Can someone please?
Why are you invoking gravity then?
What the fuck are you talking about? Can somebody please tell
why
me
we are speaking about gravity? We want to realize that something is falling. Okay, something is falling. Okay, we are agreeing something is falling. Now, is it that falling because Earth is spherical or Earth is curved or Earth is not curved? We need to realize, does that falling now influence anything about the surface of the Earth or has nothing to do with the surface of the Earth?
Sounds like a complete word salad to me. Somebody please explain to me what he's trying to say.
Yeah, he's not trying to hear you.
The Elman acceleration changed the shape.
He's not trying to understand you.
No, I don't. I'm trying my very hardest. I hear that he is trying to say that something is falling, and how do we distinguish between it being curved or flat? I don't know what is falling. I don't know why. What do you mean distinguish between it being curved and flat?
Let's take your apple example, okay?
Okay.
The apple falling on the ground. Is it ground curved or flat?
The ground?
Yeah.
The ground being curved or flat is a very complicated question. From our perspective, relatively...
It's not complicated question because the earth is in a question. That means the sphere is in the question. You want to prove some kind of force? Why? Why you want to prove some kind of force? What is the end of the conclusion? When you prove that force, what then?
Well, after I prove that gravity exists, then we know that gravity exists.
That means if gravity exists, the surface is curved. Is that correct?
Can you stop interrupting me, sir? I haven't finished explaining a single point yet. We The reason to proving that gravity exists is simply to demonstrate that gravity exists. It is a fact of life. It is not something with a motive.
Gravity is things going down. Whoopie fucking do. We all see it every day. What's the causational mechanism?
Gravity is not things going down. Down is
what is the causational mechanism of your gravity?
Gravity is caused when one object moves. It's not caused. Gravity is demonstrated when an object of smaller mass goes to a larger one. The cause of gravity is the
awesome
mass.
So you're talking Newtonian physics. That's great. That was superseded about 110, 111 years ago, somewhere by Einsteinian. That's awesome, mate. Nice of you to keep up with the times. Yeah,
could you explain this to me?
You want me to draw it with fucking crayons?
Gravity. That was the
Einsteinian gravity, the bending of space-time.
Yes, I don't think I'm going to
explain superseded. Don't you understand? You don't know what that word means? Superseded.
Yeah, no. The bending of space-time is
superseded Newtonian gravity.
For why
you do know that.
Occurs. Gravity occurs because it bends in the space-time continuum. You can demonstrate this by putting a large marble onto a piece of fabric that's stretched out, and then putting a smaller marble on that fabric and giving it a small...
And what do they all do?
You can watch it orbit.
They all crash into a heap in the middle. That's great. That's an awesome collection.
You want to know why it crashes into a heap in the middle? Is because it's being acted upon.
You do realise, listen, kids, slow down. You do realise that your so-called gravities, both of them, are just a mathematical construct to try to describe something? That's it.
No.
Science today does not know what the causational mechanism of things going down.
Let me answer it. You do realize that you're just kind of monologuing right now.
Yeah. So are you. You do know that science today does not know. Okay, shut the fuck up.
These questions or
I'm going to help you. This is how we're going to do this. You can shut up for 5 seconds, and I'm going to get it out. Science today does not know what the causational mechanism of shit going down is. Whether you like it or not, you can talk fast, you can try to explain things around it, but that's it. That's fact. Don't like it? Neither do I. Hey, that's a problem we've all got to learn to love.
Oh, are you done now? Oh, no, I was, you asked me a question, right? Before you started monologuing? Right, Matrix?
No.
No, he did. He asked, what's the causational model for gravity?
Does gravity curve the water?
Not the causational model, causational mechanism. Any fuckwit can supply a model.
The mechanism? What?
Yeah, I'm glad you were listening.
The causational mechanism for gravity in order for you to believe that it's real.
Does gravity curve the water?
Gravity curve water?
Yeah.
Yes.
Can you show that?
Hold on, guys. If you're going to be a speaker in this conversation, stay on point. Don't divert to another topic, please. I'm saying that to Sasha specifically. The gentlemen are having a conversation about something specific. We're not talking about... We can talk about the other topic later. Stay on point, gentlemen. Go ahead, Matrix.
Yeah, no, the curvature of space-time is caused by mass and energy, like I said. It's mass. Mass, it's a very simple explanation. Mass curves space-time, and that is why gravity...
Scientifically define mass for us?
Mass?
Yeah, mass. You seem to use it so often. Scientifically define it for us.
Mass is defined as like an object's either weight or its size.
That's its colloquial definition. Scientifically, what's mass?
It's the amount of matter in an object. It's matter. Mass is matter. It is a measurement for matter.
Can you cite this source for us? That'd be awesome.
Like the source for what mass is?
Your definition.
That mass is...
Scientific definition of mass. Yeah, that'd be great.
As a measure of matter? Yeah. Here.
Scientifically. This would be good.
Here you go. There you go.
Wikipedia, good boy. Oh dear. Hey AJ, you going to be awake for a bit longer?
Yeah, I do.
Would you like to have a chat with our little friend?
Oh, I can if you like.
Oh, cool. Because I'm sort of just about to head off. Jardo was talking to him, but yeah.
Okay, well,
He's a
now what? I mean, like, I
space
defined
believer.
math for you. What was the point of this?
Obviously, you didn't read what followed your post. Anyways, thanks AJ. Cheers, man.
No, mass is an intrinsic body, a property of a body, right? So if I have like an apple, the mass of that apple would be the matter contained with it. It is a measurement of that matter.
He was asked to scientifically define mass. AJ, I don't know if you heard that bit or not.
When it's
that's where I came in. But if you have a look at 22 minutes past the hour, studies have shown that the amount of substance is often incorrectly identified with mass from the Royal Society of Chemistry, and nature does not offer us any concept as the amount of matter. History has struck down every proposal to define such a term. Even if we could count the number of atoms, or by any other counting method try to evaluate the amount of matter, that number would not equal mass.
Yeah, no, it's not an exact measurement.
So it's not the amount of matter, yeah?
No, it's not the number of particles, it is the amount of matter.
Did you just read the second citation at 23 minutes past the hour? Nature does not offer us any concept of the amount of matter. So I'm sorry that you're incorrect.
Nature doesn't offer us any inclination as to the amount of matter in something?
Correct, according to Chemistry World. And that would be Taylor Edwin, Wheeler John, and that's Space-Time Physics from page 248 in 1992. At the end of the day, what Matrix was saying was correct, yeah, and you can look that up for yourself.
Oh, I'm reading it right now.
The causal mechanism for gravity is still debated today, yeah? It's not something that's settled. It's not something that can be scientifically tested and verified as per the scientific method.
Yeah, no, this is about the amount of matter. Moles is a measure of the amount of particles.
Are you looking at the citation I just dropped for you at 23 minutes past the hour?
Yes. That number would not equal mass. Isn't counting the individual particles. Correct. This is in reference to the mole.
Nature does not offer any concept to the amount of matter. History has struck down every proposal to define such a term.
Yeah, the amount of matter. Yeah. I never said the amount of matter.
Which is what you were just stating, yeah? The amount of matter in something?
The amount as in... listen, it is a measure of matter. It is a measure.
No,
that is what
it's not a measure of matter. How are you measuring matter? How did you measure matter?
Through things like weight.
Weight does not measure matter.
So if okay, cool. So is there more or less matter in a 200 or 300 pound person?
Again, we're not talking about a 200 or 300 pound person. We're talking about gravity. And you stated that it is the amount.
No, this is a simple question.
Now,
I've answered every simple question you've given me, right? So you answer mine.
Not after any of the concept.
Well, not that you've given me, that everyone else has given me, right? No, this is just being polite. If I have a 250 and a 300 pound person, right? Which one has more matter in them?
Mass does not equal weight. How many times is he going to have to say it?
They're not equal weight. Yeah.
So there's a 250 and a 300-pound person who
No,
has
matter
matter in.
does not equal weight.
Mass does not equal weight?
How do you know the amount of
how much
matter?
mass is in something?
How do you know the amount of matter when nature does not offer us any concept to the amount of matter?
What do you mean nature doesn't offer us any concept to the amount of matter? This in the side chat is about the amount.
Please,
A mole,
have a read
mole
in the
is a
side chat.
measure of amount, right? So a mole is 6.02 times 10 to the 23rd particles. Right? You understand this, right? It is an amount.
We're just going to ignore what's been placed in the chat after your citation from Wikipedia on mass being the being the amount of matter.
Walking through him.
So you're going to ignore what you stated, that mass is the amount of matter. When nature doesn't offer any concept as the amount of matter.
I never said the word amount.
So what did you say, please?
Mass is a measure of matter.
A measure of matter.
Yes.
So that would be the amount of matter?
No.
So how are you measuring matter?
Through things like weight. That's how you measure. That's how you measure mass. Mass is typically measured in things like kilograms.
So a measure of matter attracts a measure of matter.
No. Two measurements don't attract each other.
That was your gravity, mass attracting mass. That's your mass attracting mass.
Well, gravity is not mass attracting mass because gravity has no matter.
A mass colloquially.
Has no mass, sorry.
A mass colloquially could also mean a large object, right?
Gravity itself has no mass.
A mass is two definitions. It could also be a large object. Is this correct or incorrect?
It's also a large gathering of people at church.
Yes. Yeah, no, and the way I was using it when I was defining gravity to you was saying an object, a mass.
So, again, what is mass?
He said scientifically what is mass. If you want me to define what mass is,
and then you said that mass was the amount of matter.
No, not an amount of matter. That is not what mass is.
We have to go back into the recordings and listen to it again.
Yes.
At the end of the day, the statement that Matrix made was correct, and it's something that you can look at for yourself, yeah? At the end of the day,
that I am describing to you.
They do not have any evidence for the causation of gravity. It's something that's still discussed and debated today. It's not settled, and it's not science, as it cannot be tested via the scientific method.
Okay. I want you to understand first this piece of evidence that is presented in the side chat, right, AJ? Nature does not offer us any concept as the amount of matter.
All right, so it's either, I'm going to give the distinction to the gentleman. So it's either the amount of something or the weight of something. You're going to have to pick one of those. Which one do you think it is?
No, that's a false dichotomy.
Is it how much something, yeah, relax it. Is it how much something, like if you're talking about an apple, how much something is within that apple? Like how matter would be the constituent parts that make the apple up, as in the amount of something? Or is it how much the apple weighs? You're going to have to make a distinction which one that is you're talking about.
Amount is something that is measurable in something like a mole. But weight is relative. The weight of something changes depending on where you are, depending on how much the force
is it weight, or is it the amount of stuff? Is it the amount of stuff that the apple has, or is it the weight of the apple?
The mass of an object?
Matter is not weight, my friend.
Matter is not weight. Yes, I agree. Weight is a way to measure the amount of matter in something.
Go ahead, AJ.
It is a way to measure the effect of matter on. It's a way to measure the effect of gravity on matter. So if something weighs 150 pounds, it means that the Earth is pulling in 150 pounds of force with that thing. That is the weight that is acting upon it. So if you go to Mars, right? Mars has a way weaker gravitational force. So that thing would weigh less. The scale would read a lower number.
Hang on a minute. Stop. Aren't you supposed to be using your weight/mass to prove gravity? And now you're just reaffirming that?
No.
Well,
no.
Hang on a second.
There was never
Prior, he was saying that matter
gravity.
was the
I'm explaining
the
how
amount
weight is relative.
of matter, and now he's changed it to weight. Yeah,
In fact, the
when
same
matter
amount
itself isn't weight.
Why does the same amount of matter, right, weigh a different weight on the Earth and on the Moon?
Matter's not
And
weight.
you've done this to confirm it.
Scientists have. Several scientists have.
Cool story, bro.
You said matter's not weight. Weight is a unit of measurement, my friend. It's not an
weight is a
object.
unit of measurement.
We get measured traction, Timmy.
Yes, it is a relative unit of measurement.
It's a unit of measurement.
And it's relative.
As long as you say the word relative,
Weight
it
is one
fixes
of the
things.
only units of measurement that is completely relative. An inch is an inch no matter where you are in the universe. But a pound is not a pound no matter where you are.
Is it the amount of something or is it the weight of something? That's what you haven't defined yet.
It is neither of those.
So matter
Okay,
is
so then
neither
what is
weight.
it?
It's neither the weight nor the amount. Matter is the thing that is causing the weight. But not, that is one of the two components causing the weight. Matter is an
I feel like you
intrinsic
just
mass
lost
is,
now,
mass
my
is an
friend.
intrinsic property of matter.
And what is matter? Please, the scientific definition.
A solid, liquid, or gas, or plasma, or antimatter.
Can you please cite that for me? The definition of matter. So we're back to where Matrix left off, yeah? We've gotten nowhere.
Matter refers to anything that has mass and takes up space.
So, weight.
No. Weight does not take up space, and weight is not mass. Weight is a measure of matter. It is a way for us to measure it. And it's a relative way for things to measure it. You keep on telling me to define and source things like all the fucking time. When is this gonna prove to me that pictures of the Earth from outer space are fucking fake?
Well, first of all, yeah,
Space is fucking fake.
Yeah, you're
what
very
part of that
confused
don't you comprehend? Sorry,
hold on, guys. Yeah, you're confused as to what you're confused as to what matter and mass are. You don't know how they're defined, so you're all over the place. So you're a hot mess. So you can't define what they are. So you don't know what they are, and you're misappropriating.
I can't hear you over your vacuum.
At the end of the day,
You can't hear him if you're talking while he's
the
talking
word-
either.
No, I can't. But you can't hear me either. Nobody knows what the fuck he said because there's a vacuum.
Sorry about that. Go ahead, AJ.
Can you please turn on noise suppression while you're talking? Because when you're in between you talking, I can't hear the background noise. But as soon as you start talking, it is
cry harder,
flooded with
please.
background noise. From AV, whenever he starts talking, it's nearly impossible for me to tell what he says.
It's okay. I can hear AV. I can hear him quite clearly when he
Could
speaks.
you relay what he's saying to me? Because it was like ear
Yeah,
piercing.
sometimes he can't understand people, and sometimes when he can't define words, he obfuscates. Yeah.
You cut out a lot when you were saying that. Could you repeat it? Could you repeat that? You cut out a lot when you were saying it.
Yeah, he's not talking anymore. Let's move on.
No, you, I meant.
Yeah, he's not talking anymore. Let's move on.
No, I'm whoever is saying he is not talking anymore, I'm talking to you. You cut out a lot when you were saying what you initially said.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Let's move on. Let's stop whining and move on.
Okay, so
Yeah, so
how do you prove that
The amount of matter
is a mole?
does not equal mass.
That is a mole. A mole is the measure of an amount of matter.
The amount of matter does not equal mass.
No. An amount is a measure, is like a counting measure. So if I have 5 apples, right, the amount would be 5. So if I had 6.02 to the times 10 to the 23rd particles, that amount would be 1 mole. And a particle is matter because it has a mass and it takes up space. It has a mass and a volume, so it is matter.
So mass is weight then?
No.
Why does it seem every time you say that word, it gets changed from one thing to another depending on your context?
Weight is a relative measure of mass.
Relative to what?
Gravity.
But you're using mass to define gravity. Mass attracting mass.
Yes.
So you're what?
Not necessarily. Yeah, mass attracting mass. That is gravity. A larger mass pulling a smaller mass into it. That is gravity.
But we've already established that that was superseded 111 years ago, thereabouts.
No, it wasn't superseded. That didn't suddenly change the definition of gravity.
It was superseded.
Why gravity happens.
Stop talking. You're making noise unnecessarily. It was superseded.
Superseded? Define superseded.
Taken over.
How is enforcing the other definition taking it over?
It's not enforcing the other definition.
Yes, Einstein's definition enforced the Newtonian definition of gravity.
No, it didn't actually. They're actually completely in opposition.
How are they in opposition?
All right, give me a second. I'll drop some stuff for you.
No, I want you to explain it in your own words.
Yeah, I will. I'm going to cite it for you.
Okay.
Okay, so give me 2 seconds. I'm going to start with sorry, I'm just doing a search. So from University Today, we have, in general relativity, gravity is not a force.
It's not just a force. The word just is in parentheses.
You can shut up and let him finish.
Why would I? I'm correcting him because he misread
in general relativity, gravity is not a force between masses. Again, from physics.org, according to this general relativity, gravity is not a force. All right, so we've got 2 separate things that are not complementing each other, yeah? Because in Newtonian mechanics, gravity is a force that acts at a distance, which states that every mass attracts every other mass with a force that's proportional to the product of the mass. In Einstein's theory of general relativity, gravity is not a force, but a manifestation of the curvature of space-time caused by the presence of mass and energy. There's a massive difference there, yeah?
I call into question the validity of this .com source because in the following sentence they say without
no worries. Well, I can drop you another.
Could I please finish what I was saying? Could you shut the fuck up and let me finish? So it says in the following sentence. It says in the following sentence. It says,
my friend, physics LibreText. Newton's 2 crowning achievements, the laws of motion and the laws of gravitation that had reigned supreme since published in the Principia in 1687, were toppled from the throne by Einstein. Now, if you would like me to continue giving you a comparison between Newtonian mechanics and general relativity, we can.
Oh, I'm unmuted now. Okay, as I was saying before you rudely interrupted me, without a force...
No, I didn't rudely interrupt you. You rudely interrupted me with a little spiral stating that what I've posted here is incorrect. So again, at 41 minutes past the hour, Newton's two crowning achievements, the laws of motion and the laws of gravitation that had reigned supreme since published in the Principia in 1687, were toppled from the throne by Einstein. Physics Libretext.
Okay. I can talk now, correct?
No, keep him muted unless he can cite a
what I
different
just put
source.
in the chat, or are you going to keep whinging?
This source is incorrect.
Moderation.
This source is
He's
completely
going to keep whinging.
This source is invalid. It's a.
It's
in
not
the
a valid
following
source.
sentence. In
So
the
Physics
following
Libretext is not a valid source of
I'm
information.
saying that the Universe Today source is completely incorrect.
Okay, so we can ignore that one because I've dropped another 2 or 3 there, yeah, but they're all in agreement with each other.
Clown.
Whether you like the source
Quantity
or not.
over quality? Is that what we're going for?
So did I.
I'm taking these one at a time.
Wait. I need you to define in a critique how it's incorrect, because it comes from a source, the citation that AJ just gave you. You're going to have to define the critique as to how it's incorrect. Go ahead.
In the following sentence, right after the sentence in which he quoted, it says, without a force acting upon it, an object will move in a straight line.
That's
impossible.
Well, that's Newton.
If an object has no force ever acting upon it, it will move in a straight line. If an object never has force acting upon it, it will stay at
In this example, your critique, but basically, what AJ was demonstrated to you, how Newton was superseded by Einstein's bending and warping of space-time. So what is your critique on how that's incorrect, that it was toppled from the throne? So this is what we're demonstrating to you, which you're saying that it's not, it was just building upon, and it's not building upon, it's actually removed completely, and it does not work. And so Einstein's general relativity theory was what's like superseded the Newtonian idea of gravitation. So you don't know how that is, and AJ is pointing out where that was actually toppled from the throne 100 years ago. So you keep thinking it's relative.
The source where this is talking about, where this is talked about.
He just demonstrated to you. AJ's going to post it again. I mean, it's in the text.
Well, at 43 minutes past the hour, I'll go with one of your own sources, Wikipedia. Newton's classical mechanics was superseded in the early 20th century when Albert Einstein developed the special and general theory of relativity.
The theory of relativity, yes.
Yeah, so toppled.
The point keeps going right over his head.
From the throne, yeah?
So does this mean that Newton's laws are completely
these two crowning achievements, motion and gravitation, were also toppled from the throne?
So then why do they teach Newton's law?
Would you like?
Why do they teach Newton's law if they were supposedly toppled?
Would you like me to continue with the comparison that you asked for that you rudely interrupted?
Go ahead.
Yeah, no worries. So again, in Newtonian mechanics, gravity is a force that acts at a distance, which states every mass tracks another mass. Einstein's theory of general relativity, gravity is not a force, but the manifestation of the curvature of space-time. So, completely different. Space and time, Newtonian mechanics, space and time are independent and absolute entities that provide a fixed stage for physical events. However, in general relativity, space and time are interconnected, they're dynamic, space-time, and influenced by the distribution of mass and energy, which leads to the concept of space-time where distances and durations are not fixed, but relative to the observer. So we've got fixed or not fixed. Space is not expanding in Newtonian mechanics. In general relativity, space is expanding.
Okay, yes, and I can see. Relativity is much more accurate than Newtonian physics. Yes, I can see.
You've also got Newtonian mechanics. Time is absolute and unaffected by gravity. In general relativity, time is relative and runs slower in the stronger gravitational field. Newtonian mechanics, gravity affects objects with mass. Light having no mass should not be influenced by gravity.
Yes, I agree with
light follows the curvature of space-time. So far, can you please explain to me how these two somehow go hand in hand, and that Einstein just further explained
that light is affected because light is both a particle and a wave. It has mass. Photons have mass.
No, you conceded. You conceded. They're two different things, and they conflict. They contradict you to one another. You conceded.
No, I conceded that Newtonian what is it? The theory of relativity supersedes Newtonian physics.
Okay.
Not that these are contradictory.
Oh, it's not a mass attracting mass then.
Yes,
No, it's not a mass attracting mass. I explained that in very simple terms. If you want me, I am not educated in the theory of relativity.
Now we're going to talk about the theory of relativity that's not a scientific theory, yeah? Because there is no established cause and effect relationship here.
Does there need to be a cause and effect relationship? This is an observation.
OMG, what is science?
Okay, so your observation, right, is the effect that things fall down. So how did you come to the causation of bendy, warpy space-time? Like you said, it's an observation, things falling down.
Yes.
Okay, so now how do we go from the observation of things falling down to causation, bendy, warpy space-time?
Because the gravity, it is being pulled from the apple is being pulled from its current position towards the Earth, which is relatively down to us because of the Earth.
There you go.
But it's not being pulled down because it's not a force.
Not a force.
No,
there you go again. Reverting back to Newtonian again.
It's not being pulled down. It is moving downwards.
Correct. Okay, so now we witness the effect. The effect is not the cause, which is the way that you're stating it here. You're somehow making the effect cause. The effect itself is what you witnessed. Now we need to discuss the causation of that effect. What made this thing go down?
Why are we playing the semantics? What does that have to do with my original question?
Well, we're not playing semantics. We're establishing the causation for gravity that you have claimed. We're going to see if that is in fact
talking about gravity.
In fact correct.
How do you explain the fucking pictures of Earth from space? Do you believe in Newtonian in the theory of relativity?
Well, the thing is that we can throw out anything that's a violation of natural laws, and your pictures from space are a violation of natural laws.
How are they a violation of natural laws? How are pictures from space a violation of natural laws?
They are a violation of both gas laws and thermodynamics laws, in particular, entropy of gases.
Why?
Why?
Gas expands in all directions to fill available volume. That's one of the most cited instances of entropy taking place. Is the free expansion of gas into a vacuum.
Why are you using something as a counter-argument that you don't believe in?
They claim that Earth has a fixed volume of gases surrounding it, which is not expanding into an available volume of a vacuum of 10 to the negative 17 torr, and of astronomical proportions.
Why are you using something as an argument that you don't believe in the first place?
What are you talking about?
We do believe in natural laws. We believe in gas pressure and entropy.
Oh, no, wait. So you believe in every natural law except for gravity?
You don't need to believe in natural laws.
Gravity's not a natural law, ass clown.
One sec. You don't need to believe. Belief is not required with natural law. It's observable and demonstrable. It's knowledge.
Correct, T-Dub. Thank you.
And gravity's not a natural law.
Is space real?
As it's described to us, no. And you don't have the ability, and neither do they, to go there.
And how is it described to us?
I'd like you to show me that it is. I bet you can't.
I can show you people who have proven space is real.
It's described.
I can show you people who have been to space.
Space is described as a vacuum, a near perfect vacuum, 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum, next to a pressurized system without containment.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm reading the same exact Wikipedia page you quoted, by the way, as we were talking, and it says the attractive force of gravity arises due to an exchange of virtual gravitons in the same way
OMG. He's retarded.
We're going to go backwards, are we? We're talking about gas pressure.
Yeah, no, because I just found a piece of evidence.
We're talking about gas pressure and entropy.
No, you said, listen, you said that gravity isn't the force, but it is.
No,
gravity
it's not. We've already established it's not a force.
Yes, it is.
He's retarded.
No, look, it says right here, it was superseded again by quantum mechanics.
So, as per my original statement, it is still not settled, yeah? It is not something that they can
science
test.
Is not something that becomes settled. Science is ever-changing and flowing.
So you're saying that the scientific method cannot establish a cause and effect relationship?
It is a reasonable pathway to truth. It establishes a cause and effect relationship based on things that we can observe.
Yes. Why are you arguing vehemently for something that is not settled? What is that all about?
Because there's evidence for that thing.
No, it's not. If it's not settled, there's no evidence of it. It's not settled.
No, it is not settled because new evidence becomes is brought to light. That is when it becomes not settled anymore.
So something's settled until it's not settled? That's ridiculous.
Yes, and it's the same way that something can become more and more and more and more.
He identified the problem for himself. He said science doesn't prove things, and it's ever changing. He said science is ever changing, and it doesn't prove things. How so?
If I say someone's about 6 feet tall, and then I later measure him with a more accurate thing, and I say he is 6'3", and then I measure him even more accurately and say he's 6'3 1/4", right? Should I listen to somebody who says that he's
6'3", was he? He was always 6'3 1/4", and you made assumptions like you're making about your gravity.
No, I made the most reasonable.
Your assumptions are not science.
Can you please let me finish? I've been interrupted basically every time I try to talk, and you have the most specific measure that you could possibly get when you are measuring him at 6'3". And then as the measures become more accurate, we gain new information and we become more specific. That is what happens with science.
That does not negate the already established facts. It does not invalidate already well-established scientific fact. For instance, do you think that maybe sometime in the future, type 2 diabetes will not be a result of a lack of insulin?
No, I don't believe that that's going to reasonably change.
Right. Okay, then.
I have no way of knowing if it's going to reasonably change, but I don't personally believe it will.
And we're discussing natural laws at the moment, yeah?
Yeah, what does that have to do with diabetes?
Well, you've taken it back to science, but I'm stating that we're talking about natural laws. We were talking about gas pressure and entropy of gases. You asked what the
it's held down onto Earth to get the gravity.
I clarified that for you, being a near perfect vacuum next to a pressurized system. That is a violation of natural laws, like I stated.
Could you repeat that?
I said, you took us to space. You asked me the question about space, and I said, no, I don't believe space to be what it is claimed or taught to be today. And you asked me, what is that? I clarified that for you and said that it's claimed to be a near-perfect vacuum, 10 to the 17 negative torr, next to a pressurized system. This is a violation of natural laws that is not possible.
Why? Why is it a violation?
So that is why I don't believe what they tell me about space. Why? Because the antecedent requirement to gas pressure is a volume to fill. That volume requires containment, right?
Yeah,
so that's the first.
By gravity.
That's the first, yeah? Secondly, we've got entropy of gases, which is one of the most widely cited forms of entropy, right? So gas expands to fill the void. Space, the void, would be filled by the gas on the Earth. We would no longer have gas pressure.
Yeah, there is no stopping the expansion of gas.
Into it.
There's no stopping the expansion of gas without physical
Yes, the force of gravity stops the expansion of gas.
Okay, go ahead and demonstrate
Gravity's
that.
not a force. We've already.
Now it's a force again. Oh my God!
Could I have a
Can you
image?
please demonstrate for me gravity affecting gases?
I can demonstrate to you gravity affecting gases. Yes. Do you have a telescope?
You have to reproduce it. Like
do you have a telescope?
Why do I need a telescope?
No, bro. No. No, you're not looking into the sky and begging the question and saying, "Look at that. That's a gas ball. It's surrounded by a vacuum and the gas isn't expanding into it." No, that's the thing in contention. You have to demonstrate it, as in replicate it, as in produce gas pressure using gravity.
That's impossible. It would require a massive.
Okay, there you go. Thank you. Concession made.
I could not.
Impossible. It's impossible.
It is
exactly.
Not
that's what we're telling you. It's impossible. We're agreeing. You agree with us.
That's
the end of the argument, bro.
T-Dub,
that's the end of your argument.
T-Dub.
Yeah, he lost at T-Dub. Yeah,
that's the end of your claim.
My sentence.
There is no finishing it. You just agreed. You agreed with us. It's impossible. We agree. That is impossible.
No, it's impossible for me personally to reproduce it. That doesn't mean it's impossible.
Yes, it does.
I can't go out into space and create a fucking planet.
There is no space. Planets aren't what you think they are.
That's circular. You're trying to.
Nobody can create a fucking planet. It requires an incredibly large mass to demonstrate this. A mass that I can't procure.
You're trying to go out there and prove something that you can't do down here.
You can't do it down here because of the gravity of the fucking Earth.
Again, what you're doing.
You can't prove it down here, so how can you make somebody believe that it's true?
Because space is a vacuum.
How do you know that it's circular? Are you going to point to a gas ball that you can't prove because you can't make a planet?
Yes, you can't prove that the gas ball is real because you can see it with your own fucking eyes.
How do you know it's a gas ball? Tell everybody here how you know it's a gas ball.
How do I know the fucking?
Somebody else said so, dude.
How do you know Jupiter's a gas ball?
You can see the swirling masses of gas. You can see the eye of the storm that is constantly on its surface.
How do you know it's gas?
I don't think this guy owns a telescope, AB. I don't think he owns a telescope at all.
Yeah, I want him to tell us. Enough telescope, right?
No, dude, don't worry about it.
If you had a powerful enough telescope that could see
don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. How do you know the constituent parts of what you're looking at? I want you to define how the material that you're looking at is what it is. How do you know that?
We can do this, right? Science has done this by looking at their electromagnetic spectrum.
Sham, what you've done is you've given the example that you've given earlier. You said that, we look at this guy and we look at him across the pathway or the road or wherever we see him, and he appears to be 6 foot, so we think he's 6 foot. But when we actually go and measure him directly, we find out that our assumption was just an assumption. It was incorrect. He was actually 6'3 1/4. So you may want to look up at these planets
and when we send probes
and
to
just
Jupiter,
make assumptions about what you believe it may be, but there's no way that you can verify it.
Yes, and we have sent probes to Jupiter to verify this.
We've sent people into the violation of natural law.
Probes, not people. Probes.
Yeah, so you've sent probes into the violation of natural laws. You've gone through.
It is not a violation of natural laws because it's a real thing. Human beings have sent probes to Jupiter.
He's spiraling and he isn't listening at all.
Yeah, that's not validation.
It's a fucking echo chamber. You're all retarded as fuck. Kill yourself.
No, okay, he spiraled all the way out. He needs to be banned now. Later, dude. He just violated TOS, so somebody get rid of him.
I think he's gone already. I think he said that and then just ran instantly.
Yeah. Because don't take my outer space, damn it.
Exactly.
I got to do a little bit more research on this mass thing. I got to get a bit more. I got to do a bit more research on this mass thing. Yeah, I've got to get a little bit better on that.
At first, when I tuned in, I thought y'all talking to AI.
No, my machines are loud as fuck, so it was hard for me to get in there.
How long was Matrix going with that dude? Matrix sounded pretty shitted off. He doesn't usually leave like that.
Yeah, he was pretty teed off, man. The thing about the last guy, and they always get confused between the amount of something and then the weight of something. So they don't know, they can't decide which one it is, the amount of something or the weight of something. Then they always dance back and forth. And then he said it was neither of those. So it's like, well, you're just basically you don't know because if it's not weight and if it's not the amount of something, then what are you saying it is?
Yeah, you sort of, from what I gathered, I was trying to read the chat and do a few things at the same time, but he was jumping back and forth between the amount of something and the weight of something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then he settled on what occupies space. And then you're like, well, how do you know how much of that thing occupies how much space? You know, it's circular because then you have to define how much space the thing's occupying. By what way can you denote that it's occupying that amount of space? And then he's going to go back into the amount of stuff, and then you're going to ask him how much. You know, is it the amount of stuff or the weight of stuff? So you get what I mean?
Around and around we go.
Yep. And so he was a hot mess, is what I was trying to tell him, but he got all upset about it. So.
I thought the guy was AI when I was listening on YouTube before I came in. I was like, oh, they're talking to AI. Then I came in and it was a regular dude. He sounded like AI on YouTube.
Yeah, I don't know if Sasha's here, but I just want to let Sasha just make sure you stay on point with the conversation, brother. Just we can't have like us talking to him about something and then you bring up a tangential point. You know, it's gonna get. He's already confused. He'll be more confused by that. So.
Yeah, I wasn't ready for the conversation. I was just going to throw citations up about what Matrix was speaking about, and as soon as I dropped the first one, he's like, "Oh, AJ, he dipped. He was out. He was done. He'd had enough."
Yeah. Don't let gravity get you down, man.
Good morning, guys. How's it going?
Yeah, his responses were very NPC like, man. They were. I definitely thought it was AI when I hopped on.
Going, Dave?
Not working. Okay.
Am I coming in?
Who else do we have in here? I've never seen a person before.
Can you hear us, Dave?
Can you hear me?
Mic check.
Yeah, Dave, we can hear you. We could hear you.
Oh, I just
can you hear Dave or can you hear me?
Both.
I can hear y'all both. Can you hear me, y'all both?
Yeah.
I can hear you.
Okay. That might have been my Discord. My bad.
I said something earlier and I didn't get a response. I think I had my mic muted.
It's been doing it to me too. Just occasionally, I'll go from another window back to Discord, or I'll join, and I can see people lighting up, but I can't hear anyone. And I'll fiddle around. I think, am I deafened? No. I'll play with my volume. No. And I'll have to log out and then log back in, and then it's fixed.
Almost like there's a ghost in the machine, right, Tito?
Oh yeah, don't get me started.
Has anyone spoken to Hugh Hamilton? Oh, sorry, Hugh Drew. 561, Hugh Drew.
I don't think so. But that last guy, his responses were very NPC-like. Man, I thought we were talking to the guy when I hopped on.
Yeah, both of those guys are Globers. Hugh Drew 561 Glober, and he's been here like a couple of days ago.
If you remember him, his name was Hung Like Tic Tac. That was his old name.
Yeah.
Good to see you guys here, lively in the chat. (24/7), always keeping it on point.
Yeah, I was going to throw in real quick, Mig and everybody. I listened to that guy for the last hour, and basically y'all reduced him to, I could prove my fantasy story if I just had access to my fantasy story. And that's what most of them are reduced to. They think they can prove something out of the sky.
That's a good way of putting it, Dave.
What was funny is that he was saying that he can point to Jupiter and see swirling ball of gas. And it's like, dude, how did you define that was gas? Like, how do you know it is? Oh, we sent probes up there. Really? We? Yeah. Basically another assumption, right?
Sounds like he's just emotionally attached to the narrative.
People have been wording things really well lately. Like New Perspective, they said yesterday or the day before, he's talking to a fellow and he goes, would it really surprise you that much that reality turns out to be exactly what you observe and experience it to be? And I like the way he said that. That was like, because what does someone say to that?
Yeah. So did he give you a new perspective, Cheeto?
yeah, you could say that. Yeah. Like, what is the answer to that? Yes, that would surprise me, right? Like, that's stupid. Would it surprise you that blue is actually blue, right? You know, like, or a dog is a dog. Like, that's the same sort of fucking thing.
Yeah, you can bring also involved into this conversation the laws of logic. I always do. The law of identity specifically. Speaking of how we can identify what things are. So it keeps things coherent so that we're not talking about, well, I'm looking at a tree. Well, I see a bowl of noodles. Like, you can't say it. We identify things based on the common knowledge of what things are, right? So that's how we know what things are.
Most of them don't actually know what the laws of logic are. That's the problem.
Yep. And so they're speaking illogically, thinking that they can have a worldview that's coherent. And that's what you point out. Because you can go at this at many different angles. I guess my angle is that I mix it up every now and again. You know, I throw the laws of logic in there. I just talk about how they know what they know. You know me. I'm switching it up all the time. But I like to keep it fresh. That way it's never like this one canned response that I'm giving them. And you just got to always meet them where they're at. So whatever they're speaking of, identify what they're saying, and there's always something fundamentally flawed with what their logic is, how they're trying to apply it. So, I mean, it's a lot of fun. I like it.
That last guy, it's actually hard to identify what he is saying because he's all over the place. He just doesn't know what he's saying himself.
He was a hot mess, dude. He couldn't decide whether Newton or Einstein. He couldn't decide what matter is based on mass. Like, he can't define it. Like, so he was a hot mess, bro. And I think that's the problem with the paradigm. It's riddled with contradictions, right? And all we got to do is just point them out. We're like, dude, he conceded that Einstein superseded Newton, yet he kept going back to it even after conceding. Did you notice that?
Yes. Yep. And some of it was very subtle, where he just sort of slip it in like the pulling, yeah? Oh, it's getting pulled down.
I was getting pulled down, yeah. And my machine's are loud as hell, dude, so I was like, I would have jumped all over every single bit of that, like, yeah. He probably would have rage quit a long time ago.
Yeah, I was just trying to keep it nice and cool and calm and keep the conversation going because there was sort of no one else in here. No Globers, anyway.
In the end, you know, he still spiraled out, but, you know, it was always going to be the case, I think. It's inevitable, yeah, with him.
Yeah, I didn't even know who I was talking to. I didn't even look at the screen. I didn't even know who it was.
Lotrect in the side chat, right? I posted a couple of citations to complement yours, AJ. And Lotrect goes, oh, so because you cited Einstein, that means you believe in it, right? You agree with it, right? Like, get out of here, bro. Idiot.
I missed that bit.
Yeah.
I'll have to go back and have a read. Who got banned? Was that Dogs?
No, Lotrect. Lautrec, so all his messages will be gone now. But yeah, he was in there, like, trying to hold me to task on standing by Einstein because I cited Einstein in opposition to Newton. Like, he just doesn't get what a hostile witness is, and he's been hanging around long enough to have understood that. I wasn't even going to bother explaining it to him. I just said, no, not right. I mean, that last guy took it so personal, though, like, saying what he said before he left, but because, like, what? Really? Like, that's just so deeply and emotionally attached to this whole thing. Like, wow.
Yeah, that's a good point. Some people are so sunken cost invested in the whole story, they just cannot even entertain the fact that it might be true, They're just so, I don't know why they're so emotionally invested, but you guys tell me.
I guess because it's something that you, like, I don't know why it's different for others and easier for them to deal with than other people. But I guess because it's like we grow up with it. Like, so, like you said, it's an investment because it helps identify how we think about ourselves as an individual and as a community. I don't know. Maybe becomes psychological, I guess. Because, what are you going to do? Stand at the water tower at work when you break, or in the smoke room, talking about what Elon Musk's doing and how great it is and how we're going to Mars and shit? No, can't do that once you realise it's all bullshit, right? Basically, once you come to the realisation, reality isn't what you were taught. Reality is simply just what you observe and experience it to be. You kind of have to you're ostracized instantly from conversations such as those that take place. You either keep your mouth shut or you contest that and voice your stand, your position on it, and that will potentially cause conflict, etc. People will look at you differently. What do you do? But truth's worth standing up for. But I mean, you've got to have some discernment about when and where and who and how you talk about it. All right.
Excellent points, T-Dub. It's like you're just trying to point out to people reality just is what it is. I know it sounds simplified, but that's what we're doing. Hey, the water's laying level, blah, 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 And people just ridicule us for trying to point out what actually is. Anyway, I'll shut up.
Right, yeah, exactly. Yeah, you'll get looked at as being crazy for accepting that. You get looked at as being crazy for accepting that as fact by the very people who use that principle in their profession. What a weird world we live in.
So, shout out to anybody listening. Who's the next contestant on Prove That Globe? You guys go ahead.
Anyone spoken to Raya yet? Raya, how you going? Raya doesn't want to talk.
Let's try getting a couple of guys
midnight.
to talk earlier.
What's that, sorry?
I tried getting a couple of guys to talk earlier, he's still here, I think. What's his name? Oh, no, he's left. He started with B. No, you're right. Sorry, mate. Go on.
No, that's all right. I was just saying if there's Raya, there's Midnight. Sorry, I was on deafened for a bit. I don't know if you spoke to those guys or not. Or if they answered you.
No.
What's up?
Not them guys. Oh, there we go. Hey, how's it going?
Hey.
Welcome in.
Man, I was just waiting for somebody to start roasting Professor Dave Explains. I find it funny.
Well, you can find
Not
videos.
a Professor Dave, you mean?
Yeah, not a Professor Dave.
You can find awesome videos in Mindshock channel. Awesome videos about device and his logical fallacies in his debates. I think it's not named Mindshock anymore. The name of the channel is let me see.
Yeah, I think it's changed because I was trying to find it the other day and I couldn't seem to find it.
Yeah, it changed. Yeah, it changed because the original channel, Mindshock, was deleted completely. They deleted his channel and he started a new one. What's the name? Oh my god.
If you find it, drop it in the chat because
Bruce McGuire. Bruce McGuire.
Yeah, Bruce. Yeah, McGuire.
What is that? I've never heard of that. Mindshock. What is that?
Yeah, so it's a guy that analyzes debates, and he calls out the logical fallacies in the debate, and he has a counter going for each person. So the Professor Dave debate with Flat Earth Dave, I think from memory, Professor Dave got up to something like 900 fallacies in the debate.
Oh my.
Here, I found the channel.
Yeah, so he basically goes through the entire debate. He reviews the debate and he points out unbiased, like he's unbiased, right? He says he's not on either side, right? But he'll point out any logical fallacies done and he'll explain what the fallacy was, and he's kind of funny in the way that he does it as well. Yeah, and I think Professor Dave holds the record. It's actually pretty interesting to watch his videos, and you actually learn a lot. Very good channel.
And here the video, the specific video about Professor Dave against Dave Weiss. And he's not the one holding the record anymore. It's that physics guy who debated Whitsitt and Jeranism and
Bryant Myers.
Yeah, that one.
He's a clown.
Well, wait until he reviews Jaren versus Whitsitt. Holy shit! Did Jaren spit out so many fallacies? I think he takes top of the line.
Yeah, right. Well, I got 2 weeks for that, so unless someone's downloaded it and they want to post it.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance because they had it playing, and I didn't get my OBS was not set up to record. But yeah, it was pretty bad, dude. And then Jaren always goes off the cuff. He had some stuff written down, and you could tell when he was reading. It's kind of weird. It was scripted. And a bunch of the comments that people were saying, it sounded like Ruhiv wrote his stuff.
Did it get heated between the two of them?
It wasn't too much of a heated argument. It was just like what Jaren was. I mean, all he was pointing at it was to the sky. It's all he did the whole time. And then saying we don't have a map, and that everybody thought the AE map was it. I'm like, I'm over here in shock. I'm like, who was everybody?
So Midnight, we've established you don't like not Professor Dave. So what's your thoughts on the nature of Earth? Is it flat or a globe?
I mean, I guess I'm kind of like a skeptic. I come in here occasionally just to listen. I mean, I can walk outside and like observe flatness, but I don't really know that much. So I'm just kind of trying to learn what the positions are in here that you guys argue.
Well, I'll give you a little bit of advice then. Don't get lost in the source, yeah? Because what happens is these people come in and they want to argue about things in the sky. They want to argue about gravity. They want to argue about light and refraction, yeah? But at the end of the day, these things really don't prove the shape of what's of the surface of the Earth, yeah, or whether it's a shape at all. It's off in the weeds, yeah. At the end of the day, the Earth measures to be flat. We view it as flat. We utilize it as flat. We build on it as flat. Yeah, we navigate on it as if it's flat. It's measured flat. That's it. That's the end of it.
And what you said is a good start. You said that you experience it to be flat. Jan, add to that, you experience it to be motionless too. When it's in motion, you know that it is in motion and you call it earthquake. So that's the only moment when you feel the earth moving. So you experience it flat and you experience it motionless, you can stick with that as being your base. So you will wait for the other claim that are against what you see. You experience flat. You won't ask us to validate that thing for you. So we are claiming the earth to be flat. It's the same exact thing that you experience. So we can just show you that thing, the reality. Look at the reality, how it is. So it is flat. So the others will be globers or concave earthers, hollow earth believers. So if those people tell you something, you'll just have to ask them for a validation for that, because it's against what you experience. So you'll have to see something validating that claim that the earth is not flat like you experience it, and it's not motionless like you experience it. So you need something to validate that. No one have that shit. No one can show you that the earth is curving. They can show you pictures, they can show you videos, they can make you hear some testimonies from some witnesses. That will just require some belief. It's not an experience. It's not something that you will experience. That curvature that they will show you in the pictures. It's not an experience, and those pictures are not even an evidence. Because if you consider it to be your standard of evidence, that will be so bad for you. Because if anyone who will argue anything, they will have just to show you a picture of that shit, unicorn, Santa Claus, Bigfoot, imagine anything. They will just have to show you that picture, and you can't say no, because it is considered your standard of evidence. You believe things based on pictures and some testimonies. We can add that. It's too easy to add some testimonies of people who believe that Bigfoot is real or Santa Claus is real.
Yep. Oh, and by the way, y'all, if y'all want to, McToon's gonna have supposedly his non-biased review today on the Witsit. He's gonna review the whole thing. Just in case y'all don't want to wait 2 weeks.
What's up, man? We're getting some people jumping in there. What's up, homies? We got people jumping in.
Resolve.
But a conversation just a while ago, you guys just missed it, with a guy who was really advocating for the Earth as a globe and for space and such, and was really kind of falling in between the contradictions of the globe. Couldn't make up his mind whether it was Newtonian or Einsteinian. Couldn't make up his mind whether it's how to define mass or matter. So didn't know which one of those were what. If it's weight, if it's the amount of stuff. Yeah, a lot of contradictions.
Any person, do you know the difference? Whether it's weight or matter?
Yeah, does it matter? Yeah, when we talk about something, we're using a term that's only giving something a property as a convention. The convention is just useful only in the matter of discussion, but it doesn't in and of itself describe the thing that we're talking about. So if we say, well, the apple has matter and then the water has matter. We're not talking about it's just a convention. It's just used how we're going to say something occupies space, but it doesn't. It's not. You can't say that how much matter does it have. Then you're going to have to define how much particles or whatever the thing consists of. How can you do that?
Right, you can't. Yeah, but you can say that. Well, this object here, it appears to have more substance in it than another. It's bigger. It takes up more space. Blah blah blah. You could, you can also have like a one clump of clay and add more clay to it and make it larger, thus having a larger, more of the object, more of the clay.
It occupies more space, yeah. It occupies.
Right, yeah. And then you can say that it has the effect of putting more. It seems to have a greater effect on this spring, right, than another thing, than this other thing, which doesn't have as great an effect on this spring, meaning it doesn't push the spring down as far, right? But but then you get into the whole reason of why they think that happens, and with the gravity and all that, mass.
That's the reason why things are just used as conventions and nothing more. So when the word mass is being used, it's utilized as a convention and not as in something in and of itself, or it shouldn't be. But the way the ballers describe it is that it has value, like in and of itself. Like the thing has mass, right? And then you're like, well, how can you define it? So it's in that whole thing. But as a convention, you could just use it to colloquially convey an idea. It's not used for anything more than that. Because then when you get, it's weird, right? Because when you start to define what it is, it's like resistance to acceleration. So what is that?
It's the same exact thing that happened with the term atmosphere and air. So sometimes they forget and they would start talking about the air that we breathe and calling it air. So I breathe air, the air in the bottle, and they forget that thing, when they argue about air pressure, they call it atmospheric pressure, not air pressure.
Yeah, the way that we talk to people about things to convey ideas is one thing, but then there's the other side of it. Why are we using those terms, and why did that term have that specific meaning? Because it had to have some type of meaning, otherwise it wouldn't be a term. It holds its existence only in a conventional sense, but no further. So yeah, how do you know how much the amount of stuff something has? How many particles does it have?
You'll never know. They don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's not about the amount of matter just in a specific object. No. They talk about mass as being the amount of matter in the molecule itself.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's totally brick.
Yeah. What is the smallest form of, something? What would be the smallest form? An atom? What's below an atom? An electron? What's below the electron?
For them, mass is how much materials in the nucleus. How much protons does the nucleus hold?
And how much does it hold?
They don't know. they don't know how much things that atom holds. They don't even agree about a model of the atom now.
I think we're very good at describing the effects of things, right? The effects of things that, the constituent parts of what something is, like that's wood, that's metal, this over here is plastic. You can start describing things in the physical world, right? But when it comes down to what makes those things up, why are they the elements that they are? I mean, yeah, that's a whole other realm. You could interact with these things and quantify them to a great effect, but as to defining why they are even existing the way they do, you can't do that. Anybody here that thinks that the Earth is a globe? Maybe. You got a Hugh Drew sitting there. Rhea. A person 6591. We got Calaman that just joined. What's up, Calaman? Is Crit here? Crit, you there?
and medium, depending on their density.
So it's
we can predict those things, but it's beyond testing a causal mechanism. It's just a passive effect.
Isn't that kind of like the same?
Which is why
not everything.
Which is why there's these different theories.
It's very conditional, right?
So you're
conditional, and it only applies to liquids and solids.
So you're
in specific environments.
So you're acknowledging that based on your limited scope, you can't really determine what it is.
Yeah. It's like questions like, what is the sun? What are the stars made of? You can't test it.
Okay, and you also can't test that. If you, I mean, from your perspective, everything looks flat to you, but then you can't really test if you zoom out.
We can use optical technology.
No, sorry, I want to address this. We can't run through the scientific method, that is formulating a hypothesis, a prediction into a cause and effect relationship, and then test it through experimentation with regards to gravity. Right, we just can't run it through the scientific method.
And that includes observation, right?
Yeah, observation.
And you can't
hypothesis
observe
construction.
You can't observe the full Earth, right?
No.
Right, so you can't claim that the whole thing is just flat.
No, everywhere we go is measured flat.
Yeah, but that's only because you're only limiting yourself to like a few miles. You can't take the whole.
Excuse me. No, it's not limited to a few miles. It's limited to a few thousand miles, where we treat the Earth as a horizontal reference when navigating it to denote distance.
Yeah, and how do we confirm that what's the experiment that we've done that's observed 1,000
It's
miles?
navigation and charting. It's how we chart and navigate the world.
That lets you see the whole 1,000 miles of Earth?
No, that lets us travel and navigate the Earth.
Yeah, but you can't see all that.
We will when we get there.
No, you're only going to see a few miles out.
I think we need to start smaller.
When I get there, I'll get there. What?
When you get there, you're still going to only see like a few miles out. You're not going to see the whole thousands of mile distance.
Okay. Still not quite sure where you're going with this.
I think we need to start smaller.
Mate, not shut up.
No, you're all right. I think we need to start smaller with the guy, just so he understands what we're talking about. So yes, you agree we experience the Earth to be flat. Yeah. So
from our perspective, our limited scope.
From our perspective, which is the only perspective any of us have. There is no other perspective. That would be called imagination. So yeah, from our reality, we experience a flat, motionless Earth. Now, if someone comes along and says it seems flat and motionless, but it's actually curved and in motion, those are positive claims which need to be substantiated. So that's where we're at. We need to substantiate those claims. The claim for curvature is that over 10 miles, there'll be over 66 feet of drop. So that's what needs to be measured. 10-mile lake, right?
What's the experiment that disproves that?
Well, long-range observations, laser tests, they're not scientific experiments per se. They're more like line-of-sight tests.
Why aren't they
measurements?
I would think it's
because it's a different thing. It's a different thing. We're not dealing with a how and why. We're dealing with a what is question. It's a what is question. So it's observation and measurement.
Can you
observation and measurement? Yeah. So people will be posting stuff in the side chat, and we can send you a link to our home server, which has channels specifically alphabetized covering all this stuff. So can someone send him the link to the server and post some of the demonstrations in the side chat? You look in the side chat.
Even if I grant
Which ones do you want?
Yeah, we could do the Black Swan.
Even if I grant you that part, I mean, that's only going to prove a distance of like 60 miles, right? It's not going to prove the whole thousands of miles.
Yeah. But even, well, that's a separate argument, which, we can discuss with
your claim. Right.
But, yeah, it's sufficient. I mean, debunking the curve over 10, 20, 30, 40 miles is enough to destroy the entire globe model because it's all built on this 39, 59 mile radius. If that's not true, nothing else is true. The sizes and distances to the sun, moon, and stars.
But all I'm saying is that from your experiment, you're only coming up to 60 miles. You can't disprove that the Earth is.
We're falsifying the radius. We're falsifying the radius of the globe. Okay, so you agree that we're falsifying the radius.
I don't agree that we're falsifying. I agree that there are different.
Well, that's what we're doing.
Whether it's whether they do it accurately or not. But okay, here's a link, I guess. I'll study this and I'll look over it.
Yeah, have a look. Look at some of the observations and the line of sight tests, and basically what it's showing is that there's no obstruction due to this curvature that there should be. Because it's flat.
Picture. Where's the link to the actual study? Is there no written measurements and studies? Is this just a GIF? Is that it?
Yeah, no, I can send you the PDF of the FE Core laser test. That's a good one to start with. I'll put that.
Yeah, there's hours and stuff. Depends how deep you want to start. And this is just a very quick observation. We can go much deeper if you want.
There could be other factors to this simple GIF. It could be, the camera lens can really distort how the image looks. Refraction.
Well, where do you see the horizon in that image? Is it in front of the rigs or behind them?
Let me see the GIF again. I see it behind it.
Yeah, you see the horizon behind it, right? Well, according to the globe, it would have to be in front of them. So, yeah.
It would have to be in front of them. Why? Because it's less.
Because that's the curvature of the Earth, apparently.
How do I know that thing is actually as far as they claim it is?
Well, they're oil rigs. They're known locations off of California.
Yeah, but I need to know where the observer is.
Yeah. That's fine. I get it.
That's
and
why
you're
I
right.
need the PDF.
But at the moment, I'm just going through the principles with you so that you can do this kind of thing yourself in reality. Right, so if you go into Google and you type in distance to horizon calculator, you can put in your observer height, say 6 feet, and it will tell you how far away the horizon should be for you. Right, and in that case, it should be about 2.5, 3 miles away. So this is a geometric principle that they're saying should be evident in the everyday natural world. This is what we're testing. When we go and look for it, it's not there. The horizon's orders of magnitude further than it should be, which completely debunks the radius value because that horizon is supposed to be the curve of this ball with a 39-59 mile radius. So yeah, there's loads of examples, and we'll send you.
What's your name? Height in every Kevin.
Kivo, right? Okay, I'm going to send you a link in your DMs if you've got them on. And there's some channels in there which have a bunch of these.
I'm surprised you can't tell me more from the PDF. Have you read the PDF yourself?
I've just sent it to your DMs. If you join that and check the additional information channels, there's hours of stuff you can look into.
Have you read this PDF yourself?
Which one?
The one sent by... Oh, maybe it's not from you. Dandelion, I guess.
Yeah, I just sent him the FE Core PDF laser test. Those are laser tests.
We could go over all of these observations in detail, step by step, if you wanted to, but it would take time, dude, right? This is a magnitude of evidence that we have to present, right? A lot of these are high-definition videos. They show the location. They show proof of the observer height, validating all of the distances.
Yeah, that's a good point, DJ. If you're into it, Kevin, we will happily go through some of these observations with you in detail. I'm going to be jumping off in a minute, but Jedi, Dandelion, DJ, all capable hands that you can have a discussion with. So, yeah, if that's what you want, let's do it.
All right, thanks. But yeah, granted,
if you want to go over a really good one, I've got one ready to go here where I can go over it in detail. It's all laid out.
Yeah, do it, DJ. Let's hear it.
Do it, DJ. Let's go.
Yeah, if he wants to. Right. So
the one you done last night, DJ.
This is the Great Salt Lake.
Hold on. I never looked into this, so it's just more going to be a class essentially. I'm not.
He'll hold your hand to it. Exactly. It's just like a class. That's exactly how you should treat this. And no matter what you go away thinking, you make your own conclusions. But yeah, that's the environment we're trying to foster here. So DJ will take you through this and see what you think.
Okay.
All right, bear with my crappy internet connection. So this is a full high definition video, which I will post the link to the full video, but I have taken some screenshots out of the video just so I can explain it all first, right? Kind of like a slideshow. Right, so this is the location. This is the Great Salt Lake in Utah. Right, so from this point that you can see in this first image I posted, over to that mainland on the other side of the lake there, that's 21 miles away. Right, there's actually a little, like a mining town over on the other side, but you can't see it from this vantage point. Okay, so right to the next image, right? So in this observation, so here's the Google Maps location, right? So this will show you where the guy's standing and where he's pointing the camera. Okay, so this is 21 miles, the observation. Like you can see the distance marcation line, the yellow line in the Google Maps image, right? It'll show you 21 miles distance. Okay, so here's an Earth curve calculator, just another screenshot from the video.
Wait, okay, let me look for this on Google Maps too. What
well,
is,
you can.
Utah?
Yeah, Great Salt Lake, Utah.
Because it already looks kind of. Because he's like maybe it's just too zoomed in and the map is too zoomed out for me to tell. But like this picture the first picture you sent, it looks like he's reaching the end of like some like, it's like the land is narrow there, and that doesn't seem to be the direction he's facing on the map picture you showed me.
Well, just quickly, let's let DJ go through it, and then you can take notes on the questions or whatever that you want to ask, and then we'll go through it in detail. But let DJ present it in full, and then we can go back and you can ask for the details.
So I'm going to give you the video link, right? So you can double check every single thing I say.
Okay.
Afterward, right? So you can see the vantage point, right? So it's that yellow line. Right, 21 miles distance. Right, the first image I showed, that's just a view across the lake from one of the little peninsulas on the lake there. Right, so don't worry about that. That's just showing you the right. The reason I posted that is so you can see it's a nice flat lake. Right, you can see we got a perfect specular reflection over 21 miles of water. Okay. Right, so in this observation, right, he's setting up the camera. The tripod just above the surface of the water, right? It's 5 foot above the surface. Right, once again, you can double.
Did they confirm like if they're facing north, south, east, or west?
Yeah, you can have a look. All the coordinates and everything like that are well documented in the video. So it doesn't really matter which direction he's facing, right? The main thing is the target distance, which is the shoreline on the other side of the lakes, roughly 21 miles away. Okay, so let me get back to it. Right, so I've posted the Earth curve calculation there. Right, you can check this on any Earth curve calculator. Right, so we've got the eye height, which is the camera height at 5 foot. Right, target distance 21 miles. Right, that would make the distance to the horizon on a globe at 2.7 miles.
Oh, can you also send the link to the video too?
Yeah, sure. Just a moment. Great. I was saving the video to put at the end because if I post it now and you start trying to flick through the video, maybe you won't listen to the... Okay, I'm going to put it in the chat.
Okay, I'll try my best.
Yeah, because you need to understand the argument here. Right, so there's the test. Right, it's a 13-minute video. It would probably be best if we could stream it on here. But look, I would like to explain it first, right? So we have, I'll like speed it up a bit. Okay, so we have a 5-foot observer height. That means the distance to the horizon on a globe would have to be 2.7 miles approximately. Right, in this observation, we have no horizon present whatsoever. Okay, we have a specular reflection on the lake. Right, and we can see the small town on the other side of the lake right now. So here is a shot where he's viewing, right? So he's got a friend on the other side of the lake, right? So this is what it looks like on the shoreline close to the little town, right? Take note of that white tower there.
This is where the observer is at?
No, this is where the target, right? This is the target side of the lake. So he's 21 miles on the other side of the lake. He's got his friend John here on this side of the lake, right? We'll get back to John later.
I guess he's super zoomed in. I don't see that spire in the first picture, but I guess that's what you're going to get to.
Yeah, it's because of the angular size, right? You got to remember this is 21 miles. It's like 30 kilometers or more.
Right.
So when something gets below a certain size, the human eye can't resolve it. But you will see it when he zooms in. and you'll see it in the original video as well. So, okay, so this is the view from the shoreline on the side of the lake close to the little town, close to the tower. Okay, so the guy goes over to the other side of the lake, which is 21 miles away, which you saw in that Google Map diagram. And this is the location that he's standing at. And if you have a look in the video, this is the view from, like, he has his camera set up on a tripod, like sitting just here in the water. You'll be able to see that in the video, right? And in the distance is what is present in the image just above it. Okay, so he's got, like, I think it's like a Nikon P1000, has crazy optical zoom. All right, so this is the view when he zooms in from the location that you can see in the image above. Right, so we can see the tower in totality. Right, there's no horizon present. There's no curvature present. We can see the town, we can see the lights, we can see the tower. Okay, that's 21 miles away, right? So that tower, right, not only should there be a horizon at 2.7 miles, right, everything beyond the horizon line, which should be at 2.7 miles, should start to become obstructed behind the horizon. Right, so over 21 miles, you should have, like, that tower should, the bottom 230 foot of that tower should be obstructed behind the horizon. Right, we have no horizon.
And I guess all the buildings too, they're not tall enough to go past the horizon.
Well, there is no horizon, right? On a globe, you would have to have a horizon. Yeah,
but all the buildings would be under, like, they would be all under.
Oh yeah, you wouldn't be able to see any of those lights, most definitely.
Mm-hmm.
Right, so here's another view of the zoom, even closer. And the reason they've done it in the afternoon is because they're also about to conduct a laser test, right? So we've got a guy, John, that I spoke about earlier, from a group called Field Engineers Corps, which is the group behind the PDF document that Dandelion posted just before. Anyway, don't worry about that. Anyway, John is on the other side of the lake where the tower is, right? And John has a laser, like a high-powered laser. And the guy who's making the observation, called Taboo Conspiracy, he's an attorney. Right, so he's not
the laser on the tower. I'm sorry, I looked away from.
No. So there's a guy on the shoreline on the other side of the lake. Right. So the first part of this presentation is just the long distance observation. Right.
Okay.
Certain things have to be present. Right. If the Earth's a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, right, there should be drop over distance, right, curvature, and there should be a horizon at a certain distance, depending on the height of the observer. Right, so 2.7 mile horizon, not present, right? There's no horizon anywhere present. We just see a flat lake, right? There should be obstruction of the town and the tower, but there's no obstruction whatsoever. Okay, so after that, right, they've waited for it to get dark, and now they're going to do a laser test where they both have a high-powered laser, and they're going to try to see if they can see each other's laser beam from the other side of the lake. Now, he's just standing on the shoreline of the other side of the lake. Okay, so not only are they able to see each other's laser beams, right, they're actually able to see the reflection of each other's laser beams on the surface of the water, as well as being able to see the beam of the laser. Right, once again, that should be hidden by around 250 foot of Earth curvature. Right, especially the laser that's reflecting on the water. Right, that shouldn't be visible. The laser shouldn't be visible itself either. So yeah, this is just like, have a look at the video when you get time. It's just, I think it's only like a 15-minute video or something like that.
Yeah, I'll look at it. That's interesting.
Yeah, so it's just one of, like, look, that's all I expect out of you at this point, right? It's interesting. It's super interesting. You can go and repeat these types of things yourself, like I did.
Yeah, so here's, just from my perspective, like, I guess, yeah, this is a decent looking piece of evidence. This is one. I'll have to compare it to other ones and see how many other evidences, like the ones that claim that there is a curvature. I'll compare it to that and see, like, if there's an explanation for this. I mean, all I can think of from the top of my head is refraction could possibly like bend light for, I don't know how easily it can bend it, but refraction is a factor because of all the molecules in the air that are present.
Yeah, but look, there's always some distortion of the air present, right? Like you're always going to have a little bit of refraction, but it's not something that would be substantial. Like if you had substantial refraction, atmospheric refraction, you're going to get like crazy mirages and things like that. Right, that's why this was done late in the afternoon, because we have super still, calm conditions. There's no like visible miraging effects or anything like that. It's extremely clear. So
at least you acknowledge refraction is something that can bend light around a curve.
Yeah. So according to the mainstream, like atmospheric refraction is when you have like slightly different temperature gradients. Like if you've got cooler air or warmer air closer to the surface. And then you've got like a layer.
I think it's also just the types of molecules in there, like oxygen versus nitrogen versus the other elements that are in there.
Well, not really, because well, it's primarily due to different temperatures.
Oh, okay.
Because what the temperature will do, like when you have warmer, like when the gas is warmer, the gas particles are more spread out, and when it's cooler, like they're more condensed. So the light travels slightly different through the different like refractive index due to the optical density of the air. You can look that stuff up as well. Like it's just look up like atmospheric refraction, mirages. But yeah, there's no visible miraging present in this observation. And it's like this is magnitudes further as well. It's not like we can see a little bit further or something like that. This is thousands of %. Like 2 magnitudes or more.
Yeah, that is a far zoom.
Yeah, so look, there's tons of stuff like this. Like we've also got like teams of field engineers that have gone out and done stuff like this with like really, really expensive equipment, like a $30,000 laser. There's a guy called Dr. John D who has a YouTube channel. He set out to debunk flat Earth, right? He's a PhD. He's, a PhD in this particular field of like optics and refraction and things like that, right? He has a YouTube channel where he does like crazy technical tests over huge distances using all different spectrums of lasers and things like that. But yeah, lots of stuff to look into. That's why Cyclone gave you the link to the server. There's lots of links on there if you want to have a look at it.
Can you DM me the link just so I can have it easily on hand?
Yeah.
I thought this was YouTube for me. I was like, what the hell is happening? Odyssey.
Yeah. If you click on Kembo Beats. If you click on his name, I think he's got like a link to the home server in his bio. Yeah. It's right there.
Yeah, I already sent it to him, and I think Cyclone did too, but you might have to accept the DMs, or just look at Kembo. That's probably easier.
I see the links to the Discord. I want the link to the video.
I gave you a link to Dr. John D's. I gave you a link to Dr. John D's channel that he was just talking about with the PhD who set out to debunk it, ended up demonstrating to himself that there was no globe. And then earlier, DJ put the link to the video he's talking about. Is that which one are you asking about?
The video with the optics zoom into the Salt Lakes.
Oh, there you go. It's in the side chat there. Yeah.
Okay.
Have you ever invited Dr. John to the Discord?
No, we haven't actually.
I'll do it right now for you, because you guys are incompetent as hell. One sec, let me do that.
Oh, okay, Luke. Thanks for that.
Oh, yeah, Luke, get him in here. Yep, we're ready. Yeah, I mean, he has connections
to a lot of people. Little attitude, Luke. Yeah, you're going to lose your privileges again, bro.
Fan base.
Happy little smart ass.
That was pretty silly.
Well, it's
yeah, Luke, you're like borderline. You're borderline.
Yeah, I know. Right? You guys want to vilify me, but I'm being honest.
Don't push your luck.
Yeah, look, man. After yesterday, 45 minutes straight of just leaving and joining over and over and over again, right, to disrupt the chat. You're lucky that you're allowed here.
What is that like a?
Damn, Luke.
Yeah,
that's some weak shit.
I'm threatening to permaban you right now. Like, this is your last chance. If you want to be here in good faith, Look, I'll just do it. I won't hesitate. Right? Okay, I'm giving you another chance to stay here in good faith.
I'll shut up. Sorry.
Well, okay. Put yourself on mute. Thank you. Yeah, we don't want to ban anyone or anything like that. We had a great chat with you today for like 3 hours, right? I could have been working that whole time, right? But we were putting time into you, right, to try to help you understand this stuff, right? We don't want to fight with you.
Yeah, that was well explained, DJ.
Yeah, it's a good one. It's a very, very clear one. And then the laser test at the end is the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, that was a good class session.
Yeah, there's a lot of really cool observations. And, that's the good thing about this is you can actually get like a $300, $400 Nikon P900, and you can go and find a large body of water and do your own testing if you wanted to, test it for yourself. But yeah, look, I appreciate you listening, and I got it interesting out of you. Like, that's all I ask for. Like, you should not be convinced at this point, right? And if you
invite Dr. John, and we can talk to him personally if he wants.
Yeah, okay, cool. He's a flat earther. You'll probably get upset when you talk to him.
Maybe he'll disprove hundreds of years of maths in front of my eyes.
It's not math, right? We're testing the math, right? So they tell us that the globe has a particular radius value, right? That means that there's an approximate horizon distance that goes along with that, right? We're just testing that to see if it matches reality. And when we go out and test it, right, it's not there, right? The math doesn't match reality. So it's interesting.
The equator is a straight line through the middle point on our agreement. Do we agree there's an equator?
What's your point?
I'm just asking a question. Like, the point is that whether I think it's a globe or flat Earth, we should agree there's an equator, I guess.
Yeah, the equator.
What is the equator to you? Is it the center line? And is it straight?
It's not like an actual line, right? It's just related to the path of the sun.
Are you saying the equator moves then?
No.
So it's a path?
It's an imaginary line people call the equator.
Which correlates to the path of the sun over the Earth.
Yeah, what's your point?
I'm trying to understand.
We both agree the equator exists, right? Like.
Okay, well, that's what I was asking. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
So, Kivo, did you have any other questions about these long-distance observations or laser tests?
For that specifically, no. I'm just looking up stuff about refraction and laser tests myself here. So, yeah, for that, not really. I was still curious on the gravity thing, but I mean, I guess you guys are saying that's not a provable concept, I guess.
Well, it's something you're going to have to hold on to if you want to have a globe, right? It's something that's needed to explain how you can have, giant oceans sticking to the outside of a spinning globe and that sort of thing. So to have a globe, you need to, defend gravity to the death.
I guess it's a bigger factor in global Earth too, but why not flat Earth? Wouldn't the water fall off the edges? I guess you said there's no edges, right?
Yeah, try not to envision the flat Earth as some sort of disk inside the heliocentric model or whatever you want to call it, the heliocentric worldview.
Do you know how far we've traversed the Earth, I guess? on the flat
Earth? Well, I know that many people have circumnavigated the Earth east to west, right, which would work on a globe or a flat Earth, but nobody's ever kept going. No one's ever gone from the north and then done a great circle, right, and kept going down around over the South Pole, right, and come back up around the other side of the Earth and done a great circle north to south, right? That would not be possible on a flat Earth, right? But nobody's ever done that.
Wait, did you say they circumnavigated the flat Earth east and west, though?
Yeah, east and west. Yeah, east to west has been done many times, right? That would work on a flat surface or a globe.
Oh, I'm a bit lost. Maybe my understanding.
Yeah, east and west would. Well, no, it's the same thing. But yeah, a lot of people get this confused, like if you haven't looked into it before. So east and west are circles, right? Not straight lines.
East and west is a circle?
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm isn't east and west on a compass? Isn't that a straight line? I'm a bit confused.
No. It might feel like you're going, like on this massive scale, it might feel like you're going in a straight line, but you would have to keep recorrecting to the left or the right, depending if you're going east or west, to stay true east or true west. Right? Picture this, right? Say you've got like a flat piece of ground, right? And you stick a powerful magnet in the ground. Right, and then you've got a compass, like say you're on a football field, right? You put a massive magnet in the center of the football field, or anywhere on the football field, right? And then you get a compass, right? And the compass is going to point to the north. So if you want to go east or west, you can go around in a circle.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the same. The same on the
line. Well. You're saying the line for like east and west is a circle. Okay, because you're going around that center point.
Yeah, it's perpendicular to the north axis. So even on your globe, that's the case. There's only one place on Earth on the globe, right, where you would be going east and west in a straight line in one axis, and that'd be at the equator, where you don't have to turn left or right. But any other place, you'd be turning left or right, and that could work perfectly fine on a plane.
Yeah, I just realized when I said east or west, you took that as like, I guess the magnet influence on the poles. Yeah. So I meant more like if you just go in a straight line, pick a direction, go east, west, north, or just like, sorry, ignore east, west, north, south.
Yeah, no, I got you. So in reality, it's simple to theorize. Or to picture it like on a basketball or something like that, or on like a flat piece of paper. But in reality, it's not so easy to just keep going in a straight line. Like no one's ever just kept going in a straight line to see what happens.
Yeah, but how far have we gotten? We had to have like someone attempt it at least by this point.
Yeah, look it up. I don't know.
Not using that method. They'd always be referencing north or the stars or something. That scientists tell you that it's impossible for a human just to walk in a straight line, right? Just on instinct alone, they'll go in a circle.
Yeah, but I guess even with
it's not instinct; it's still the size of your legs. Most people have one leg that's longer than another.
Yeah, I mean, with technology today, I mean, we claim to have done it. And again, I think that technology is GPS.
Well, who did it?
Based on
no one's claimed to have done it on over a vast distance.
You don't think the airplanes fly around
they take flight corridors, right?
So
they take advantage of jet streams, and no one's lying, right? The planes are, that's they're just taking particular paths, right? It's like a particular plane.
Wait, but you're saying they're not lying. So no one has ever claimed to like go from China to U.S. one direction and the other direction too.
You can't fly on a globe, by the way.
Wait, why not?
Because you have to have pitch data.
Yeah, I guess essentially the net forces will pitch you down overall, yeah?
No, there's no net forces going to pitch you down. You have to fly flat and level. We already got the proof. We already got the black box data from a flight. Over 2-hour flight, it's over.
Yeah, I want to see that one too. Send me the link.
Wait, someone told me about you, Quantum Eraser.
Send you the link. I'll send you the pitch data directly.
Yeah, can you put it inside chat? I would love to see that, please.
Yeah, 1 second.
Thanks, my guy.
Yeah, good timing. This is a great one, actually.
Well, we all know one of the proofs, flat Earth proofs, right out the gate for me. Oh, somebody beat me to it. Who was it? Hell's Angles. Good job. Right out the gate for me is on my website with flight. I don't even need the pitch data. It's already set there from 2016. If you check out my website, it's on there. 1 second.
Okay, so this pitch data is saying because it's not moving up or down. Oh,
hold on 1 second. Let me get the. Let me get you my website, specifically flight. 1 second.
Wait, you're a constant pitch above zero though. What's 0 point?
Hold a second. Just relax a second there, son. I can only do one thing at a time. I'm a man. All right?
You're a pilot, right?
I am not a pilot. I'm a man. I can only do one thing at a time.
Oh, I thought you were a pilot. My bad. Sorry.
Don't need to be a pilot to evaluate this data. So there you go. There's my argument right there for flight from 2016. Can't get around that one. This just is cherry on top. Makes it quicker.
Did you write all this?
Yes.
Oh, hell yeah. I'll check this out.
So this is from the National Transportation Safety Board. Sorry to cock block you on this one, DJ. I didn't want to let that one go by.
Oh, great.
The flight. So, do you have this graph up?
I think I have the right one.
Yeah, we outlined a blue box. In fact, that mirrors my example from 2016. This is a flight that's traveling at 500 miles an hour for 2 hours. It's my B example on my website, but I digress.
I think plural of proofs is proves, isn't it? Sorry. Sorry.
Proofs, whatever. On the x-axis, you got the time. Oh, let me give you an overview. This is the black box data from a United Airlines flight in 2018 that had to have an emergency landing.
Okay.
Is somebody talking through me?
I'm talking to myself, sorry.
Go on mute.
Okay.
So, this is a flight, United Airlines flight 1175 from 2018, flying from San Francisco to, I forget the destination. It doesn't matter anyway. That had to make an emergency landing in Hawaii. One of the engines got blown up. No one was hurt. All the passengers and staff landed safely in Honolulu. So this is the black box data from the NTSB, and it shows a number of different things. The one thing it shows is the pitch data, flying at approximately 500 miles an hour for 2 hours straight. Obviously, that's 1,000 miles. Yeah. As you can see, if you look over to the right, the orange data is the pitch data that has pitch written right above it. If you look at the legend over to the right-hand side, it has in degrees from 0 to 10. As you can see, this flight, the pitch data, never budged a smagging inch above 2-degree pitch angle the whole 2 hours. We ain't going to go to the rest of it because it's a little muddled because they had problems. So my question is, really, I could just stop right here. My question is, how can the pitch data even be acquired on a globe?
You're saying how do they measure pitch on a globe?
Yeah, because pitch is relative to what?
To the surface of the Earth?
No. Horizontal.
Okay, yeah.
Well, yeah, it would be. Because the Earth's flat. Correct. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Oh, the current horizontal, yes.
Thanks, yes.
Are they flying up at a constant rate for those hours?
Yeah, that's what I was comment on.
Yeah. Yeah.
How is that even true for a flat Earth then?
Don't get off the main bridge here.
You're asking me to not ask questions.
No, I'm not asking you not to ask questions, but focus on what I'm telling you. Don't leave the pitch data just yet.
Can you answer me that question,
don't try to
please?
play me. Because I'm sniffing a pretender clown weasel right now. So focus on the pitch data. I will ask you again.
I am looking at the pitch data. It is not at 0.
I would ask, no shit. It's too hot. How can you even acquire it? What is it relative to? Here we go back to this again.
The current horizontal surface.
Horizontal. So how can you have horizontal? So
it's a tangent.
Holy fucking shit, dude.
All right, tell me how it's not a tangent then.
How the fuck can you acquire pitch data on a globe where there are no horizontals?
Because you take the tangent.
It's not a tangent. No one's taking a fucking tangent here, and a tangent is begging the question fallacy.
Tangent is what?
Tangent is begging the question fallacy on your part.
What question?
Begging the question. What's a tangent?
It is a straight line that, I guess, crosses one point on a circle.
On a sphere tard. Yeah. And your point is a sphere? That's begging the question. Where's the tangent coming from? But what does it shoot out of the gyros? Because that's where the pitch data is coming from.
Yes, sir. That is
for the tangent.
How pitch works, and pitch is relative.
I'm only talking to one person here, by the way.
Yeah, it's coming from the tangent.
Thanks, Luke. We'll catch you next, Luke. We'll catch you next. We'll catch you next. All right.
I'm talking to Kivo too, sir. You're good.
We'll catch you next, Luke. Right now, I'm talking to Kiwi. So this comes from. So we're back to this pitch data. So where can you have a horizontal? It's not a fucking tangent.
Why can't it be a tangent?
How can it be a tangent?
Okay, so we can't prove either one then.
Yes, I can. Because if this fucking plane was flying for 2 hours over 1,000 miles, it would have to negotiate 124 miles of drop over that 1,000 miles. This flight's not going anywhere. It's flying flat.
With this data,
welcome to Flat Earth.
Data, it's disproving both globe Earth and Flat Earth.
No, it's not. You're a moron.
That is. It's disproving both.
You're a douchebag. You see that altitude pressure down here? Altitude pressure. It's maintaining 34,000 feet above. Even that's a flat Earth proof, by the way. You can't have altitude pressure on a globe tard.
No, that's going to be based on the molecules being pulled by gravity.
No, it's not. You don't know what molecules are. So, this is saying that the plane is flying flat and level for 1,000 miles without gaining or losing altitude. See that altitude pressure? It's flat line.
Isn't it pitched up, so gaining altitude?
It's flat line. Yeah, the nose is pitched up, but it would have to pitch down to negotiate the curvature, and it doesn't do that.
Oh, you're saying it's pitched up but not going up.
That's correct. The plane has to fly at 2 to 3 degrees pitch up to stay flat and level. Now back to the altitude pressure. Wait. This is staying at 34. Don't say wait.
It has to
in the middle of my fucking sentence.
So the plane is angled upward, but it's flying perfectly horizontal
to maintain lift.
Yeah, to maintain lift. Correct.
Interesting. Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, it's all over. Here's another little visual to help you see what would happen if it was actually flying on a globe. That would happen over in chat.
Yeah, my only speculation
crap,
for
that's
this,
the wrong one.
my only speculation for this is that, I mean, you're going to hate the answer, but because they already counted for gravity.
Counted for gravity doesn't have anything to do with this discussion.
Yep, when all the computers used to measure the pitch and all this other data, I'm sure they account for gravity.
No, gravity doesn't exist.
Sure.
It's irrelevant to this discussion. So there you go, right there. Hold up.
Sorry.
Right there inside chat. 124.3 miles of vertical drop have to be negotiated on that flight.
Yeah, in order to make that pitch data not like fly away from the graph, from the paper there, they have to account for gravity to keep it flat.
They don't have to account for gravity. Gravity has nothing to do with this discussion for the third fucking time. It doesn't exist, number one, and even if it did exist, it has nothing to do with this discussion whatsoever.
I thought earlier we were saying that we can't prove gravity or disprove.
It's irrelevant. We're not getting away from gravity, sunshine. Focus on the pitch data and where your flight would be if it followed that pitch data. It would be 124.3 miles in that 2 hours of flight time above the Earth.
Yep, and all the data used to calculate
good night.
that data.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yep.
Snacks are in the back. Bathrooms on the left. DJ spinner requests. Smoke them if you got them. Go ahead, Jetty.
Cool.
Nah, that's all right. You've done it.
Oh,
that one is harder to accept. That one's harder to accept than the Salt Lake laser test, I'd say.
This one's easier to accept. You're just not too.
No, you totally disregarded gravity, but yeah.
Okay, let's go to gravity.
What would it do?
Hold on. Let's go to gravity then. That is a total red herring fallacy to my ass ripping I just provided you. But let's go to gravity. Let's make it a wholesale butt ripping. Which gravity are you talking about, by the way?
The force that pulls us down.
Gravity hasn't been a force for 110 years.
Okay, sorry. Okay, fine. I won't call it force. It's the thing that pulls us down. Whatever.
It pulls us down. Citation, please.
Can you not observe where down is?
Which one is that? You don't have up and down on a globe. Welcome to flat Earth.
No, to your
up
perspective,
and down
which way is down?
To what? Up is relative to what?
To gravity?
No, not to fuck with gravity. To mean sea level. How do you have sea level on a globetard?
Because gravity holds it down.
No, because gravity holds it down. Holy fucking shit.
Well,
okay, let's start over. Which gravity are you speaking to?
The one that holds that.
No, not the one. Down. Which one?
Do you have to talk every detail about it? Like
yes.
Talk about quantum physics and string theory?
Yes. Which one?
Goodness.
Yes. Which one?
Oh my gosh. Okay.
He's not going to help you.
So we're gonna talk about string theory. You're saying
we're not talking about string theory.
You said yes earlier. Okay. Well, okay.
My God, dude, get the Adderall drip out, Holmes.
Should have a name.
String theory.
There's X gravity and there's Y gravity. I'm not going to fill in the blanks, bro.
Which gravity are you speaking to? Then I'm going to ask you to scientifically validate it right after. Not you, but to go get the scientific validation. So which one?
We had this conversation earlier, dude. Come on.
Yeah, I'll tell you. I'll give you a clue. You got two choices.
This guy or that guy?
Think about
good
people. Their names.
Holy shit. One starts with an N, the other one starts with E. Their last names.
Can I buy a vowel?
Nigel and Ephron.
You're supposed to have learned about these people in public school. Were you paying attention?
Hello?
Hello? Did he fucking boot scoot? He fucking left. Did he, or is he still here? Who is it? Is it Kivo? Hello? Is my mic working?
Yeah, it's
Kivo. Oh, he's still here. All right, which one?
If you're talking, Kivo, we cannot hear you.
Oh, he's not. He's just sitting there in wonder.
Oh, by the way, I didn't go over another key concept with the pitch data. According to the National Transportation Safety Board, the Earth is not spinning. It's absolutely stationary.
Hello?
I forgot about that one. Sorry.
Has anybody talked to Solitarian?
We can get back to that after gravity.
Right. He's back. He must have gone to the bathroom or something.
Good.
Oh, me? Yeah, what's up?
Yeah.
I was in the restroom.
Yeah. So the question is, for the 12th time, which gravity are you speaking to?
Which like you're talking about like Newtonian versus what was the other one?
Einsteinian?
Bingo.
I mean, either one tells us that something is pulling things down.
No.
That's the only level I want to talk about.
No.
No.
No?
Which one are you speaking to? It's one or the other. Pick one.
I guess to carry the conversation forward, I'll just go with Newtonian.
Okay, that was debunked 110 years ago.
Okay, let's go with the other one then for this conversation.
Okay, Einstein. Okay, no, the Jetty's losing it. Okay, now we're going to need scientific validation for it. That is.
Oh wait, hold on. Sorry.
No, I'm not holding on. I'm not holding on.
You won't let me talk?
No, I'm not holding on. Listen to my question.
Okay, fine.
You said Einstein. I said no problem. But now we're going to need scientific validation for it. Now, it doesn't have to be you. Because if it's Einstein, then his general theory of relativity, published November 25th, 1915, contains the information I'm asking for. All you have to do is go find it. So, November 25th, 1915, the general theory of relativity, if it's an actual scientific theory and is scientifically validated gravity, then we would have to see at least one hypothesis and the experiment validating that hypothesis within the boundaries of that paper. Follow?
The hypothesis that there is something pulling us downward?
No, the hypothesis that proves the general theory of relativity and his space-time horseshit has to be in there.
Oh, you're talking about the explanation for gravity, not that it's...
Not talking about an explanation. I'm talking about we need the hypothesis for the third time. You're going to have to scientifically validate this monkey. What you do is you go back to November 25th, 1915. That's when it was published. Within the boundaries of that paper, General Theory of Relativity, it must contain a valid hypothesis and experiment validating that hypothesis, making the General Theory of Relativity an actual scientific theory.
Was that a question?
That's all it needs to be. Yes. It's a request for evidence from you who appealed to Einsteinian gravity. All red herring fallacy, like we're on gravity.
Wait,
no problem.
I just said for the sake of the conversation, I didn't say I fully think it's all true. I'm just saying there is something that pulls us down. I'm not trying to explain how
it's all
that works.
True. Well, that's horseshit.
I'm not trying to explain how
You're
it works.
You're in dreamland, fantasy land.
Oh my god! So you just You're just going to say gravity doesn't matter which one. You're going to point out that it exists.
I'm not trying to explain how it works.
Hold on.
I'm just trying to say that it exists.
Yeah, okay. But when we press you on it, it's irrelevant. We shouldn't press you on it, apparently. You don't know the information to be pressed on. You just think that it's a foregone conclusion that this thing exists.
Wait, okay.
We're trying to point out that no, it doesn't.
So you're saying because I can't fully explain Einstein's or Newtonian's theory, I can't make the claim that gravity exists?
No, we ain't saying that. No.
Then why are you skipping over that? I'm trying to say that gravity exists.
Why am I? Well, because...
Or that there's something pulling us down. That's all I'm saying.
Because to say if something exists, you have to demonstrate that it does exist.
Okay, when I pick up something when I pick up my phone and let go, it falls to the ground.
Oh, really? When I pick up a helium balloon and let it go, it floats above my head.
Yep, and that's because of the molecules inside of it.
No, that you don't know what molecules are. Just shut the fuck up. I just counteracted your example. Hold on. I just counteracted. We don't need explanations. Explanations
that's
are
very unscientific of you, sir.
We need demonstration and scientific validation, not your just so stories. That's not going to fucking cut it.
Okay, why does a balloon go up?
Not because of gravity, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, why is it?
Asking
wait, I think it might be easier for him to understand this. We should point out to him that's a philosophical question you just asked. Do you realize that?
Doesn't matter. We need gravity. And your fall down, go boom boom's not going to happen. What about clouds? Why aren't they falling down?
Because the weight of the molecules and the type of molecules.
The weight of the molecules are holding them up. Unbelievable. That's pretty fucking stupid.
Wait, okay, then what's your explanation for why anything just
I don't have an explanation. I'll tell you what my fucking explanation is.
You keep saying that. That's a bit.
I got one. Invisible. We got fucking divisions of invisible three-toed gnomes, and they have this fucking tractor beam on the clouds, and they pull them up because they're located right outside and orbiting the Earth. That's why. Good?
You believe that?
That's my explanation.
And you believe that?
I don't believe it. That's my explanation.
How is that your explanation if you don't believe it?
How is it an explanation if you don't believe it? Because I said it's an explanation.
You claimed it was your explanation, not
That's
just
my explanation. Yep. It has just much as veracity as your dumb fuck explanation of things fall down, go boom, boom.
Yeah, I want to know your explanation. I don't
and call it gravity. I just fucking explained it to you.
And that's what you believe?
Can I validate that? No. Just like you, we're in the same position with your gravity. Can you validate that? No. So we're on the same footing. So my explanation about the invisible three-toed gnomes holds at just as much veracity as your gravity horseshit. Neither of us can demonstrate it. But I can explain it. See how that works?
We're definitely not looking for explanations. We're at least looking for a hypothesis, right? And they're not the same thing.
Yep.
Science isn't an explanation, right? I hope that rings some bells. Hypothesis-based, that's a prediction of the cause and effect. It is tested through the experiment.
Are you typing this stuff into AI? Is that why you're pausing? Is that what's happening here? You're going to lose real bad.
Yeah, he's reading the response.
Yeah, that's what you're doing. Because this is... what are you doing, dude?
Huh? Oh, I'm playing again.
Oh, my God. No, my discussion with you is over. And you lose. You lose. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Thanks
Snacks are in the back, bathrooms on the left. DJ spinning requests. Smoke them if you got them.
Luke, you're still here since like fucking 6 hours?
Did you say helium balloons go up because molecules?
Yes.
Nikki, yeah, give me an explanation.
Look, what are you doing amongst these people, bro?
I'm done with them. Maybe you guys can. I think he can't.
Can someone else explain why?
Can somebody else give me an explanation? Give me an explanation, Jedi. Go ahead, give it to him.
He's giving an explanation, dude.
And he doesn't want to.
No,
I did.
I know you did. I know you did. I'm asking for someone else.
What does it matter? You're not too quick on the uptake, are you?
Unicorn farts.
There you go. You got unicorn farts.
Sounds like he wants my ghost
10-dimensional pink flying elephants.
Wow. I can see how serious flat earthers are about all this.
Like I said earlier,
why things are pulled to the ground this morning. It's about ghosts and how they pull everything down. We can get to that later.
We could come up with thousands of explanations, dude.
How about this new thing called not gravity?
Don't want explanations. Want a hypothesis, like I said earlier. No one's interested in explanations. We're trying to do science that's hypothesis-based.
Because as soon as you appealed to something pulling things down, you appealed to cause, right? You could have just said, I see some things go down or fall, right? What's the reason for that? But you have invoked a cause by saying it's being pulled down. So you're going to be asked for scientific validation to establish that
I can pull it back then. Why does it go down? Not that it's pulling something, not that it's being pulled, but why does it go down?
Okay, I did this the other day, so I'll give you an alternative idea. It's not being pulled, it's being pushed.
Pushed?
Now what? By what? I don't know, the vacuum force in the sky. Doesn't matter, I can say anything at this moment. But we've got, hold on, we've got two claims on the... Hold on.
Doesn't matter.
Excuse me. we've got two claims on the table. How do we prove which one's true? You say it's pulling. I say the sky's pushing. How do we prove which one is true?
I guess you can't. So my next question would be, why is
Sorry, no. We can.
Oh, we can?
Yeah. If we try to construct a hypothesis where we observe the phenomena, the dependent variable, and make a prediction of its cause, that will be the independent variable, and then test it in an experiment where we vary the independent variable to see if it causes the dependent variable or not. We could do science, right? Cause and effect reasoning.
Oh, I guess with that type of explanation, you can do anything.
It's not an explanation, it's a hypothesis, it's a prediction.
Yeah, but the way you like, you can do something, you could say that for anything then.
No, we can do things for many things. But in this instance, an observation of something happening in the physical natural world, we can probably predict a cause of it and then run it through an experiment to see if our prediction is correct or not.
Yeah, but the way you use can was different. But I mean, I guess I see what you're saying, but can we actually, like, is it feasible for us to do that? That's what I'm asking.
Oh, is it feasible for you to prove that whatever your suggestion is true? No. Like I said earlier, we're trying to teach you this.
No, yeah, okay. No, I get it.
So you can say anything, but you're not going to be able to empirically demonstrate it, which is what we require, empirical demonstration of the truth.
Yeah, I guess that goes into just like the black box type of analysis where like you don't really understand what's inside, how it works, but you can still use it for, you know, for experimentation.
Yeah, I do understand it. I can read the graph.
How they
Yes,
work
I do
too.
understand it. Yeah, I do understand it. And I ripped your ass up with it. Welcome to Flat Earth.
You
and it's
understand
not
gravity?
the same as your gravity horseshit.
Wait, understand what?
Wait a second. Understand what? Fuck off.
I also tried to point out to you a lot earlier, before all these guys turned up, that what you're talking about is very conditional and very specific and only relates to certain, liquids and solids in a specific condition or environment, because that we don't just, you can't just blanket statement that everything goes down, right? Because that's not what we observe. We observe certain things go down depending on their environment. We observe some things go up. Gas expands in all directions. Some things are just seem to be sitting still. Clouds are moving horizontally. There's all different types of motion that we're observing. Why are you so hyper-focused on this one direction?
Because with the other things, I believe there's another explanation for those.
I believe.
What other things?
Like, why do you think clouds are not going up or down?
Good luck with him.
Wait, I got to point this out to him. Buddy, do you realize that you just asked a philosophical question and we're not here talking about philosophy?
I guess I don't. What's a philosophical take?
So you're asking why. Like I could say, well, why does the sun move across the sky? You know, like that's a philosophical question. It has nothing to do with what we're talking about. We're talking about objective reality, not philosophy.
You're saying from like from the perspective of like purpose. You're saying, right?
You know what philosophical means?
I guess not. Explain it to me.
Dude, explain to you. Look at the definition, for Christ's sakes, dude.
Give me one. Because I'm doubting you even know what it is then.
Why are we wasting our time on this clown? If he doesn't even know what philosophical means,
tell me.
Are you gonna seriously pretend you don't know what a philosopher is? You're gonna pretend that right now? You're going to pretend you don't know. Like, you can speak English, you've gotten this far in your life speaking English, and you don't know what that word, either of those two words mean, really? Like, kiss my ass, dude.
It's funny when you join in on a conversation, but if you join in on a conversation where somebody is asking the rest of a room of grown-up adults, what does the word philosophical mean? You're either at the point where you've engaged with a retard or somebody who's a complete wanker who's probably lost the argument, which is probably where I've joined the conversation.
Oh yeah, he lost a long time ago.
Right, it's probably why he needs the word philosophical explaining to him.
Yeah.
And none of them could explain it to me.
Are we still talking about Kivo the dog here? Yeah, that guy. Yeah, he was elected like a couple hours ago as the most coherent glober that we had. That's
Who
why
elected
he's still
that,
here.
anyways?
Really?
Who elected that?
I know, Kivo. Yeah, you don't want
seen the other ones.
You don't want to. Yeah, exactly. There you go. Yes, you don't want to have the
I
expectation.
remember it was you.
So yeah, it was.
I don't know why you elected me.
Well, Adam, just to catch you up, did you just arrive?
Yeah, I've been about 2 minutes.
Yeah,
I was
we
trying
went
to
through.
figure out what was going off, but like
Yeah,
I
we
said,
went through the mysteries of flight because he was talking about flying on a Globetard, so I presented the pitch data, the NTSB.
you can't fly on a Globetard.
Yeah, I tried to explain that to him, but he didn't get it. And then his answer was gravity. And then I tried to explain to him that gravity had nothing to do with the proof, but we went there anyway. And then after we got tore up with gravitational horse shit that he didn't know what he was talking about, then we reached the point of discovering what philosophical means. So now you're all caught up.
Well, the only point of saliency, and whilst it was very vague, that I heard was helium balloons go up because of molecules and stuff. Whilst I wouldn't disagree with that, it seems a little lacking in any detail.
He's
trying to say you know how often I get interrupted here? I can't really. Yeah, see, I'm getting interrupted again. I can't really offer full explanations here.
Well, we just said the only thing that you did.
I thought you'd been laughed out of the room.
He has this affinity, like fly to shit with explanations. He thinks explanations. That's the way of the world. All you need is an explanation. So I gave him my invisible three-toed gnome explanation, divisions of them that are holding the clouds up in the air through a tractor beam. But he didn't get it didn't get through to him that explanations are worthless because I can get explanations for anything down on the corner by any village idiot. But he can't get away from, do you have an explanation? Well, give me an explanation. Even after I explained that to him, no pun intended, he still didn't get it. That's where we're at.
Well, I got a bit more than that. It was when Jedi was speaking. So from a philosophical point of view, what I realised is that some people, even though stuff that's heavier than the air that the medium it's containing just goes down, they want to know why stuff goes down and invoke what is down. And because it's down, down means it has to have something pulling it down. And then Jedi said, well, actually, couldn't it just be something pushing it that way instead of pulling it? Which is a bit like where I was last week, where this guy that couldn't figure out how a door would work, because he could. They're equivalent, these things. So this seems to be the point that actually we must invoke a force to elucidate this natural, not naturally observed phenomena of all things going down. But if we do then mug ourselves off to that point, that we then must have to elucidate a force to be the cause of it, and that force must be pulling the thing down as opposed to pushing it. And that's where I thought Jedi's point was, from a philosophical point of view, very good, because instead of dealing with the bullshit, first of all, tell me why it has to be pulled or as opposed to pushed, because it's all nonsense. From a philosophical point of view, isn't it? Because you just
the only thing that's being pulled is your leg.
Exactly. By the bloke on the corner with his Just So story. But people are desperate for an explanation. Yeah? For something that they don't even know what they've observed. They've not observed anything. Yet they want to elucidate a cause for something that they can't even actually substantiate as a naturally observed phenomena, right? And then they want to science it before they've done that. People get too excited, don't they? Chill your beans.
Luke, You wouldn't know what physics was if it climbed up your arse and started kicking footballs wrapped in Carolina Reaper lace concertina wire, chat skank. Take him off mute. Hey, clown fuck. Luke, Mr. Chat Skank.
Thanks for giving me attention.
Can you tell everyone what is natural science, Luke?
Natural science?
Yeah, natural science. Boy, you sound surprised.
Well, because it's like artificial science. Is that the opposite?
No, there is no fucking such thing. What is natural science?
Well, it's just science. We would just call it science. Yeah.
It's just science. From Mr. Physics guy, it's just science. Shut the fuck up.
Oh, no, I'm interested. What is just science? What's that then?
What is to science?
I have a just science degree.
Yeah, what is it?
I've got A levels.
If natural science is just science, then what's just science?
Oh, well, science is it's a field of study.
Okay, could you be a little bit more specific?
Wait, do you guys still need to know what philosophy is? Because that's a branch of science.
Stay on topic, son.
Hold up.
You said natural science is just science, so what's that then? It's a field of study. Okay, a little bit more specific.
Are we doing like etymology classes right now, or what I think is?
Okay. I'm going to try and help you. Is there a methodology to just science?
Yeah.
Okay. What's that methodology then? What is the scientific method?
A method of procedure that is characterized in it's a systematic observation, measurement, and experiment, and the formulation, test, and the modification of hypotheses.
Awesome. What's a hypothesis?
A supposition or proposed explanation made on the basis of limited evidence as a starting point for further investigation. You having it?
Awesome stuff.
He's wrong. He's wrong.
Is this a rap song?
He's wrong. He was wrong, Jedi. He said it. He said he was wrong. He said it was an explanation. Hypotheses aren't explanations.
Yeah,
his first word was correct.
No, it's a supposition or proposed explanation.
No, not or. No, or. It's a supposition. Period. Your wiki Google fingers failed you. It's not an explanation.
No, it's a proposed.
No, you don't propose just so stories and hypotheses. No.
A proposition. It's a supposition or a proposition.
It's a supposition.
But propositions are philosophical, and you don't know what that is.
Propositions are. It's not a proposition. It's a supposition. Dumb fuck.
It's a difference. But it's
look at him laughing. He doesn't know what what's a supposition.
Wait, who's getting married?
You're asking what a hypothesis is, not a supposition.
That is a supposition. Hypothesis is a supposition, you moron.
Yeah,
what does a supposition entail?
It's also a proposition.
It's a proposition. It's geodesy. Fuck off, clown. Told you. You're a clown. Go ahead, Jetty.
Okay, so fine, fair enough. You've read all of that out. Now, do you think that there is scientific evidence that proves the shape of the Earth?
We wouldn't be here today if we didn't have no evidence.
So, I just want to be clear. Do you think there's scientific evidence for the shape of the Earth? Yes or no?
When you say shape, do you mean where are we observing the shape from?
So the claim that the Earth is a geometric shape, a sphere or an oblate spheroid, claim to shape. So do you?
Right, that's a good one.
Okay, cool. So do you say that there is scientific evidence for the shape of the Earth?
Sorry, it's an ellipsoid, not a spheroid, or whatever you say.
Okay, so again, do I need to repeat the question before you're going to answer it?
Oh yes, repeat it. Sorry.
Do you say that there's scientific evidence for the shape of the Earth?
The World geodetic system.
Turn out the lights, baby. You're done. Tell him, Jetty, or do you want me to?
I mean, we're going to go down the same road anyway. The reason why you kind of read out what we're looking for with regards to what natural just science is. It's the formulation of hypothesis and experimentation. You kind of went through that. We got there in the end. Using this methodology, though, the scientific method, do we figure out shapes with it?
No, sorry.
Could I ask, Luke, could I ask you a question? Just maybe a tick box question. Choice of 3. How many scientific evidences, do you think there are for the shape of Earth? Answer A, 0. Answer B, 12. Or answer C, triangle.
Well, the triangle goes in the square hole, so I'm going to say 12.
See, what you should have said, let's end this quick. Remember when I told you you're a pretender clown moron that wouldn't know what science was if it climbed up your arse and started kicking footballs wrapped in Carolina Reaper lace concertina wire? You just demonstrated that. You see, as soon as Jetty asked you that question, you should have said, Jetty, that is a malformed question. Natural science and the scientific method only adjudicate natural cause and effect relationships. Has nothing whatsoever to do with shapes. That's geometry. Heretofore rendering your science acumen below 3rd grade and sacrificing on the 2nd grade retard altar.
Well, I did refute him.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Try to recover from that. Good luck.
So you did refute me, but you read out what natural science was.
Yeah, I said we don't use science to make shapes. That's what you asked me.
Yeah, we don't.
Yeah, we don't, yeah.
Cool, awesome.
We use a different branch of study.
What branch of study do we use?
Well, quantum arrays have just informed us all that it could possibly be geometry. A branch of mathematics, yes.
Yeah, but
awesome stuff. And how do we figure out geometry? What do we do?
We measure between points.
Yeah, awesome stuff. So we look and we measure, don't we?
Well, to make the shape, we don't need to measure. We just draw the points and we like do dot to dot, right? Like you'd have no cohesion. Doesn't require. I mean, shapes don't require cohesion. You can just kind of make a shape up.
No, shapes have surfaces, don't they?
Well, they have points that create vertices. They create edges. Whether you intersect the edges or whether you want one border, it's up to you. Yeah.
If you're going to measure, is there going to be a straight line between those points?
Yeah, we would presuppose that we can draw straight. Yeah, when we draw the straight line.
Presuppose? No, we don't presuppose drawing straight lines.
Well, when I draw a straight line, I think it's straight. It may not be perfectly anatomically straight, but I try to draw the straightest line I can.
Anatomically, dude, you're using words that don't make no fucking sense.
Okay, so a pencil is like made of graphite, which is like.
Dude, shut the fuck up.
Luke. Is a pencil anatomically straight?
Do you know what atoms are?
I know. Are the atoms in a pencil, are they anatomically straight?
No.
Is there any biological curvature in a pencil?
Biological curvature?
Pencils aren't biologically, like, they're not.
They're made of wood, dude! Dude, they're made of wood! Pencil!
Wait, so you think, like, your computer, is it alive because it's made of metal?
No, what's my computer got to do with a pencil being made of wood?
Where does wood come from?
The tree.
Okay, is a tree alive? Is that biology?
Yeah, but when we kill it, is it still alive?
Is the biology dead?
Yeah, that's
Is it
not
dead
animal.
biology or no longer biology because you've killed it?
Yeah, so is your computer alive because it's made of metal?
So Luke, is a pencil anatomically straight?
These things don't logically coincide, but I'm going to reply to you still and say no.
Okay,
just to satisfy your like delusion of grandeur or whatever you're doing right
the
now.
fundamental question that you've not answered then.
You're
with
obviously
regard
very
to-
drunk, and these people are getting a kick out of it.
Oh,
I'm not.
that's really harsh. Desperate of you, may imply.
I'm being very
Susie-
cordial. You're being an idiot. I'm just letting you know.
What you said?
You called it when you came in, Adam.
Great. No, Jedi. No, this is fun because to indict any level of drunkenness has got nothing to do with a
I
gentleman.
think just
that
choose your
introduced the term.
choose your conversation.
I
with
know
someone
you
else.
want to talk over me because I'm going to say it and I'm going to keep saying
You're trying to talk to me,
it's
or you
embarrassing. No, you're over talking me, son. But off you go, and then I'll pull you back once you've made another arse of yourself.
Yeah, cool. It's just so you can hear it again. I was saying you were talking to me.
Okay, that's brilliant, fantastic, thanks. However,
Yeah,
what
you're
I was
too
saying was,
pissed to
you
understand the
introduced
words you're saying.
No, you're still going. Carry on then.
Okay, I'm done. Yeah, you can ramble.
You are done?
Never. Yeah, I'm done now. Thank you.
Oh, you're effing and jeffing now. You're losing it a little bit. A bit triggered, son.
I said thank you. You fucking delusional cunt.
Ah, okay. So, as delusional as I am, was it delusional of me when you introduced the term to the room, anatomically straight?
You don't know what an atom is, so I don't think we can have a conversation about atoms.
Anatomically is to do with atoms. Is that what anatomically refers to, is it?
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Maybe
Oh,
he
yeah.
means
No, it doesn't.
anatomically.
No, it doesn't, does it, you retard? Come on.
Atomically, not anatomically,
No.
just atomically.
Oh,
Yeah.
atomically. Not
Anatomically. He's slurring their words now, hey?
Oh, but are we talking about atoms? Or are we talking about...
I don't know. It was your term.
Oh, good one.
It's
Yeah,
your
my bad.
term of reference.
You got me. You got me, mate. I'm listening to a drunkard, and I'm trying to be cohesive.
Anatomy.
Yeah.
Anatomically. Is that what it was? What was the phrase you used? Because I'd hate to misquote
I said
you.
anatomic, and I meant to say atomic.
You said anatomic. So you said anatomic, and I was supposed to mean you meant
Yeah,
what?
It's because I have actually had qualifications in anatomy. So I apologise for my malapropism.
So
you obviously
when
can't
you said anatomically straight with your qualification in anatomy, which we could get to in a minute, what did you mean by the term anatomically straight? Or were you just chatting shit, son?
Bro, you're fucking retarded, no offense. Actually, no.
Am I retarded? Am
Goodbye. Yeah, goodbye.
Am I?
You can talk to the...
Your
Talk to the room, bro.
So instead of answer the question, you just go and just let it is.
I mean, I've answered your question. I apologise. I thanked you for correcting
Just
me.
answer the question instead of arguing about formats, instead of calling him retard.
Atomically,
well, he is being retarded. That's the
He's not being retarded. He's asking you a question. You're the one that's being retarded right now.
He's okay. Let me just stillman him, right? He's telling me that
There is no still, man. He's just answering. He just asks you a question.
You can't hear me, but I just whistled.
He haven't made an argument yet.
But you're not listening because you're not.
Because you're being retarded right now. There is no still, man. You can't still, man, an argument that have not been made yet. The only thing that he's doing is asking you a closed question so he can make his argument, not you basically responding by saying retarded and continuing on talking about nonsense. You don't know where he's going. So just answer the question. Just answer the closed question. Shut up and allow him to respond. Then respond after. Or else be a retard. Which one? Which one you going to do, Luke? Are you going to be a retard, or are you going to answer the question?
Yeah, I can be a retard, man. What's up? What do you need?
Oh, so you were the retard then? Oh, okay. I kind of figured that.
I can own my mistakes.
Okay. I kind of figured that you're the retard. Yeah, Adam, you can't talk to this retard over here. He don't want to answer the question because he can't, because he's retarded.
Thanks, Rich. I'm retarded. Yeah, now let's move on.
Retard.
Let's talk about the surface of the offer. Right?
No. Stop.
About the surface with retard.
No, we're not. No, we're not. He doesn't answer Adam Meekin's question.
Yeah, Reg, how many letters in the word
Hey,
retard?
you heard me, Luke? Answer his question, and then we can move on.
I bet your bank account's never hit that figure, bro.
He doesn't want to answer. He's just going to deflect. He's just going to be a wanker for the rest of the night.
Yeah, he don't want to answer the question.
Well, then he can stay on mute. If you're going to answer the question, just say in the text chat that you're going to answer the question, and then I'll unmute you.
And Adam literally been quiet this whole time waiting for him to answer this question. And he just been constantly calling him a retard. Adam, you literally asked him the question, put his mic on mute, and his response is, "You was drunk." Then Adam said, "Oh, well, I'm drunk, am I?" And he answered him the question again, put his mic on mute, and then his response was, "You're a retard." So that's why I did what I did. To prove that Luke is actually the retard, in which he just admitted to me.
Last week, when I asked the guy to clarify his nonsense, I was apparently on the welfare. See your mama, the Adam Meekin, he's on the welfare. Now he's a drunk. Yeah, it's because you can't just explain the points. I didn't even have an argument with the gentleman. I just asked him to explain his bullshittery that he was retorted with anatomically straight. And when I heard a phrase like that, as an educated man, as he claimed he is, I think, ooh, that's a phrase I've not heard it ever before in my life. Could I just genuinely ask what that means? And then what you get is a bullshit pile of wankery. Instead of the man going, yeah, I was just chatting shit, he'll actually defend himself and then attack me. And still carry on and still getting to the point that what he meant was atomically straight, which again is another part of made up bullshit. But, you know, we could have wasted an hour. But whoever that was that white knighted me, thank you. Kind of got us to that point that he's just chatting shit, aren't you, Luke?
No, you're trying to say you don't have a question.
No, I didn't have a question. The question was for the point that he was rebutting, and his rebuttal was to invoke the term anatomically straight. So I was just a bit confused because I like to follow with the conversation. Isn't that what we're all doing here? Trying to educate ourselves a little bit with people's input. And when people input with something like that, you think, well, they must be very much more educated than a dumb drunkard like me. So what does that term mean? Could you educate me? The term you've just used to rebut someone. It's a perfectly reasonable request, isn't it?
No, you're asking far too much.
Sorry, guys. My apologies.
All right, so I unmute him. Are you going to be able to answer what does it mean or what he just asked you?
Yeah, Elbow. He just answered what you asked me, and it's in the chat, right? I was talking about the atomic structure of carbon in pencil lead, and he heard me say anatomic, right? And then he thought I was talking about the anatomic flatness or straightness of a pencil, which he did accidentally through his drunkenness, right? So I made a mistake. He made a mistake.
Okay, Luke. My apologies then. So we're talking about the different allotropes of carbon, and you're specifically talking about the hexagonal formation with regards to graphite. So would you like to talk to me about how that's atomically straight then, this allotrope of carbon, specifically graphite, that you've invoked to use the
to be honest,
term
that was like maybe 5-10 minutes ago.
atomically. No, dumb fuck. Because you thought you got to get out. I'm going to now show you your arse, aren't I? So,
again,
talk to me about the allotrope of carbon that will demonstrate your point. That when you said anatomically straight, you meant atomically straight with regards to graphite. Carry on, Luke. Fuckwit.
He doesn't know what allotrope is. He's a fucking moron.
He's got no idea, has he? He's not
He's been exposed. Mae West is in a corner blushing.
Do you remember why I brought up pencils?
Shut the fuck up. You don't even know what natural science is. Shut your damn mouth.
Yeah, so this is Boolean.
You were cooked fucking hours ago. Shut the fuck up.
This is really
shut up.
Online Boolean, guys.
Just shut the fuck up, or I'll shut you up.
Oh, what are you gonna do? You're gonna mute me?
Get the fuck out of here. Go back to your cake decorating forums. They'll probably laugh your dumb ass out of there. You already been exposed, clown. These people are resurrecting you because they're bored. Get the fuck out of here. You can't recover. You'd fail.
No, that's not fair, Curate. There is.
No, it is fair.
There is a recovery from this position, how you could invoke that pseudo description in chemistry that he's invoked. If you did understand the allotrope of carbon when it presents as graphite, there is a planar resolution to this, isn't there?
Yes.
Yeah.
He doesn't know that.
No, but let's give him a chance. Jedi,
no
how long do you
way.
get people? Half an hour, isn't it? Half an hour.
Yeah, go on.
Jetty, how long you been going at this guy?
Oh, maybe on and off, like the last couple of days, but 2 hours recently.
That last couple of days, but 2 hours recently, after he sacrificed his science acumen on a second grade retard altar, we want to continue down? All right. Go ahead. Hey, Adam, make sure you fucking call me after you're done here.
If I last half an hour, it's 2:15 in the morning here, and I am a bit drunk because it's been my son's birthday.
I understand that. I didn't need a story. I said fucking call me. I have a declaration to declare.
I've seen the declaration that needs declaring.
You haven't seen it. You just seen the declaration I'm about to declare. You haven't actually seen the declaration or heard it.
No, you're right. I've not heard the declaration that is still to be declared.
That's correct. So it'll be quick. It'll be quick after you're done here. So don't forget. Now, here you go. Luke, for all you guys that are bored to tears and want to pound your own head in with a fucking spade shovel, there you go.
I'm reading about allotropes of carbon since this guy knows so much about them.
I don't know so much about them, but I know a basic enough amount of them to suggest to you that you don't know enough, which is why I put the proposition of the allotropes of carbon to you, and actually have given you a get out clause. I've actually given you the answer that you don't know, that would then give you the possibility that when you said the words anatomical straightness and meant, after having shown that you didn't really mean it, but you used it as a get-out clause, atomic straightness with regards to graphite, that there is actually a get-out clause. Now, I know the get-out clause because I know what I'm on about. You are now desperately Googling it, of which we've given you half an hour. And even if you use the half an hour, it shows you a retard who doesn't actually know what we're on about. But he's actually
like a real life video.
No, dude, no, dude.
And you're like
have some grace. Have some grace while you're being humiliated. Okay.
I do this.
I'm nearly done. And in your half an hour, if you manage to save this point, the best you're going to get to is that you're a very good Googler. But what it will demonstrate also is that when you proclaimed that you had some knowledge, you didn't, because you had to spend between 0 and 30 minutes Googling it to come up with the answer, on top of the clue that I'd already given you
That's
as
what
you said,
research is at,
I'm
yeah.
curious. I'm frantically looking
Part
up
of the
now.
scientific method.
Allotropes. That was you, right?
I didn't say frantic.
After having, I'm still talking, son. I know you're rude. Yeah.
Yeah, you probably talk to yourself. That's what's scary.
Don't know what you're on about, but I will finish, and then I'll hand over to you. Yeah. I'd just like to point out to you.
I like to have dialogues, not monologues.
No, there's no need for dialogue. You need to keep Googling, son, because you don't even know what an allotrope is. It's going to take you a while to figure out the clues I've given to you. And this is the point. No matter what conclusion you come to, whether it's correct or incorrect, a drunkard, by your standards, has shown you your ass, and more importantly, shown you and the rest of the room that you don't know what you're on about. That for you to be able to substantiate any point that you've made, you have to spend between 0 and 30 minutes Googling it to be able to prove it to the room. Whilst I laugh here like a drunkard. Retard. Carry on. Keep Googling.
Luke, quick recap. Since you're already Googling, that makes you Adam's bitch.
That's who I just...
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah, I just responded to you directly because you just addressed me. That's how dialogues work.
Right. So, since you're Googling, that makes you Adam's bitch. If you answer the question, that makes you Adam's bitch. There's no way for you to win.
Well, how he wins is he says he misspoke. He tried to sound smart, ended up with egg on his face, and he learned the lesson.
I just said I was trying to describe a shape's atomic structure, and I accidentally said an atomic structure, and it sounded like anatomic structure. So
there you go.
We can just listen to it back on YouTube. Yeah, it's what it is, right? It's the use of the English language. Where you have a slight grasp, I have like a larger grasp. Yeah.
We're past that point, son. So we gave you that mislip of your words, and we allowed you atomically straight, and because you invoked the structure of graphite, which is when we got to the point I said, you're talking about allotropes. Now you're looking at what the word.
You're lost.
Can you
you're
give
lost.
me? Luke,
Adam, we were talking about
just to show we're on the same intellectual page. Can you give me another allotrope of carbon?
Yeah, diamond. Right. Okay, you're lost. You're lost. Okay, we were talking about
not
drawing.
Lost. You're so lost, son. There's no point
Adam,
anywhere in the world. I'm going to ask for the moderators to mute this gentleman now because
can we help
it's not reasonable for him to try and overtalk the middle of my sentence with "I am lost" when I was again trying to outline how lost he was. Okay, thank you, mods. Yeah. Now you came in with your rebuttal, son, right? To defend the position which we accepted. We can all misspeak anatomically straight. You said atomically straight. Lovely. And then we invoked the allotropes of carbon. And you said graphite. And I said, that's lovely. Actually, there is a way out here. Clock's still ticking, isn't it, Jedi? But you're still getting to the point where you could justify that position as to why the allotrope of carbon in the form of graphite could be described as atomically straight. It's really simple for anybody with GCSE level chemistry, because this is allotropes of carbon are the basic functions of covalent bonds. So how you understand it works, what you do with the electrons, spare ones, why carbon is so mental, how it can be a diamond and also the center of a pencil with that unnatural thing of wood surrounding that center of that pencil. You're an idiot, Luke. Why do you waste people's time, son? Yeah? Is it because people don't hold you to account so quickly on your retardia and you can spat out shit like anatomically straight and people ignore it and don't pick you up on the shit you just chat? Clock's ticking, by the way. allotrope of carbon.
Yeah, thanks for telling me, Adam. I think it's time for bed, man.
But allotrope of carbon, Luke. Why is it straight?
We were talking about point-to-point.
No, you weren't. You said.
Does anyone else in the chat care about this conversation?
Atomically straight.
Anyone, please?
And you said, no, you got me wrong, guys. Atomically straight.
Now.
Mic check. Am I still connected? Mic check. Still connected?
Yeah, I hear you.
Ham Sandwich just DM'd me. Crit wants me to join Gem Panda's server. I'm already like in it, but I don't go to it. Like,
yeah.
Somebody thought it was interesting and wants me to talk to a bunch of furries.
Yeah, I've been trying to get Ham. Last time I was there, oh, not last time, but I was talking about something completely unrelated. It was like having to do with geez, I don't even know. It was just some like rant, just because it's debate flat Earth and more. So we're on some more topic, some random topic that really had, I mean, politics. I'm trying to remember what it was. So then, and at some point, Scott Mackey started squawking in the background, just randomly blurting random things without any sort of form or function. And then I said, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not talking about any individual. And then Ham jumped in and said, yeah, you were. I go, well, you can rewind the tape back. Who do you think I was talking about? He's like, how about I bet you $5 to $10 that you were talking about someone? And I'm like, well, no, I'm not going to bet you. You can't get blood from a turnip. You're an unhonorable person. A gambling debt is a debt of honor. I know you've got no honor. You would never pay up. He goes, well, how about $1 to $10? And he kept like changing the thing. And I'm like, dude, are you listening? I will never engage in a gambling bet with you. You are unhonorable. You don't have the money anyway. I couldn't get the blood from the turnip. Then he was like, yo, how about $1 to $10,000? I go, you're making it worse, not better, okay? Like, you don't.
All right, we can gamble.
Are these people like? Are they grown-ups? Are they grown men?
Yeah.
Crying out loud.
So then he says that this guy is a professional liar. I go, then why would you engage with me as a bet if you think I'm a liar? Why would you want to bet with me if you think I'm a liar? Your worldview is broken. It's shattered. It's fractured. You don't have a solid epistemology to even follow your own logic. Your own logic and reason. Like, you wouldn't sit down at a poker table with somebody who's a professional card shark and like or is going to cheat. You would know not to do that. They would have an ace up their sleeve. You're going to lose. So why would you say, I want to make a bet with this guy? I think he was talking about someone, even after I told him I wasn't. And then he says, well, since I didn't take the bet, I'm a liar. If I did take the bet, I'm still a liar, but at least I lost some money or something like that. Like, holy shit, Ham, you are gone, dude. This topic has completely destroyed your ability to process any level of logic and reasoning, even internally.
That's pretty scary, dude. That's like, it's like his brain is like a limited videotape that's erasing what was last recorded so it could update with a new recording.
Hey, are you driving down the road right now? I see you, dude.
I am, yeah.
I see you.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Is my camera on?
No, I'm fucking with you, bro. I just hear it. I hear it.
Okay. I mean, it's happened before. Like, I've accidentally turned on my camera before.
No, dude. Let's see. Yeah, dude, gambling, like, oh my fucking gosh. I'm blessed to not drink and I'm blessed to not gamble. I'll tell you that right now. I think a lot of people that are my age use that as an outlet. And, you know, hey, do what you want with what you please. If you're wanting to gamble your money away, just realize that, hey, you can lose everything in the blink of an eye. I remember I lost 200.
And then they lose their clearance and their careers are fucked.
Yeah.
I'm all in.
So this fucking, you know, this one time I went to a casino. It was my 21st birthday, maybe a few weeks after. And I lost $272 exactly. Like, that was my exact loss. I'll never forget that. Lost it in the blink of an eye. I didn't win shit back. I felt sick to my fucking stomach. I never gambled again. Well, I did, but I just did like $1 or $2, like $5 bets, you know. And,
oh, go ahead.
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
Yeah, when I turned 18, I wouldn't say I was good at math, but a little, you know, like I could play blackjack, you know, really well, and you know, like they didn't have like a huge shoe of cards back then. You know, it basically like, you know, 1 or 2 decks, and you know, I kind of had a good feeling of, you know, stats and everything, and keep yourself on the table. And I would go to a casino and play blackjack during the weekends, and every weekend I won like $100, $200. I started calling it my part-time job. And I was just like on a roll, like literally on the roll. Like I just hot as shit, like bringing friends with me and stuff. And, you know, like just like be like, hey, they lost a little bit of slots. And I said, hey, we'll split it. And sometimes a friend would hit a slot or something like that. And then one day I show up there and just got destroyed. I mean, I could not hit anything. I would hit a 20 and the dealer would flip over blackjack. Like every hand. Like I must have lost like 20 hands in a row. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Right? Like, you know, this is not possible. Someone's playing a gag on me, you know?
Yep.
So then I went to the ATM machine, took out some more money, lost again and again. Finally, I'm like, do I have enough money to get gas to drive home? You know, like, am I going to make rent, you know? And for like the rest of the month, I'm like eating beans and like, you know, hot dogs. You know, that's like the only thing I could, you know?
Beanie weenies, dude.
Yeah, and I said that's it. You know, like the house always wins.
Oh yeah, yeah. My buddy, he's like a, you know, mathematician. Like he's fucking smart as fuck, dude. He's like he made up an algorithm to where if he bet a certain amount and he would hit on certain cards, like he made an AI train online poker, right? He made his own, you know, gambling. He didn't like actually submit it. So this AI would train. It would like watch data from cards. It would bet like $1, like, you know, $3, whatever the minimum bet was, and it would use that data of win-loss to calculate what its bet was, right? And I was like, dude, it doesn't matter what the bets that you're hitting are. Like, what bets are hit the most? Like, this is for roulette, by the way. I'm like, it does not matter. And he's like, why? And I'm like, let me get this straight. You watch football, right? That quarterback is trained to hit a player from 100 yards out right in the chest. You think that this fucking dude that's on roulette, that's throwing a ball into a roulette machine, right, isn't trained on where that's generally going to land? And I'm like, you already know that the roulette machine favors the left side because all the chips are on that side, right? So if you're looking at the roulette table, it's typically on your left side where they keep the chips. And I'm like, so all the data that you just took is for nothing, and you're going to lose your money. Guess what?
which comes. What do you think? We know you're listening, Ham.
So I got a question.
Me too.
If the Earth is permanent, then
what?
If we can't live Earth, and the whole, if we can't live Earth, not live, leave. Sorry, we can't leave Earth, and all the starship are just floating around the stratosphere, right? Or like the satellite and whatever. Okay, just imagine this. If everything is debunked, what now?
Do you think satellites leave Earth?
Oh my God, no. If we can't leave Earth, and Earth is actually a firmament, okay? An actual firmament. Not an actual flat Earth, but, an oblong shape. Antarctica is a massive land on down south of planet Earth, okay, and whatnot, and that's proven fact. Everything is correct, right? What now?
You mean if Earth is a globe with a firmament?
Yes. What? So no, not exact globe. Some people call it flat Earth because we see Earth on eagle eye view, right? What if Earth has Antarctica is a massive ice land that is holding the whole entire southern part of the planet. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't think that's the case at all. I think Antarctica's an island on flat Earth.
Okay, so that's fine. Let's call that an island. Let's call it that, an island.
All right.
A massive island. Ice wall. Bam. Okay. Everything is like, okay. That Earth is flat. Boom. Fuck it. Let's just say the Earth.
Dude, how high are you right now?
I'm not high, bro.
That's my question.
No,
how many spliffs did you shove up your rectum?
My brother. What I'm trying to say is, I'm in a fucking 24/7 flat Earth channel, and I'm asking you this.
Yes, you are.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So now we discovered Earth is flat, or we theorized for Earth is flat.
No, we see it and experience it that way, dude. We measure it flat.
Okay, fuck
Earth
it.
is actually flat, man.
No, serious. No, for real.
Yeah, seriously, for real. It measures flat.
Okay, so what? Okay, so if it's real, then what now?
If the Earth is actually flat, then what does that mean?
Yeah, what now?
I mean, then I guess you got a flat Earth, dude. You don't have to believe you're on a ball anymore, I guess.
So if flat Earth is real, then the world tree is real.
What world tree, huh?
The world trees.
We are all trees?
No. I mean, yes. I mean, technically, yeah. But what I'm trying to say is a tree, a world tree.
A world tree. What's a world tree?
I mean, you're a tree. I know. Our fingerprints is a fucking tree line. Our nerve centers are roots.
You sure you're not high on something right now?
I'm
you
not
sound
high, bro.
a little, just a little bit, maybe. Little leftovers
why are
from
you toxic?
previous.
I'm
just saying, like you're saying that we're all trees, dude. That's kind of weird.
No, you just told me that.
I didn't say that we're all trees.
No, you told that we're trees. You told me we're trees.
No, I didn't. I didn't say we're all trees.
or whatever, world trees, whatever. What I'm trying to say is world tree. The world.
Oh, the world tree, like Yggdrasil. What about it?
So
yeah, I think that's crazy.
If flat Earth is real, if flat Earth is real, then that is real. Then.
No.
Yes.
What?
Well, I think he's talking about Asgardian.
No.
Theology has a flat Earth.
No.
I thought that too. Now I'm not sure at all.
Yggdrasil is not the only world tree. There's other world trees other than Yggdrasil.
Cool story, dude. You want to write some science fiction?
Oh yeah, that plot there is bullshit.
Maybe I'll buy your book.
Sure.
All right.
I mean, it's already been released out there, so for ages and years. I don't have to write my book. People write it. You get what I'm saying?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, dude. Okay. So.
I know.
So what? Like, okay.
So what's your purpose? Sporadic.
I'm just here to share information, man. That's my purpose right here. Yeah, just sharing information, dude. Just like you want to know why I think Earth is flat. I'll tell you all about it.
But what if your information is bullshit?
So what if it is? What does that mean for you?
No, that's what I'm saying. What now?
Yeah, what now? Like, suppose everything I'm saying is bullshit. Yeah. So you already asked me. I'm asking you.
I'm asking. No, what's your answer of you that? Like, what now, bro?
Well, yeah. What if you're right and Earth is a globe, right? What if you are right? What does that mean? So what?
I'm asking you, bro.
Yeah. So what?
That's not the answer. What now?
Nothing.
Okay, then why are you yapping? Why are you yapping?
Well, I'm laughing.
No, what are you yapping about?
Am I yapping?
Yeah.
What did I yap about?
Some bullshit.
Oh, really? Okay. So what? What's your point?
My point is, shut the fuck up.
I think your take was right. He's wasted.
He's totally wasted, dude. This is.
I'm not wasted, dude. Oh yeah. Who are you, friend?
I do like drinking vodka on a freaking Monday.
Flat Earth, bro. Flat Earth. No, I had a debate.
Flat water. No. Flat water, dude. Flat water.
I just got a debate from the politics channel, and this guy is yapping about a stationary satellite that is way far ahead of stratosphere and just sitting there.
Oh no, Lagrange point, you mean?
Taking pictures of planet Earth, right?
Yeah, cool.
And the other guy was like, well, do you know what a stationary is? I'm like, dude, the stationary doesn't move. Well, yeah, and I was just telling him, well, that image is AI. It's AI generated.
Why'd you tell him that?
Well, because it looked like an AI generated, you know, like.
Yeah, but you don't know it is. You don't know it's AI generated. Why would you make that claim if you can't support it?
Well, because one, the image that they gave me is come on, bro.
What's the image they gave you? What's the image?
One of the source, a website called Himarwari not 8, something like that. Some bullshit.
What makes you think those are AI generated, dude? And by the way, Crit, look, 2x2. They're coming in 2x2, Crit.
Yeah.
Look, listen. Well, because one, it just looks an AI. So I told him there is.
But that doesn't mean it is. Just because it looks that way to you doesn't mean that it's actually an AI generated image.
Well, listen, I was telling them in the politics channel. I was like, well, how do you know if it's live? How do you know if it's live? How do you know if it's?
Yeah, I think I gotta take a break. I just can't stand intoxicated people. This guy's too funny.
Yeah, me too. That's 3 of them. I gotta go anyway. Take care.
Take a break, buddy.
But we all know that it's not flat.
I'm not even drunk.
Wait,
I'm drunk. It's not flat. I think you got to be drunk to think the Earth's flat.
Bro, you're in a flat Earth channel.
I think he wants to debate. Ehab, you want to debate the
I'm not trying to debate. I'm telling you a story about I'm telling you a story what happened in Politics channel because they were talking about flat Earth and they're giving me sources of this picture from outer space that is taken. They're giving me a source from outer space that this is stationary satellite. It's taking picture of planet Earth. And they keep saying that it's real. And I'm like, how do you know if it's real?
How do you know anything's real?
Oh, well, that's the thing. I was asking, and they got mad. How do you know if it's real? Because it's out there. Well, they're saying it's live. It could be real. It must be real because it's live. And I'm like, well, how do you know if it's live? How do you know if it's not an AI generated from fucking Japan? Just one guy is trying to supervise it. Trying to give you...
What are you talking about?
How do you trust anything then?
Well, because one... and then the other guy was like, well, it's real because this volcano erupted. And I'm like, well, how do you know if that's not a Photoshop?
Yeah,
satellite's real.
You know how it's real. You know how it's real. Do you know how it's real? You compare the videos and the pictures to reality. Reality is what you see outside. Does that make sense?
Brother, how about you get a really long ladder and you climb to the end of the Earth and you find out if it's flat or not?
Well, that was
no. You go outside and you take videos and pictures on your phone. And then you compare the pictures and videos to what you see on TV. If it corresponds, then it's real. If it doesn't correspond, then it's not real. Do you understand?
What are you yelling,
Can you please censor your swear words?
Relax, bro. Relax. I get your point, but we can't just take pictures and compare it to space, bro. How am I gonna take a picture of the Earth? I can't take a picture of the
J word.
No. What I'm trying to say is, look, listen. What I'm trying to say is that I was telling them about this, about how do they know if it's real, and they got so mad, like this guy just yelled at me, and I don't know why.
I get your point. Like, you getting into the question, critically if this is real or not. But,
well, that was the case. So they fucking they were just like yelling at each other. And
what confuses me is that how do you trust anything then? Like, you can't confirm it's real. You actually can't confirm it's real.
What are we confirming?
No, that's the question that I gave him this. How do you know if SpaceX is real? Because the recent SpaceX video, actually, like most of the SpaceX videos, right? Rocket goes off from point A all the way to the stratosphere, and the boosters separates from the Starship, right? The video of the recording video or GoPro, whatever they attach on the boosters, that's cut off. Now, the video just shows the stratosphere curvature of planet Earth, and then they cut that off, and then goes back the feedback. I mean the scene goes to the operating system or the office to where the people is. And
Wait, so do you believe the Earth is flat or round?
I believe it's affirmative.
What's that?
Affirmative.
You like the biblical thing?
What's
like a dome on top?
The dome is true, bro.
That's like a biblical thing, actually.
It's not biblical. I understand that you say it's biblical, but literally it's right there. You can search all of
How do you know? You can't see the dome.
Search all of the technology they use to break it, brother.
Thing. Well, that was the argument on the Poly channel because I left that because
if you search hard project, you search fishbowl, and you can understand why Elon Musk is with Donald Trump. They just sending rockets to the dome.
Well, that's the thing, manipulatorical, right? So I was telling them, so the moon race from when was the moon race? 1960.
1960, yeah.
Okay, 1960. Yeah, the moon race from 1960. Okay, we had the recorded.
The moon landing was not real.
Well, okay. Hold on. From point A to point B, and point B to the moon, we had the recording from point A to point B, and now we don't even have the recording from point A to point B, leaving planet Earth, one of the starships.
Yeah.
On 2025, where we get 4K HD, we get fucking
man, it is crazy, yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's like logical. It doesn't even work on it.
And now the whole entire government or the whole entire space government or whatever is telling us like, oh well, we have rovers in Mars. That could be real.
Why would they lie?
Because they lie to you because they just eating millions and millions of dollars each fucking day. They're selling you that they are doing something. They're doing shit. Look at Russia. Once they realize there is no space, they just invest only in nuclear energy.
But why wouldn't they steal our money for other ways? Like less like.
Because it's about geo things, brother. This is a whole thing, bro. Pseudoscience. If I tell you the sphere. The Earth is a sphere. It will have limits. You will not discover anything, and you're in the middle of the universe. You are nothing. So it's a pseudo-Jewish science, bro, imposed to the humanity. Promise you.
But I'm special. God created me.
Yes. Well, that's why it is a containment wall and it is flat. It's not a sphere in the middle of the universe. My nuts, bro.
So that's the part. So and the guy was like. He was trying to argue about about gravity and all that, and I was like, well, then, if he can explain or you can explain gravity, then what is space?
You can do the anvil into Mercury. It proves there is no they tell us. It's not like there is no oxygen outside, and thanks to that, the water can be stick into a spinning sphere. That's a lie. If you put anvil into Mercury, you will see, and they can even reply a sphere.
Then what is the sun? What is the moon?
In the lab,
we can see the moon from here.
Yes, you can see the sun as well. That doesn't mean that they are outside of the dome. They are inside the dome.
If the Earth is flat, how does the sunrise and sunset work exactly?
It works. I can show you, and it's literally more. You can understand it way more
and it goes in a circle.
Yes.
But wouldn't I see a tiny sun? What? How does that work?
The sun is more tiny than you think, man.
Isn't it billions of Earths, millions of Earths or something?
No, for the sun. The sun is a very easy question. Just write down exactly what you see, and don't add anything else. So what do you
see? The moon, they're spinning around.
Okay, what do you see the sun do? What do you see the sun do? What do you see the sun do?
I see the sun's rays. It shows me heat, rays. When I look at the sun, it's the same size as the moon.
Actually, the sun looks smaller than the moon.
But how come I can see the sun and the moon at the same time?
What? Use the geometry of the sunlight. Promise you, it's not that far. It's impossible to be that far.
But it can't be a little circle.
How come you can see the moon and the sun at the same time then?
You can see the reflection of the rainbow in the dome. Do you know what does it mean? the reflection of a rainbow in the dome. That is
It would
why,
look
man.
so different because the rainbow, you can see it go down. If it was a dome, it
You
would be
literally
like
see the
going over your head.
LGBTQ flag, man. Literally in
Brother,
the
I'm
dome.
not gay. What are you talking about?
I know. I'm not either.
Wait, Ehab, are you gay?
Sure? Maybe.
There's
No,
an
but these
LGBT
things are
channel.
rude, bro.
We'll go to that one later.
All right, we got after that. So how about concave Earth? I heard like concave and hollow Earth. Are those real?
Wait, what are you talking
concave?
There's one. Someone was talking about hollow Earth. Like there's an
Bro,
Earth
it's a
inside
sphere.
Earth.
It's a sphere.
Does anyone here believe in that? The hollow Earth, like the Earth is hollow.
Hollow, a hole, a holo, a
I
hologram.
googled it, and there's like 30 different pictures. I don't know what.
I don't believe in
Like,
that, but I
apparently
think there is
giants
something
live
like
under
that.
What?
Have we discovered everything on this Earth? Do you believe that?
No.
No.
No. Nah, bro.
That's crazy.
Do you know what is a hard project?
The flat Earth
Did you guys read that?
What are they
If you
hiding
think
from
about
us?
if you think about it, how does a
The
flat Earth
giants.
work? When the two ends of the world. So according to the flat Earth map, the two ends of the world are both sunlight at the same time, but the middles aren't.
I think the
How's that
Earth
work?
is like a hand clock.
Brother,
What, what are they hiding from us then?
Man,
they're definitely hiding.
I study marine biology and I can tell you what is above, it is under. What is under,
Brother,
it is
what
above.
is rain biology?
From the 24/7 team in here.
What?
Yeah, I think it's
rain biology.
Yeah, hold on, guys. Hold on. Yeah, hold on. Take a break. We got some people who are kind of like flat Earth curious, parsing out their ideas of what question they want to ask as a collective.
Yeah, but it seems like they're responding back to somebody who's asking questions. So it seems like it's a bit convoluted at the moment.
Yeah, it's a little messy. It's a little messy right now. I was gonna let it go for a little while, as long as they stayed on this side of TOS.
If you speak
I'm
with
so
a flat
confused.
earther who believes in the space, don't speak with him. Because there is
What are
no
you talking about?
sense at
So
all.
we're not allowed to not believe in this call.
Believe?
We have to believe in the flat Earth if you're in this call.
Yes, but not in the space at the same time because there is no sense.
Wait. We have to believe in flat Earth and space?
No, you have to believe in the flat Earth and in the dome. There's no sense
What, to be in
if
this
someone
call?
believes in the flat
So
Earth and in the space at the same time.
Wait.
Questions. I get kicked out.
No, that was getting kicked out. Okay,
I have a question.
bro,
How
what are you
high
saying?
is this dome? Is this like a physical dome?
The dome is higher than 13,000 kilometers.
Why 13,000? That's a big amount.
Because
bro.
the number
What the heck?
13 is the number of the interdimensional travel, and it shows in the clock. But it's a hard
Wait.
thing.
Interdimensional travel?
Yes, because you know the clock? It's how we measure time. If you take the number 12 and the number 1, you do the plus, it gives you 13. You take the left number from 12, it's 11. You take the right number from 1, it is 2. You do the plus,
How do
it
you
gives
know
you
this?
13.
You can't observe this.
You keep doing this and it gives you 13 always because numbers have an impact. Which means there is meanings behind it. We don't know about it. That's all.
But the clock
Why do you
made
think they
it
sent
up,
Katy
though. We
Perry?
made the clock.
Huh? No, we
was
didn't make
made
the
from
clock.
pyramid.
The clock
Yes,
is arbitrary, bro. We just made up
You know how
numbers.
clock comes? You know how a clock comes?
Okay, you guys, hold on. Let's try to get focused here.
It's a bunch of points, bro. We have to be focusing one, you know.
Yeah, let's go top to bottom here. I think call again. Do you have a question? Do you have a question for Flat Earth?
Okay, my question's like following up what he told me.
Yeah, start over. Instead of worry about what he's saying, just manufacturer, whatever. Okay, just in general, don't worry about the conversation you had. Try to think right now. What is the top question you would ask a Flat Earther?
Okay.
I'm a flat earther. I have nothing to ask because I know
Because
how it is.
I want to know more about the dome exactly, and like why can't we reach the top?
I think it's important. I think it's important.
Yeah, okay, you guys. Since both of you were talking, I heard neither of you. Okay, call. Go ahead.
All right. I want to know about this dome more, and that why can't we reach the top of it with our current technology? What's stopping us from reaching the top of it?
You know all floods? Do you know about all floods?
Dude, Manufacturer Lewis, your turn is coming up soon. Okay, hold on. I don't know what dome you're talking about. Can you describe this for me? Like what exactly?
The firmament, like where the rain comes from.
Yes.
The rain comes from the sky.
From the firmament.
Right. I agree with you.
The dome.
If my question is that, I don't mind giving it to Ehab. Ehab, you can actually question instead. I'll wait.
So, let's say the right side of the country and the left side of the country. How are they both sunny?
Man, this is so dumb. You're asking this. There is sense as well in the flat Earth. It's more logical than a globe.
Brother, you study rainbology for nothing.
Marine biology.
Yeah, like how is
if it gives me money, I can travel. It's not for nothing.
What is
marine biology? I study the ecosystems of the sea. Why are you mad?
Dude, they're clowning, man. They're clowning right now.
Yeah, we're like
She's
okay.
just mad.
Yeah, you guys, okay, we're going one at a time. Okay, so if you don't take your turn, you lose your turn. Okay, so I think Ehab was talking about how does the sun work. Okay, if the sun is above your head, that is daytime. If the sun is not above your head, that is nighttime. Do you understand that, or is that confusing?
Bro, I'm saying.
He's saying more like how a sun works in a flat Earth.
Bro, what?
Okay, hold on.
I can't.
Yeah, Manufacturer, you gotta be able to control yourself. It's not your turn to talk right now. We're going top to bottom. Okay, right down the list. Just very simple. It will be your turn shortly. Okay,
yeah,
Paul had asked about a dome. I asked him, what does he mean by a dome? He couldn't tell me. He didn't know the words he was using, what they meant. So we skipped to Ehab. Ehab had asked, how is it daytime and nighttime on different parts of the earth? And I said, the sun determines daytime and nighttime. If the sun is above your head, I call that daytime. The sun is not, okay? The sun is not over your head. That is night time.
All right, brother. Listen to this. You've got a sun. That's a sphere, right? Correct?
What
or
sphere?
do you believe it's
I thought this is a question you have for flat Earth.
Yeah. So the sun is a sphere, right? Or do you believe it's something else?
The sun's a light in the sky.
What? Just a floating light?
You perceive it to be. You think? How do you see it as a sphere? Where did that come from?
Well, when you look at it, is it not a sphere?
No, I look at it as a light in the sky.
What are you talking about? It's a literal sphere, bro.
No, you don't see that.
Yes, you do.
I think you might want to look up.
You see the sphere.
You might want to look that word up. You might want to look that word up. What sphere is?
To circle. 2-dimensional circle. No, 3-dimensional circle.
3D.
Yeah, that's not what you see when you look at the sun.
Okay, I see a circle. I can't see the depth of it.
Yeah, so that would be a light in the sky then. A circular light in the sky.
You can't see the circle though.
Yeah, so a circle and the sphere are two different things, right? Or wrong? Check or hold.
But we can't see the depth of it. We just can't.
What do you mean the depth of it? You can
we can't see the depth. Pick out a sphere. We can only see it as like a circle. Like if I look at you straight on, bro, I'm only gonna see a 2D human. But if I look at it from an angle,
yeah, with your eyes, you won't see it. If you like
the moon, to me,
sunglasses, you can see it.
Wait, does this mean the sun's a flat circle to you guys?
No, we're talking about the Earth.
This is floating. We're talking about the Earth. Apparently, it's a floating.
Here, flat Earth. We're talking about the surface of the Earth. No one here is talking about the sun, other than you. You asked a question about day and night. And
can I ask a question?
On Earth, just like you see, if the sun is above your head, that would be daytime.
Wait, can I stream? Can I stream and show you an image?
No, I think we're full right now.
Stream? What do you mean full?
Wait, I have a question.
As far as like the room.
I have a question.
Have you never seen a sunset?
How does no? I have a question. How do some places have sun? How do some places have sun for like 24 hours a day? Like it's sunny 24 hours a day.
That's an interesting question because I was told that on the flat Earth the sun would not set. It's not possible for the sun. I think Ehab was going to say that. Have you ever seen the sunset? Because in his worldview, the sun would not set on the flat Earth. So now you would have to explain to him how you have a 24-hour sun, and he would say you wouldn't have that if the Earth was flat.
Then what are the planets?
Yeah, hold on. We're going one at a time.
Forget the planets, mate. The sun doesn't even work in a flat Earth. On a flat Earth.
How's that?
What is Mars? What is Jupiter? What is Saturn?
One guy at a time. Hold on. We'll get there. So if the sun doesn't work on the flat Earth, how did you get to that? What's your logic? Give me your premise.
Literally everything you just said. You just repeated it.
Okay, which one is it? Does the sun set on the flat Earth, or the sun doesn't set?
So you've got 24-hour daytimes. You've got the sun that doesn't set. When it sets, it's going down, not sideways.
It's both then. You have the sun would set on the flat Earth, and the sun doesn't set on the flat Earth at the same time.
And you do see the spherical shape when it's setting and before it's setting.
Okay, it sounds like you need to go to a sun server or a sun channel.
Aren't you going to argue? Aren't you going to tell me why it's not? Or
no, I mean you've already got this claim that it doesn't work on the flat Earth, and then you contradicted yourself. How am I supposed to work with that?
Tell me how it works. So tell me how it works.
Okay, when the sun is above, this is how it works, just like you see it. If the sun is above your head, that is a daytime. That's the time of the day that we call daytime. Do you understand that?
Do you understand this?
Okay, no.
When there is a country,
you're asking
24 hours.
You're asking me the question. I'm trying to give you an answer. If my first answer is not understood, I'm not going to add more content because we're working in a realm of a lack of understanding. You have to have understanding, then branch out from that. If you start with complete dumbfoundery, you don't even know what daytime is, how the fuck are we going to talk about daytime and nighttime if you can't even define what daytime is?
Hey, why is he fucking talking and muting me? Bro, why
you asked a question and then you didn't shut up.
Why are you muting me?
Okay, we're gonna move on. Okay, this guy's too dumb.
No, please. Ehab just needs some time.
Yeah, well, he can listen for a while. Because if he asks a question, he's got to be able to listen to the answer. We've degraded down to a point where you ask a question, then you listen to an answer. That part alone is too difficult for his education level. His education level is so low that he doesn't even understand after a question mark, that's the end of when you talk. That's the end. A question mark ends your talking. Then the other person would answer the question. Does that make sense? Are you able to follow that?
That makes sense. Ehab, do you understand?
Okay, so do you want to go back to your dome question? Have you figured out what the word dome means?
Yes. The idea that my friend, where did he go? Where'd the other guy go? The guy who was mentioning a dome firmament, where there's like a dome over us and rain comes from it.
He was trolling you. That was an anti-flat earther. He was fucking with you. I'm not sure if you picked up on that. Yeah.
No, I've actually heard those ideas before.
Yeah, I mean, that guy's been here before. I kind of let it go for a while. He likes to pretend he's a flat earther, and it sounded kind of funny because he was basically kind of fucking with you. And I wanted to see how long it would take for you to pick up on that somebody was teasing you.
I didn't pick it up, but I think the clock part made me realize that.
Yeah,
There's no way.
Yeah, when he started talking about interdimensional travel and shit, that's when I shut it down.
I was a bit confused there. I didn't think that you guys believed that far, that stuff. I guess the next question would be is that, are you guys united in the belief of flat Earth? Like there's one theory you guys believe of how everything works? Or is it actually different beliefs, like flat Earth, firmament, hollow Earth, concave Earth? Is that?
Yeah, there's different groups of flat earthers that have different cosmologies and whatnot, but generally we all agree that the Earth is observed as flat and stationary, the Earth is measured as flat and stationary, and the Earth is practically used as flat and stationary. There is a group of people from the Flat Earth Society, which none of them are here. Okay, one of our rules say that this is not the Flat Earth Society, that they believe the Earth is upwards moving, which explains that 9.8. Okay, but no one here holds that position. If you look at our channel, our channel rules, one of them says this is not the Flat Earth Society. No one here is talking about an upwards moving Earth. Okay, there's a guy called Dell. You can find him on YouTube. I think it's just called Dell. He's a Flat Earth Society, and he'll tell you all about the upwards moving Earth. So here, we all agree, even if we have different cosmologies, different ideas about it, we all agree on three things. The Earth, the surface of the Earth, can be described, and it is described as flat and motionless. And we know this because it's been observed, measured, and practically used as so.
How is it being observed that it's not moving?
Yeah, the very easy one's an earthquake. Have you observed an earthquake? Have you been present during an earthquake?
I've been present in a few small ones.
Okay, does the earth move under your feet?
It shakes.
Yeah, so if it's not doing that, is it stationary?
Oh. Like if it shakes, is it stationary or not, the Earth?
No, I'm saying, so if you have an earthquake, is the Earth moving or is the Earth stationary?
The Earth itself is stationary. The tectonic plates zone.
Gosh.
Yes, this is what I call a bricking. This is a severe bricking.
But like we're talking about Earth moving through space at a constant speed.
No, we're talking about the surface of Earth. Did I just get done talking about the surface of the Earth? During an earthquake, is the surface of the Earth, is it moving or is the surface of the Earth stationary?
Well, it's stationary. When the earthquake happens, it starts to shake.
But okay, let me break this down for you. During an earthquake, there's P and S waves. You either have vertical or horizontal waves going through the surface of the Earth. Check or hold.
Okay, and what's this prove exactly? Like the Earth isn't moving at all?
Yeah, if it's not an earthquake, I can make an observation that the surface of Earth is not moving. It's stationary. Observation.
Okay. So we're going off observations we see with our own eyes that we can make in person.
Well, that's one of it. Remember, the second step was measurement. We measure the Earth. It's both flat and stationary. And practical demonstration. Flat and stationary.
So how do we initially measure? How do initially what do you call how do scientists come up with a number that Earth is moving around the Earth? Earth is moving around the sun. I mean, how do we come up with that number initially? Like, what's the theory behind that? I think Ehab wants to ask a question too. Hello?
Yeah, I thought you were done. That wasn't a question. That was more of a statement. You trying to look?
No. I was curious about how is the initial calculations made for Earth moving around the sun? Like, how do scientists do it now?
Yeah, Earth doesn't move around the sun. The sun moves over the surface of the Earth.
I know, but what theory do scientists use now to calculate that? I'm curious now.
Yeah, they don't.
I can't defend something I don't know. You know?
Yeah, they don't calculate that.
They just make up that number.
Yeah, it's not even a number. You know the Earth doesn't move around the sun because it every day is 24 hours. 6 months from now, daytime would turn to nighttime. That's not possible. So we know that every day 24 hours go by, 15 degrees per hour, the sun moves across the sky. You know that. You observe that. And tomorrow, the next day, the next day, the next day, if the Earth was moving around the sun, the backside of the Earth would have switched to the front side. Day and night would switch every 6 months. That does not happen. Are you able to visualize that?
I'm trying to visualize it. Okay. I'll be honest.
So, say right now, your part of the Earth. Try to visualize heliocentric. You got the sun in the center. Your part of the Earth is facing the sun. You see that? Can you visualize? I can find an image for you, but are you able to visualize that?
I can visualize my part of the Earth facing the sun now.
Now the Earth rotates 24 hours, and now it's facing the sun again.
Yes.
But it's also moved around the sun. Check or hold?
Yes, I can visualize that.
Okay, if you follow that process, that do-while loop, once you get to the other side of the sun, your side of the Earth would have switched to the night side rather than the day side.
But it's like a smooth transition, though, so it doesn't feel like any change.
It's not possible. That would not be possible to be a smooth transition. It would switch from day to night.
I'm going to be honest, Crit. I'm pretty retarded. I'm not the best defender of this globe.
But yeah, you don't need to. Okay, no one's asking you to defend the globe. The only ask here is that you ask a question and then you try to understand the answer. That's it.
Okay, if you can find that image of that thing you're talking about. But I got another question then. How do seasons work?
Well, what's your current working knowledge? How the seasons work?
I believe it has to do with the tilt of the Earth while we rotate around.
Yeah, where's the tilt? How did you know? Where did that come from?
To my understanding, the tilt of the Earth is aided by the moon. The moon helps keep us stable. Apparently something impacted us a long time ago. The tilt of the Earth, and as you go around the sun, the south faces towards the Earth more. That's why it has summer during the south and winter during the north. And as the Earth rotates more to the other side, it switches around. That's, to my understanding, the current theory of how seasons happen. I don't know how it works on the small moon. I'm not sure how that would work on a flat Earth, the seasons.
Yeah, so on a flat Earth, the sun moves and an analemma. It's a pattern that's observed throughout the year. This analemma goes from the north to the south, and that's what creates your seasons.
Do you have a video of this explaining it?
Yeah, just look up the word analema. It will.
How do you spell that?
Yeah, I'll post it right here. At least I got this one here. So this is a pattern that the sun and the moon make in the sky. When the sun is in the northern part of the earth, that's summer for the north and winter for the south. When the sun moves to the south, that's summer for the south and winter for the north. It makes this eternity symbol, which is called the analema.
Why does the sun move in a pattern like that?
Yeah, you'd have to ask the God, the creator. He made it that way. So when you finally get to the pearly gate, you'd be like, hey, why did you make the sun move that way? And he'll tell you, well, duh, we had to create a plant life cycle for it to oxygenate, the air. And you'd be like, oh yeah, that makes sense.
Are you a Christian?
Yeah, I would say I would identify as Christian. I think the term is a Protestant would probably be the way I would go.
Oh, okay, because I was wondering which God you would follow.
Yeah, I would say that the creator God, and then I would say that I use sort of Christianity, Protestant Christianity, to kind of learn about God and learn that understanding of who the creator is.
Bro. I respect that. As a fellow Christian, I respect that. We may not agree on this altogether, but I respect that.
Yeah, you asked a question. I think you've been pretty good faith, but I generally don't like to go into the religious part of it because there are people who think the Earth is a globe who are also religious. So it's not a tool of discernment.
To me, I'll be honest. The most important thing to me is that you're religious, rather than if you believe in flat Earth or globe.
Oh yeah, that's the best part because now we know we can always fall back at some positive communication because we both know that this is a created realm.
Hell yeah, brother. But I don't understand why this lie would be kept up. This lie itself. I see these theories you provide. You provide a lot of things that dismantle a lot of current science and understanding we have. Have we just formulated and created so many different types of sciences to keep up this lie? And why put so much effort into doing this? I don't understand, the motive behind humans. I don't even think humans are this intelligent to be this organized. To be so organized in this lie. I feel like we're all so stupid. If you get what I'm trying to say, I'm just asking a question how are we so good at lying that we've convinced everyone it's a globe? I think humans are not that smart.
Of power and control, authority. Voltaire, even though I'm Christian, I think Voltaire said some really good things. He's the first atheist. Voltaire said, if you can get someone to believe an absurdity, they will commit an atrocity. And that's what they got here. They got you thinking you're a monkey on a water-covered lava ball. Therefore, go to the Middle East and bomb these second world countries for oil. An ever-dwindling pool of resources that are causing global warming. So they got you to think, not you, I'm just saying the royal you. They got people to think an absolute absurdity was true. And now they'll do whatever else. It's like War and Peace in 1984. You got them to think that nothing is true anymore. Their own lying eyes, their own God-given senses are faulty, are failed. You will sit there and look. What they told Winston in 1984. He said, what is 2 plus 2? He said 2 plus 2 is 4. And he just kept torturing them until eventually he told him it was 5. Winston said it was 4. And the government said, no, it's 5. And he's like, no, it's not, it's 4. And he would torture him until he finally said it was 5. And he got him to say so because do you not think that our mathematicians, our scientists, our thinkers, all these people that run society, they're not smart enough to come up with some sort of framework to make 2 + 2 = 5? And at that point, he was defeated.
Definitely smart enough.
Yeah, he was so defeated. That's what they do to you. They get you to understand that fact from fable, that you cannot figure this stuff out for yourself. They'll do the thinking for you, and they'll come up with whatever answer they need to advance whatever agenda they're advancing.
So what you're doing is discrediting every single scientist.
No, that would be a squawk. That would be an absolute squawking. No one here is discrediting anybody. All I said was don't discredit yourself. That's what I said. What I actually said. Don't throw your own observations away because somebody else told you pineapple belongs on pizza. No, it doesn't.
There's a lot to think about. I'm quite ignorant when it comes to I'll admit ignorance when it comes to the globe side of defense. I just accept what I've been taught. I won't accept the flat earth right away, but I do have friends who believe in it for religious reasons. It's just a curious topic. I don't really speak to flat earthers much besides those guys. But I've always wondered this part is how far back has this globe lie gone on? I know the Greeks, they theorized the earth was a globe. I'm not sure how they calculated that. I don't know. I'm just not convinced that believing the earth is a globe is going to undermine our morality or our existence or encourage nihilism. I think theories like the Big Bang can still work with Christianity, but those sort of theories that we come from like nothing and we're insignificant. I think the idea of from a religious perspective that the universe is so big and grand is that we are supposed to be insignificant, but God has created us and has chosen us to be special. And that in this massive universe, in all this, God has made us significant. He has chosen us. And I think the universe itself is a way to remind us of this idea. That's my theory, at least, of how I like to romanticize it a bit. I personally don't see it as the universe existing and space existing and the earth existing as a globe to make me like not I don't know if you get what I'm trying to say. I don't feel that I've decayed in terms of significance or morality. I think it's mainly due to my religious upbringing. I can understand how atheism and those ideas spread around when there's a belief of an infinite universe, there's other life forms and things like that. I can understand. But I don't know, it's an interesting idea. To accept the idea of a flat earth within an hour conversation or even a few days worth of talking can really shake someone's belief in reality itself. Like, how do you cope with that everything around you is just a lie? Even if the earth you stand on is a lie, like, how do you live knowing everything is a lie at that point?
That's a very easy answer. I do 3 things. I document the downfall. I spend some time doing some things I enjoy with some people I can tolerate. 3 things. That's what I do with it.
And also, not everything is a lie, because contrary to what the globe is trying to get you to believe, that your senses, your God-given senses, are faulty and they make no sense. Actually, in reality, your senses, your God-given senses, make sense. Contrary to what the globe is telling you, that the ground is moving, your senses are telling you that the ground is motionless, right?
Yeah.
Also, you're observing the luminaries moving, like in a clockwork fashion, like a clock, like an actual designed clock by the creator. But the globe is telling you, no, your senses are nonsense. So don't acknowledge reality. Don't acknowledge the creation or the design of this place that you're in. Don't acknowledge any of that. Just believe that you live in this nonsensical fantasy globe that makes no sense. The physics of water make no sense. They telling you water is attached to the outside of a spinning ball in a vacuum. You cannot demonstrate that in reality. You know that water doesn't go on the outside of a spinning ball in a vacuum. You know this in reality. But they're telling you, don't worry about what you know. Believe us.
Yeah, I understand that perspective. I think it's just a limitation of our senses in a way. That's the argument I'd see from a globalist. It's a limitation of our senses. But that's an interesting...
Listen, it's a combination of your senses and the actual place that you're experiencing with your senses. Because remember, your senses are for you to cross the street and not get hit by a car, right? And that works pretty well, right? When you're going to cross the street, do you use your senses when you're crossing the street?
Yes.
Does it work? Does it work or it doesn't work?
Hopefully it's working. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's working, right? It's working, right? But then when they show you this cartoon on a book, they tell you, hey, you see this cartoon right here that we drew for you? Now your senses make no sense, right? And you say, yeah, my senses are nonsense. There you go. They convinced you that the reality of the world that you were put in and given your God-given senses to be able to experience and survive and thrive and, acknowledge and the creation, the way things work in reality, they telling you, no, your senses are nonsense. And people say, oh, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, you're starting to answer your previous question as to why. If they get a bunch of people convincing themselves that they're senseless, they'll listen to whatever someone writes down on a piece of paper to get through the day. Here are the instructions. You are senseless, remember. It's like a hypnosis. Your senses are limited. You live on a ball. Your senses are limited.
I understand our senses working on the earth. But our senses
I know. You're the one hyping up the idea that our senses are limited, therefore we live on a ball.
Yeah, our senses don't have to extend to outside.
The powers that be like senseless people.
But shouldn't my senses exist for survivability?
I'm telling you that, listen, your senses and nature and, water, gas pressure, all of those things are conspiring to deceive you. You're being deceived because what you're experiencing, everything that you're experiencing and what you're observing about the physics of water, gas pressure, all of that is nonsense. It works differently. In the globe, it all works different. So the globes make sense and your senses are nonsense.
So I understand all of this perspective from like a religious point of view, where there is an enemy attacking all of us. I can understand that perspective from religion. I'm curious now about an atheist perspective of the flat Earth. I'd imagine there are atheists in here. Now, I want to understand why would people be opposed to suppressing these senses? Are there atheist flat earthers? That's my question now.
The globe will be a religion, though.
It doesn't feel like a religion, though. But I'm curious, are there atheist flat earthers?
What does that mean? It doesn't feel like a religion.
It's more like
you just appealed. You just appealed to abandoning your senses to prop something up.
Look, I can't admit to
That
sensing.
sounds
like,
religious.
Look, I don't know.
Listen,
bro.
you were talking about. Hold on, you were talking about your senses and your survivability and all that stuff. Well, you're surviving. You've relied on your senses to this point to survive. But if you go with the senseless option, then they have all kinds of things like, rocks from deep outer space that could eliminate Earth in the blink of an eye. That doesn't sound like survivability. So if we go to our senses and say, the Earth's surface isn't curving to create a ball, I guess we don't have to worry about that rock wiping us out. We're going to survive on.
I don't know. I don't really.
Does that sound religious? That a rock could be coming from out of nowhere and wipe everyone out?
It sounds like a doomsday, like revelation thing from religion.
Yeah, it's very religious, huh?
I understand that, but like,
well, you said you just said it didn't. You just said that the globe didn't feel religious.
No, it doesn't really feel.
Now you pinpointed it as a specific type of religion.
It doesn't feel religious because I don't have to like pray to anything specifically, or like I don't have to.
Well, you have to change your ways, or the Earth may die. You're poisoning the Earth.
The way I see it is that when I die, I'm going to Christos, bro. So I don't care when I die. So I'm not really afraid of
stop breathing. Listen, this is not medical advice, right? But every time you breathe, you're poisoning the Earth.
Because of CO2 coming out?
Every time a cow farts, we're doomed.
Yeah, when you fart, when you breathe, when you speak, when you speak, you're damaging the globe. You're a globe villain. Now you got
the way I see it, God gave us dominion over the earth. So if I damage it by breathing, it's okay. That's God's plan.
So you said it wasn't religious, but you know that the heliocentrism revolves around the sun god Helios. That's the esoteric idea. The sun god Helios. That's an actual pagan religion.
Like in that religion, like some Ooga Boogas, like 4,000.
Sun worshipping, yeah. Sun worshipping, cultism. That's what this all derives from, dude. It's a occult mysticism.
Well, like, did it derive from there and we evolved from there to the modern day globe, or did people separately?
Yes. No. Everything's steeped in occultism. The days of the week are occult. Like it's all pagan religion. The names of the planets are Jupiter, Mars, Venus. They're all pagan gods. Everything's steeped in occultism, dude. It's all. Yes, if you're agreeing with me, then you understand that yes, it's like a religion because it came from one.
But like, wouldn't other ideas be like a religion then? Like global warming and like what else?
You're negating the point that I made, and that you don't understand how this is like a religion. It is. You're following it unbeknownst to you. You're trying to make it sound like it's a bit more applicable to now times. It's not. It's just rebranded. That's all. It's still occultism, bro.
It's the same senselessness.
I don't know, like, it doesn't feel like a religion. I feel like it's defending any other science point, though, or any other scientific discovery. Like, I feel like the globe I know that the globe being a globe, the Earth being a globe, I mean, is just another scientific idea, and it's nothing more than that, to me at least. It's like
It's occultism, bro. It's dipped in occultism. Everything that the globe has to offer is all occultism. It has its roots in the Kabbalah.
Kabbalah. Do you have a source?
It's also the contrary to scientific. It's pseudoscientific because there's no science attached to it. You believe it's science, but it's not science. It's actually pseudoscience.
I'll be honest, I'm quite ignorant in the sciences because I've never actually spent time thinking critically about the Earth being a globe.
Listen. Go to Google and search the word pseudoscience.
It just means like science hasn't really been proven doesn't this mean now like science that hasn't been proven and is presented as something that's factual?
Yeah, like the globe. You're the one who identified it as just a fanciful idea, but it's been elevated. It's been elevated to the masses and been presented as reality. They put it on the textbooks at the school. So they don't say, "Hey, here's our fanciful idea." They said, "This is what it is. Now do what we say."
I'll have to think about it a bit. Just the ideas presented. The occultism stuff is interesting. Do you have a source to that? The occultism stuff?
I don't know, listen to some Led Zeppelin. I don't know.
Ehab, do you want to ask a question now?
Yeah.
I'll look at the source.
Yeah, just look up. Sorry about that. Look up the pagan gods, like the names of the planets, the pagan gods that they're after. You'll find out.
Yeah, I know about the pagan gods, the Roman and the Greek pagan gods. Like
the sun god Helios. Do you know about the sun god Helios?
I've heard of Helios, but I didn't know that meant like the sun god. Helios.
Heliocentric solar system. Come on.
Helios.
Hello, guys. Hello, Crit.
So, what do you guys think of like Islam then? Like, we're Christians here, all of us. What about Muslims then?
Stick to the earth, bro. We're not talking about religions. Just stick to the earth.
But it's very intertwined, though. The whole reasoning of the globe being a globe is because it's anti-religion. Anti-religion, anti-reality. So religion intertwines perfectly into this.
Well, they seem fixated on a black cube.
Is that true, Ehab?
What?
You're fixated on a black cube?
No, dude. The people who surround the black cube and walk around it, that's what I'm talking about. We're talking about the Earth's surface not having any curvature.
What black cube?
You can snap yourself out of this whole, it's a religion, it's not a religion, it's a religion, it's not a religion. Well, if it doesn't present itself in reality, and you have to appeal to your senselessness, there you go.
So what are you talking
It's
about,
a nonsensical religion.
What? So it doesn't make sense to you? So it's nonsensical?
Well, is the Earth's surface curving?
The globe goes contrary to your God-given senses. Everything about it. So it's a nonsensical religion.
Yeah, Ehab, the last guy, Cole, said that the senses are limited, therefore I'm leaning on the globe idea.
There you go.
That's
the
all.
Nonsense religion.
What?
I mean, you have freedom to participate in any religion you like. The nonsense globe religion, that's on you. Go right ahead. Nobody's denying you that.
But I joined in mid-conversation. I don't know what you guys
Obviously. We were talking about senseless decisions.
Yeah, you brought up religion and you said a black cube.
No, I didn't bring up religion. The last guy did.
So what do you mean by black cube?
Oh, Lord.
Now we move on from that.
Yeah, that was me trying to wrap up his off-topic meanderings.
Yeah, because he was asking. And then he got that answer, but that's the point we get. You're not talking about religion too much. Except for the nonsensical globe religion.
So what's at the edge of a flat earth?
Okay, go on, Ehab. It's a better question.
Go ahead.
What's at the edge? An ice wall? No?
Who knows? There's ice walls all over the place. Yeah, correct. I'm not omniscient.
So not a single flat earther has got onto a boat?
No, I've been on a boat.
And like gone all the way?
gone all the way to where? To where I was going? Yep. In return.
Fall off the edge, mate. Like
what? Yeah, what edge?
The edge of the Earth.
Okay. It sounds like you're still caught up on the idea of Earth being suspended in some sort of space for there to be an edge to fall off into.
So where is it?
Where is what? What is this, Abbott and Costello?
Do I have to, like...
Yeah, I'm not omniscient. I don't have a God's eye point of view of this whole thing.
So you said the Earth is not suspending,
okay,
right? in the space.
Yeah.
So where is it?
Who knows?
Oh my!
But the whole idea that it's in outer space, it starts with the idea that we're on a ball.
Well, outer space could be anything. It's just space that's empty.
Yeah, but the story we're going with is that Earth is in this space. And that's based on the idea that the Earth is a ball.
So where is it, if it's not in a space?
I don't know, dude. I'm not omniscient. You know, I could ask you, listen, if I asked you where the edge of the universe is and you can't bring me up a map and point to it, then am I allowed to say, well...
Well, this isn't the universe, Discord.
Yeah, good point.
It's the Flat Earth Discord.
Good point. I'm just telling you, you think you live in an ever-expanding universe. That's where your globe is. So if I were to start asking questions about the edge of the ever-expanding universe and what is it expanding into, then what?
I'm just talking about the Earth.
I know.
So
do you have any evidence? Do you have any evidence the Earth is a ball?
I mean, just the way it works, the sun. I mean, the way that Norway...
The sun moving across the sky tells you you're on a ball.
I mean, some people here are saying that the sun's not even a circle. Do you believe that?
I think you mean sphere. I think you mean ball.
Yeah, well, either way,
the sun looks like a circle.
Yeah, sphere.
Circle. It looks like a circle.
Yeah, but it's a sphere, right? No?
Well, why when I asked you if there's any evidence the Earth is a ball, you want me to agree that the sun is a ball? How does that work?
I'm trying to explain to you, like, is it not a ball?
That sounds a little backwards.
How's that backwards? Can't you answer the...
No, nothing about the sun it presents itself to me as being a ball.
Okay, so let's say you say, yes, it is a ball. So how does a ball project a focused beam of light and not a light on everything around?
No, it's not that. When he asked you about the Earth, you went away from the Earth and looked to the sun. The sun, you look up. The Earth, you standing on it, you look down. The sun is not the Earth. The Earth is not the sun. And when he asked you about the Earth, you spoke about the sun.
Yeah, and
just
besides,
like when I asked about the Earth, he spoke about the universe.
Hold on. Besides, a stadium, when they put up lights for a stadium, they put up more than one light.
So there's more than one sun?
No, what I'm saying is, why don't they just have one light to light up the entire field? You're saying that should be the case with light.
Huh?
You said, why isn't the sun lighting up everything?
So how is a circle pushing a focused beam of light? Because it's a circle, is it not? It's a sphere.
There will be an unknown. You're gonna have to, when you make it to heaven and God asks you questions and then asks you if you have any questions, you're gonna ask God, how does the luminaries work? How does the sun work? What are the mechanisms that he put in place to make it look the way it looks when you're standing on the ground? And then he might give you an answer, or he might not give you an answer.
Yeah, besides, I don't understand. Hold on. Even if the sun were a ball, how does that get you to Earth ball?
So so the sun goes around in a circle, right?
Yeah, you look at it and you see doing a circuit.
Right?
Well, I mean, you're saying a circle, but nobody here is claiming a circle. It's moving across
how
the
does it
sky.
go around? I'm asking.
It goes across the sky.
You observe it
doing in a line?
Yeah, you think that's because the Earth's spinning.
How does that work if it goes down in a line?
That's a question for God.
That's a question for you because you believe the Earth is flat.
That's not the Earth. There's unknowns. You know, there's a lot of unknowns. Like, how does the sun works? That's an unknown.
It's not unknown if you...
Is it? Okay, so tell me, how does the sun work?
You guys are saying they'll have the origins of how it is. You start pointing up in the sky and telling stories, and you start thinking you're on a ball. You're seeing the origins of your confusion.
Yeah, don't tell me a story. Give me a schematic. Listen, give me a schematic that how the sun works, the mechanisms, how the cause and effect, everything put in place, and how you demonstrate that. Don't give me a story. Show me the schematic of the mechanisms of how the sun works. Go ahead.
So to you, the Earth being a sphere is more of a story than the Earth being flat.
The Earth being a sphere, that's not the sun, dude. You were talking about the sun, not the Earth. If you want to talk about the Earth, you want to talk about the Earth.
It's a complete fabrication, correct?
This is the Earth Discord, mate.
Yes, the Earth being a ball is a story. It's one big whopper of a story.
Yeah, complete nonsense.
So tell me how.
Remember, you have water in reality, right? Real water, and
what's your evidence?
In reality, you don't have water attached to balls in vacuums. You don't have that.
If you don't have any relevancy to the question, please don't answer.
What question?
Well, water in reality isn't curving at its surface to create a ball.
Exactly.
Well, that's what gravity's for.
That's the answer.
So wait, the reason why you think the Earth is flat is because the water cannot be held up? Is that what you're saying?
Well, they say it's a 70% covered ball, yet water in reality at its surface is flat. So which one's the story?
Water does curve at its surface, though.
You have measurements of this. Or are you talking about the tears?
Good morning.
Are you talking about the tears running down your face?
Good morning, guys. Good morning. How's everybody doing?
Doing great.
Hell yeah, brother. That's what I like to hear.
Thanks for bringing hell up.
Flush.
Who said water does curve? Who was that?
I did. Me.
Me, that narrows it down.
What narrows what?
Lord. Who said it?
Wait, who said... I'm sorry, my bad.
Yeah, let's get to the bottom of the last guy's claim. He has curving water.
Yeah, it does.
I mean, when you fill a cup with water, does it not fill the cup up?
Have you ever seen a drop of water like on a flat surface?
Yeah.
Yeah,
why can't
it
a water
curves.
curve?
What happens when the?
What are you so confused?
Yeah, what happens when the surface tension breaks?
That's not the point. The point is you said it doesn't curve, and it does.
Well,
so I just gave you an example of water curving on its own.
That's great. If you're pointing to surface tension for the curvature of all this water on Earth.
No, I'm not. I'm not pointing to surface tension. Stop being obtuse and stop acting stupid. Stop acting stupid.
No, you're the one being obtuse.
You made a claim. You said water doesn't curve, and I just proved you wrong. And now you want to say, "Oh, so you're saying surface tension is why the Earth?"
Yeah, I'm not talking about
that is not what your claim was. I just proved you wrong. I gave you an example of water curving on its own, and now you want to rewrite what I'm
You're
saying.
missing the point, bro. He was talking about on the outside of a sphere.
No, the claim he made, that I just refuted.
You mentioned water on a flat surface.
You guys always do this shit. You guys always try to overtalk people. He made a claim, and he said that water doesn't curve. Give me an example of water curving on its own.
Yeah,
I said,
and I said,
and I gave you an example.
Water does curve, though.
Not your tears.
Water does curve. So that's the.
How does it
I don't
not
understand
curve,
what the
mate?
fuck this guy's talking about.
Have you seen a river?
Okay,
that's
so
water
at
curving?
Niagara Falls, is Niagara Falls also an example of water curving?
Well,
No,
water's falling
I didn't
down.
I didn't bring that up as my example. My example was a water droplet.
Example.
My example was a water droplet.
It's the guy who's saying water doesn't curve. I'm acknowledging the existence of Niagara Falls.
Okay, yeah. Things behave differently at different scales, right?
There you go. Keep going. You're about to flat smack yourself. So take a billion of your tears.
No. Your
and what do we
claim,
have?
listen, buddy. Your claim was water doesn't curve. Give me an example. I gave you an example, a water drop, and now you're trying to change the subject. You got proven wrong. It's okay. Move on. Just speak more clearly in the future.
We're not talking about dewdrops.
Just
you must be. Yeah.
You're speaking about water. Don't make claims that can be easily disproven with like easy examples. You should be more specific.
The globe being covered at its surface with 70% water.
Yeah,
not
gravity.
dewdrops, not your tears.
There's a thing called gravity. Have you ever heard of it?
Here we go.
Ever heard of gravity?
So
gravity is creating the roundness of your tears.
What brings you
Water
down
is creating
when you
the
jump?
what? Sorry?
Is gravity creating the roundness of your tears? Or is it surface tension, like you said?
Roundness of my tears? What tears are you talking about? You're crazy. What a lame joke. Why don't you stay on topic, buddy? Unless you're going to misspeak again and make yourself sound stupid.
The little drops of dew coming from your eyes.
You're the one crying, buddy.
Bro, what are you talking about? I'm just asking questions.
Make my day a lot easier if I could cry.
You good, bro?
All right, perhaps we got Ehab. Booger Smoker is just he likes to distract and distort, so we want to keep him silenced because he's not here for exposition. He's just here for spinning everybody's wheels to oblivion. So it seems like Ehab is a little bit better at. I don't know. I'm just listening. He's just an ounce off as Booger Smoker is.
You should mute him too because he likes to talk a lot when I'm not asking him.
He understands what we mean, but he always distorts to always try to make it a bit more pedantic. But it loses context, excuse me, whenever we're speaking, and he's like, "Oh, you mean like water doesn't curve at all?" Like that's not what we're talking about. Obviously, he knows we're talking about the Earth and the surface of it, so he's trying to draw it out into this reduction to absurdity. We're not going to do that. So we'll let Ehab kind of take the floor for a little bit.
I forgot where I was, to be honest. There was a whole ass fight going on.
No, you don't have to worry about that. So concentrate on the fact that you want to ask a question, perhaps maybe some knowledge that you can gain from the group. Don't worry about that other conversation.
All right, so you've got a country. The country is named Norway. This country, depending on the time of the year, gets longer daylight and longer nighttime. How does that work with the flat Earth?
Well, it's just the sunlight, right? The sun causes day and night. When the sun's close to you in proximity, it's daytime. When it moves away from you, it's nighttime.
Okay, but according to you guys, the sun, it goes around in a circle, right?
No, I think there's an idea that it goes around in a circle, but here's what we can say. Throughout the year, the sun follows a path, which you can relate to an analemma, which in the sky, if you take a picture of the sun throughout the day, like solar noon. So at solar noon, you take an image of the sun, and throughout the whole year, it'll start making this figure of 8 in the sky. So it's like a particular path that it takes. That's what we can tell from the analemma. So as it moves from Tropic of Cancer to Capricorn.
Yeah, right. So it moves into a figure of 8. I've seen that. So how does it keep one place lit constantly?
What do you mean keep one place lit constantly? I don't know what that means.
Norway has like a couple days of straight sunlight.
Yeah, sure.
Even though the sun is moving away from it. How is that happening?
Well, it's not that it's moving away from it. It's actually moving in a path. So whatever path it's taking, it's still light on Norway. So what we can say is that the observation of being in Norway is that the sun's path would be such that there would be light there for a couple of days. There's nothing wrong with that.
I understand what you're trying to say, but you're not explaining why it does that. You're just saying.
Oh, the mechanics behind why it does it. Yeah, no one knows the mechanics. No one knows what drives the sun to move in that path that it does. All we can do is make observations. No one, not even people who believe
I'm not talking
the
about
Earth is a globe,
the path
can
of
tell
the
you
sun.
mechanics.
I'm talking about the reason why this country still has sunlight. Even like you're just saying, just saying that the sun has to be there. Basically, that's what you're saying.
No, it doesn't have to be there. It's the path. It's the path that it takes. So whatever path it's taking, it shows up in Norway for the length of time that it does. All you're doing is cataloging the length of time that the sun takes to be above the sky in Norway. So that's all you're doing. You're not
away.
Yeah, it's not. Well, it's moving in a path. You're saying away. What does away mean to you?
It's an 8. You said it's just drawing an 8.
Yes. So it's following the path. Yes.
Is it an 8 or a circle?
Oh, it's a figure. The analemma is a figure of 8. I'm speaking specifically to the analemma. What you're talking about is an observation being made specifically in Norway, right? So what you witness in Norway, I don't know if you live there or not, but you witness the sun's path across the sky. So whatever path that takes, whether it may be circular above your head in some way or an oval, I wouldn't know how to describe it because I've never been in Norway, but whatever path it takes, that's the path that it's going to take. But it doesn't negate the fact that the surface of the Earth is a horizontal plane. We're just talking about the sun's path. Now you're trying to see if you can extrapolate a geometric shape from that, and in no way can you do that. So it doesn't. Whatever the sun's doing, it doesn't describe the floor situation, even though you want it to be, because the only way that you can think about it is how you've been told. And the way the explanation you've been given is that the Earth has to be a sphere in order for this to work. So you, in sort of a way, you're wanting us to explain, well, I know the explanation they've given me is that it's a planet, it's a globe, it's a sphere. That's how it's operating like that. But you don't know that it's a sphere. So it could be a horizontal plane, and the sun could be operating very differently in a path that you can see. So it doesn't necessitate a sphere, is what I mean.
Yeah, of course I don't know it's a globe. Neither do I know if it's a flat Earth. But the question I'm asking doesn't get answered either way because.
Well, the point is the sun's not gonna. You're not gonna it's not gonna give you the answer to if the Earth is a globe or not. So it would be a moot point at this particular time for you. Yes, you agree. So that's what I'm saying. It's a moot point. So bringing it up doesn't solve the issue if the Earth is a globe or not. You agree with me?
It does. No,
it doesn't.
It does to what you just said.
So in what way does it show you that the Earth is a geometric shape, like an oblate spheroid?
We'll just say a certain amount of time. We'll say 3 months. 3 months, it's sunlight in Norway, and 3 months, no sunlight. So straight darkness. So we know that the Earth is tilted. It's a sphere and it's tilted sideways a little bit.
Oh, that's an assumption, sir. That's an assumption being made by people. Yes. No. How do you know that we know that, sir? How do you know that?
Because we've got satellites. We've got.
Okay. What are the satellites showing you, sir?
A sphere.
Okay. And how can you verify that the Earth is a sphere, like the images and the videos they're showing you?
Right. Let's say you go really high. Let's say you don't even leave Earth. You just go really high. You can already start seeing a spherical shape.
How high? How high, sir?
Like way above the clouds.
How high is that, sir?
Do you want me to give you numbers?
Yes.
13,000 kilometers, mate.
13,000 kilometers. Has anybody ever seen the curvature of the Earth at 13,000 kilometers, sir?
I don't know where we're going, to be honest.
Well, what we're doing is we're getting the specifics that you think that you could see Earth curvature from a high altitude. And what I'm describing to you is we're digging into your knowledge-based claim, or you're asserting that you have a knowledge claim, and I'm showing you how you don't even know if that's true or not. You're saying 13,000 kilometers. And I'm asking for, how did you verify that?
Right.
You're like, I don't know that. You're just spitballing right now, aren't you?
What I said was that if you look at the satellites, you can see the curve.
Yes, you see images, you see videos. I've already covered this. But how did you verify that that is true?
Brother, I don't know what to say to you.
Well, the truth. Tell me the truth, sir. That's all you got to do.
How about you tell me the truth? You prove to me that the
No. This isn't a burden of proof reversal, sir. We're not switching the burden onto me. It's a nice nervous chuckle that you've just given me. No. Physical would mean that you've determined that it is. So how did you determine physically that the Earth is a globe, sir?
Because it's round, because you can see it through the video.
Yeah, because it's round isn't an answer. How did you determine it was? Don't give me the same kind of circular reasoning. Tell me how
you're not making a good argument for not being religious at this point.
How did you determine, sir?
I don't think anyone.
You've kind of stumbled into that. What?
Ehab, focus. How did you determine that the Earth's surface physically was a curving surface?
Look, I see what you're doing. You're trying to add pressure. This is a horrible way of talking.
No, dude. I'm trying to alleviate the pressure.
No.
What we're getting to right now.
At least Jamesy knows to mute when he's not talking. Someone still needs to learn.
This is a problem. You're not being focused. You're looking for a way out, and he's giving you a way out. So you're trying to swing off the branch and talk to him instead of talking to me.
How about you tell me how the Earth is flat? How about you tell me how the Earth is flat?
No. We're not switching the burden. We're not switching the burden.
Why don't you tell me? Focus.
This is the problem.
How about you
focus?
I'm
focusing on exposition.
Okay, so where's the edge? Where's the edge of the Earth? Where's the edge of the Earth?
This is what happens to a mind when it doesn't see a way out. It starts to go crazy.
Where's the edge? Where's the edge?
So have you lost touch with reality?
Where's the edge? Have you seen the edge?
Okay, so you're just going to interrupt now. Is this where we're going, Ehab? Is this what we're doing?
Question though, you're not answering my question.
You seem to forget that I was asking you how you know the Earth's surface is curving, and you've just diverted away. Your mind has completely forgot.
Right, just like you don't know many of the questions I've asked. I don't know what you're asking me, so.
You don't know what I'm asking you. So that means
let's move to a new topic. Because
no, we're not going to move, sir. No, we're not leaving. We're not.
Okay. Right, you should mute yourself because you don't seem to know how to listen either. You should mute yourself, mate. You don't know how to listen either.
Ehab, either you're going to concede that you don't know that the surface is curving, or we cannot move to another topic. Yes, I want your concession. Say, I do not know if the surface is curving or not.
I just said that.
Can move on.
I just said that. Do you want me to
say it? No, say it, sir.
Write it down for you as well. I just said that.
No, just say it. Say it plainly. Just say
this
it
guy's
plainly.
gonna come just for my words, bro. This guy's gonna come.
Just say it plainly, sir.
Are you about to jizz? You sound like you're fucking.
This is the problem. Even confessing you don't know is a struggle. Even confessing you don't know is a struggle.
I just did though.
No, you
didn't. Might be a bit slow in the head because you do believe the Earth is flat too.
Please do it again. Let's hear it.
This guy's about to jizz.
Okay, so you're not going to do it because it's hard for you to. This is a pride.
Right, so why don't you admit that there's no edge?
Let's hear your concession. No, sir.
Why don't you admit that there's no edge? Oh, why not? Why not?
All we need is your concession.
Why not? Have you seen the edge?
You're not going to do it, are you?
You haven't seen the edge, have you? Have you? No?
Okay, so see, this is what happens.
Where's your proof?
All we're going to do is we're going to put you on time.
So where's your proof? Where's your proof? Where's your proof?
Good thing you butted in on Cole's discussion, Ehab. Way to flame out, bro.
All right, just take a moment to reflect that we still haven't extrapolated a concession from you, and as soon as you're ready to, I'm going to unmute you, and then you can go ahead and just say, "Hey, I don't know if the surface of the Earth is curving," because it's your pride getting in the way of you saying that. You did not say that. However, if you do say that, it will be refreshing, and we can move to the next topic. We can go to another topic, of course. But you don't want to admit that to the panel and your live stream on YouTube, and it's going to be held as a recording. So you're now held accountable for what you say, and you don't want to be. This is the problem with everybody admitting that they don't know the surface is curving. They do not want to admit it.
Well, he won't admit that because then he'll have to give up his Norway argument, and you know he'll go back to that.
Yeah. So admitting that it would be refreshing because we'll hear that he's being honest and truthful, that he doesn't know if the surface is curving, and then we can move on to another topic if he wants to bring it up. But just a quick cool down will help him instead of him like listening to him like do what he was doing. Yeah, just take a knee for a little bit. Yeah, we'll get back to you. If there's anybody else in here that thinks that the Earth is a globe, you can come forward and present your case.
Well, we were in the middle of a conversation with Cole when Ehab butted in.
Oh, Ehab came through. Okay, so Cole, go ahead, Cole.
It's okay now. I'm probably about to head off. Go to sleep. It's almost midnight in Australia. I'll probably come on tomorrow and ask some more questions.
Sounds good, bro.
Sounds like you're paying attention to your senses.
Yeah, maybe. All I know is that I don't think it really matters to me, at least. Like, ultimately. But I understand that it's an important topic you guys are passionate about. I'm really ignorant.
Yeah, we definitely love.
I'm just really ignorant when it comes to the. I'm quite ignorant when it comes to the sciences regarding the justifications of the globe. I feel like I have to see both sides.
All right, so you've already been experiencing the side of the globe for as many years as you have, so you don't need to see both sides. You've already been listening to people tell you that the Earth is a globe, all things globe. So this perspective that you're here in this room is a very different take from the one that you came from. So you've already come from one. You're listening to our perspective. So now it's different, right? So you don't have to hear both sides. You've already been listening to the other side.
I get what you mean, but like, I've never heard the justifications for why the Earth is a globe.
Since you're ignorant of science and all this stuff, maybe you'll realize that what you thought was quote-unquote science was actually just pseudoscience.
I'll have to see. Well, I'm curious to know about your journeys to.
Yeah, well, hold on, Cole. Perhaps it's for another time. Yeah. We'd want you to get good rest and perhaps not, leave in the middle of somebody explaining something to you. I think that wouldn't be good. Somebody be in the middle of like giving you an explanation, and you're like, "Oh, dude, I gotta go," and just drop out of the call. So.
Yeah, it will be disservice to them.
Yeah, we'll talk when you come back. We're here all the time.
I appreciate the conversation. It's always good to discuss things.
Right on, man.
Even if we disagree on things, discussing is always good. All right, night, folks. Catch you tomorrow.
Catch you next time, man.
Ehab, you behave now. Love you, boy.
All right, I'll fade to black if somebody wants to take Ehab on. But he was we reached a point where he was not conceding that the Earth is not curving on the surface. You guys can take it any way you want. He still hasn't given me that concession, and he probably won't give me the satisfaction of giving me the concession. So you guys can go wherever you want with that.
I'll give you the concession, mate. The Earth is round, and you can see it. Hello?
Where'd
he go?
You see it on TV, Ehab, and on the book covers.
Okay, how about you climb a really high mountain? What do you see?
Ehab, hey Ehab, when you say round, Ehab,
I've seen a video of
round. Do you mean like a round table or like a frisbee?
Sphere.
Oh, okay. Because round and flat are not mutually exclusive. You have CDs,
you're a scientist. Thank you for that. You can go back to mute.
You have round tables. So when you say Earth is round, you mean like a round table?
Discuss, not to.
Stop being a smart ass, Ehab.
Who's being the smartass, you retard?
You are, dude. You're mumbling about climbing the mountains and saying Earth.
You don't hear what this guy's saying, and you're calling me a smartass. Are you retarded?
Well, you said round, so I'm just wondering
Oh,
what you
okay.
mean.
Yeah, who's being a smartass? Who's that? Who said that? Old Hoss, who's being a smartass?
You're being a smartass.
Good one, Old Hoss.
Okay, so let's get back
Who's
to you
being a
climbing
smartass,
the
Old
mountain.
Hoss?
I think this is a good opportunity for you to realize that possibly you're confusing your peripheral vision for Earth's rotundity.
All right, what's my peripheral vision?
Is that possible?
Explain.
Well, what you see out of the corner of your eyes is that. Why did you bring up climbing a mountain?
How does that have to do anything with?
Well, dude, you said you saw
anything
the
with the
Earth
curvature
is a
of the Earth that
ball.
you see?
You said the Earth was a ball, and then you mumbled about climbing a mountain, which I doubt you have.
A high mountain. What do you mean you doubt I have? What are you talking about? We're here to talk about mountains, not about if I'm fit or not.
All kinds of unfit people climb Mount Everest. So let's carry on. You said you see Earth as a ball. Yeah, it is. You say you see Earth as a ball.
Have you been in a plane before?
Yeah, and I've been on top of a mountain. So, I mean...
And what do you see?
If you're claiming round Earth from a plane, then you're claiming a tiny Earth.
What? How?
Well, the city directly beneath you that you're seeing curvature on the horizon on supposedly left to right, then if you completed the circle, that city would be taking up most of the face of the Earth. And we know that's not happening.
Well, I said a curve, not a full-on downhill.
Yeah, whatever. Complete the circle that you're claiming.
Well, it's a tiny curve. You can see at least like 10,000 kilometers ahead.
Well, that sounds like a flat smack.
Nah, probably like 1,000 kilometer.
Yeah, get your story straight. It doesn't matter. It's still flat.
Good argument, man.
Well, if you're the one claiming to see 1,000 kilometers off into the distance, where is the Earth curving away from you?
Well, you said you've been to a plane.
Yeah, I have.
All right. Have you seen the ocean?
What is that? Is that the windows creating the curvature, or are you confusing your peripheral vision? Which one is it?
Do you know what?
Because we've crossed out it being Earth's rotundity because that would be a tiny Earth.
Why are you talking about peripheral vision? None of that matters.
I think what you've done is confuse your peripheral vision as Earth curvature when you bring up going on top of a mountain.
You know what peripheral vision is? We're looking at the main focus, your iris, not your peripherals.
Okay,
so
when you're
out of the window,
so bring us back to the top. Take us to the top of a mountain. Is this where you see the Earth as ball? You said you saw Earth as being a ball.
Yeah, have you been into a plane?
Oh my lord. Yes.
Yes, so you've seen it.
No.
Have you been on a cliff with no land but just water?
Just the
ocean? Why are you laughing? I'm trying to tell you something.
I sure have.
So you've seen that, and you don't see the water going down?
Correct.
You do. So you just admitted it.
No, I said I haven't seen the water going down.
Thank you for. I've just proven you wrong. I appreciate it. Thank you.
That's fine. Wow. I agreed with his negative sentence, and he flipped it. Wow, Ehab, good show. Who's next? U.S. State Department's here. Good Lord. The Light of Sheba. You're new. Captain Midnight.
He's going to let it all hang out?
Yeah. I think that's after midnight, but yeah, I get what you're going for there. Obnoxious. There's 187-247-7113.
Hi, hello, can you hear me?
Sort of. Meow.
Oh, what you say?
Good, welcome to the chat.
Yeah, hi. Thank you.
Welcome.
When you're feeling flat and stationary.
I'm gonna find him. Where is he?
Yeah, that's when you know you're in tune with your senses, Rob Noxious.
Grab an old house Pilsner.
That's what we were talking about earlier in the last hour, was the senselessness of the ball.
I'm curious if we've got Robin here. Is he ready to describe what time of day Discord is?
Oh, Jesus. It's not that hard of a question. The simple question is the best part of your day Discord? If you can't decipher it,
what part of the day is Discord? I got morning, nighttime, lunchtime, breakfast.
I got a
it's irrelevant.
Yo,
it's
I'm
irrelevant.
back, guys. What's up?
Totally irrelevant. It's a simple question. It doesn't require any type of...
Someone's asking
you
hold on. Rob's trying to talk here. So we've got different times of the day.
I don't want to argue about this with you, man. This is a DM argument. This is not... We're here, dude. This is a DM.
Because it wasn't landing well in DM.
Why do you think that the Earth is flat? What evidence do you have to support your claim?
Hold on, dude. We're trying to figure out what time of the day Discord is. There's a time of a day that Rob has identified as Discord time. What time of day is that?
Again, I don't know if you can understand the English language. I asked, is the best part of your day Discord? So the context is already in the question. You're just being ridiculous.
What part of the day is Discord?
I don't know. You tell me. That's why I'm asking you.
It's your question. Lowercase.
I know. I already asked the question. It's a simple question. There's nothing to elaborate on. You're just making. You're trying to do something out of nothing.
Rob,
Old Hoss. Can you answer that question, Old Hoss? That's a simple question.
Well, I'll ask you a question. Is the best part of waking up is Folgers in your cup? Is that true?
No, it's not. There you go. See, and I didn't ask what's the best part of the day. Where's Folgers go? Is it new?
No.
Again, these are just simple questions.
Rob, I hate to break it to you. Anything involving you, i.e., Discord in this case, is not the best part of my day. No.
Okay. Well, that's all I'm asking you, man. Is Discord the best part of you guys' day? That's all I'm asking. It's a simple question. You guys want to make it hard because you don't want to answer.
And there being an obnoxious drunk in there, even if that's your favorite watering hole, if you're there, I'm going to be like, oh, shit.
I just want to talk about why the Earth is not flat.
We're going to get there in a second, but you can't... See, I know you guys won't say no because it'll look bad on you, but if you say yes, then it'll look bad to me. So I already know your guys' answers, dude. I just say these questions to just make a joke with me. It makes me laugh as I smoke my joint. Because you'll never say it. You'll never say no, Discord's not the most important part. Because these guys here will be like, well, it should be. You better take this shit seriously. And if you say it's the most important part, Globers will be like, you're a loser. So it's a no-win situation. That's why you want to answer the question. You're not smarter than me, guys.
So you ask a question that you know I won't answer or take seriously, and I have fun with you until you rage quit, and then you wonder why.
I didn't rage quit anyway. That was just, I knew you weren't going to answer. So how can I rage quit when I already knew what the outcome was going to be? How can I rage? You're just making things up again.
Yeah, you rage quit.
You're incapable of having. I didn't rage quit nothing.
Then if I'm incapable, why'd you ask me? Any way you do, right now you're in a lose-lose situation because either A, you lost.
Here we go with A's and B's.
You lost.
I know exactly. Or C. You lost. I know how you work. Again,
so you did that. You entered into a no-win situation.
Yes, it was to prove. It was just to expose you. I don't know.
Yeah, and you didn't expose anyone. I had fun with you.
Well, of course not.
I did exactly what I wanted to do.
Expose yourself here, though. I was going to keep it in DMs. You brought it here. So I guess
that's the best part.
You just
so now
you expose yourself.
That inside the Rob Noxious worldview, Discord is a part of the day.
No, this had nothing to do with worldviews. I mean, no, that's what you're saying. You don't get to tell me what I'm thinking. Yeah, I just wanted to expose you that you'll never answer any questions. You just won't. You just can't answer questions. Now you're interrupting me. But it doesn't matter what I ask. I can ask any question. You'll never answer because you'll be held to task on the answer you give.
Hey Rob, let me ask you this.
You don't answer questions.
Rob, take a puff, you moron. If, say, someone's participation in a certain thing was the best part of their day, how is that a victory for you?
I didn't say it was or not. That's what I'm saying. You guys are adding so much.
What are you talking about then, bro?
It's the best part of your day, Discord. That's all there is to the question. You don't have to, there's nothing else to it. You guys are adding to it because this is what you have to do. You have to play games. You can't be real men or women. You just have to play games.
Willie's here. Speaking of playing games, Willie's here.
Yeah, I want to discuss why you fellas think that the fucking
because the Earth's surface isn't curving, Willie.
Yes, it is.
Simple as that. Where?
Just because you can't see it doesn't make it true.
What? We have another religious zealot.
I'm not a religious zealot, but you're like, oh, no,
like one.
That
doesn't mean it's true. It is curving. Where?
Why are you mimicking him, bro? Answer his question.
Yeah, answer it.
I did.
Alright, can you answer mine now? Can you answer mine?
Can you see oxygen? Of course not. But it's still fucking there.
I can. With goggles.
Wow, you fucking must have very good vision. That's what I thought. You flat earthers.
You can measure it.
With what?
Pressure, whatever you want, whatever size tank you want.
Yeah, free my boy Ehab.
Ehab's coping. He left mid last conversation. Now he just resets. And the question he's demanding to be answered was already answered.
That the Earth isn't flat.
No, that wasn't his question.
I didn't know his question, but
well, then don't worry about him.
But why is he being banned? What about free speech?
Yeah, we can follow. Is flat Earth speech free speech?
Flat Earth? Yeah, you're free to speak.
All right, well, there you go. There's your answer. That's how the Earth is flat. The Earth is flat because of free speech.
But it's wrong.
It's your turn, Willie. We're concerned about your free speech.
Nah, we don't have free speech in Australia. I mean, you guys haven't made a very convincing argument as to why it's not flat.
Free speech.
Well, yeah, I explained the Earth's surface isn't curving to create this ball that you see on TV.
Okay.
There's a disconnect between what they show you on TV and on the cover of the textbooks and what is experienced in reality. That's it.
Okay, do you think the moon landings were fake then?
Oh, Lord. Sounds off topic. Do I think they're fake? I know they're fake. Anyone with rudimentary photographic knowledge can tell you at least that what they've presented to you is farcical.
Okay, so what about the current astronauts on the ISS? Are they fake?
Yes, there is no tin can in orbit around the Earth.
How do you think satellites work?
Oh, Lord. Are you talking about Arthur C. Clarke's conception of satellites? The sci-fi writer?
No, I'm talking about the actual fucking satellites that ain't
yeah. You can have... Okay, then listen. If you're going to have a hunk of metal falling around a ball, you need the Earth to be a ball first. So let's stick to that.
But the Earth is a sphere.
Your chant is noted.
But you see footage from the astronauts on the ISS, and in the background is the Earth, and it's obviously spherical. I mean, why are you arguing?
Can a lens create curvature?
I mean, sure, if they're using a fisheye, but they're not using fisheyes. Wouldn't the fucking astronauts
other wide-angle lenses other than fisheyes can also create curvature?
Man, you like sound like you think fucking COVID vaccinations will give you autism.
What?
Like that's like how stupid I think you are.
Off topic, bro. Listen, do your bootlicking somewhere else.
Yeah. Give me some of that fucking Anthony Fauci dick. I bet you vote for Donald Trump.
Oh, Willie. You're preaching right now. You're preaching.
Thanks.
I love you.
Thanks
for that.
He's coping.
I'm not coping. I agree with the pink dick.
Oh, that's me. That's me.
You guys are all degenerates.
How do you think the Earth's flat, bro? How? Where does the like how? How does that make sense? You think the water just floats into space?
Obviously.
Do you believe in Yakubian spawn?
No, seriously, where does the water go? Like, you think like the water just flows off to the edge of it and just goes into the void of nothing? Is that what happens? Yeah, think about it. Don't think too hard, please. It's a tough concept to wrap around your head.
No, every beach has a ocean, every sea a shore.
Yeah, where's the water go then?
That's the way that works, right? Water fills up in the ocean basin.
Yeah, but does the water does it stop at the edge? Like, what happens? Where does the water go?
What edge?
How do tides work?
Well, hold on, if it's a flat surface, right? Then there has to be
long-period waves.
Oh, also, why'd you guys mute Ehab? You muted him. I'm genuinely curious. Where does the water go then? If the Earth is flat.
You ever heard of evaporation cycle? I don't know. Just spitballing here.
That's alright. But how does it evaporate in time before it would flow off the edge of the Earth into the emptiness of nothing?
Who said edge? Did anybody say edge here? Who said
if it's flat, then there'd be an edge, right?
There's
really a circle.
Well, are you making that claim?
I don't believe in it. I'm just going by your little hypothetical here.
I did. Who gave the hypothetical that it has an edge? Who did that?
Well, okay, if we're talking about the Earth being flat, then there would be an edge.
Really? Then go ahead and produce that edge for us, sir.
No, you can't. You can't. So that's it.
Well, if you're asserting it, go ahead and produce it.
I'm not asserting it.
Okay, then neither are we. So what are we going to do now?
So then the Earth is sphere.
Yeah, by asking about it, you are asserting it.
Hello. When he says edge, he means the walls of the container. That's because he knows he's breathing gas pressure, so he's acknowledging there is a container in place.
So what's the container then? What's this container?
Where's the edge of the container?
You're the one asking about the walls of the container, right? The edge of the container.
Yeah. I haven't seen any pictures of walls that surround the whole Earth.
So there you go. Welcome. You made it. Now that you acknowledge there is a container because you're breathing air and you're able to speak, therefore no globe.
Oh, so it's what if I say becomes reality now? Is that what
you're breathing air. You know, gas pressure requires a container for the gas.
7-incher. Sorry, someone said they have a 7-inch penis, and I felt them. I should say
Sounds
that.
like they're asking for
If I have a good 13-incher, if I have a good 13-incher, then it's real, right?
Wow.
Is that what we're saying? Anyway, why can't you just admit to the fact it's a sphere? And someone says
is this a guy that
That's a 13-incher.
No, that's not true, but apparently whatever we say, we acknowledge, and acknowledging means it's reality.
This is the guy who believes the Kobe Bryant helicopter story.
Oh, is that
TV. Moon golf,
Didn't
right?
Kobe Bryant die to a helicopter?
No, he didn't die. He actually jumped out just before he crashed.
Yeah, let's keep it focused on flat Earth, guys. These guys will detract. They'll detract as easy as all get up. So let's just stay on flat Earth.
Well, anyway, as I'm speaking now, I'm playing Doom: The Dark Ages, and it's a really good game.
Okay, you can concentrate on your game then.
Yeah,
I'm doing the submission for Doom. I'm up to chapter 20.
Yeah, we'll move on to the next caller. Willie, were you good?
Willie's still on the line.
Yeah.
Even though he sounds like the other guy.
Yeah, the main thing, if you're playing a video game, do that, and then when you're engaged in the conversation, come back and be engaged in the conversation. So what, Ehab, he wants to ask another question?
Yeah, Kobe, get your head in the game.
As long as it's not the same question, dude. The same question, same answer over and over again is very dumb, repetitive, and boring. Do you have a new question?
I asked this question yet?
Okay,
I have a question.
All right, go ahead.
Have you seen the edge?
What edge?
The edge of the Earth, because it's flat.
Well, if it's flat, how do you know there's an edge?
Brother, I don't even know what to say to you, man.
Well, okay, I know who claims an edge. The edge would be the ball. On the ball-tard, the leading physical edge of the sphere Earth is what they call the horizon, that blocks objects bottom up. Have you seen that?
No, have you?
No, I have not either.
So how do you know that it's real?
It'd be an optical effect, not physical effect. There's no leading edge of a sphere Earth.
So can I ask you what 100% evidence you have?
Hold on a second here. Hold on.
Okay.
Pump the brakes. There's also a claim about the edge of space or the edge of the solar system. Have you seen those edges?
Well, just like, what's his name? Old Hoss, the big, small dick Hoss said, we're in the Earth channel, not in the space channel. So we're talking about Earth.
Talking about edges right now. We're around the edges.
Earth. Sorry.
Yeah,
just
edges.
Like you told me this isn't a
you
sun.
said on the flat Earth there would be edges. Well, there's actually edges on the globe Earth. Have you seen any of these edges?
Sorry, it's my turn to talk now. So, like you said, when
your turn's over. Because you have to be able to listen to the answer. You knew this going into the conversation with me. When you ask a question, you listen to the answer. Otherwise, all I demonstrated here was complete and total hypocrisy. You will not talk about edges even when you ask about them. You're up. What do you got? What about Timmy? Oh, Timmy's okay. Let's unmute Timmy. You there, Timmy?
Good evening, gentlemen.
Okay, who wants to talk, Timmy or Willie? Or neither?
I was kind of curious about Ehab's. The question was directed to Ehab before about how do you know that the water curves? I wanted to know more about that. Like, can we see the curve for like images online? Like, you can see the curve of the ocean. I think it'd be really hard for us to observe it in person, given our current equipment. I don't think I can actually see the curve of the ocean myself. But there are images, I'd imagine, that show the curve. Like, how do you disprove current images of showing the curve? Like, I'll find one right now. There's a bunch of them on Google. Ocean curving. Like this image over here of power lines, I remember seeing this one before.
Yeah, you're asking a question, but how did you validate them? It's not about disproving them. It's about validating them. How did you validate those images to be true?
That's a good point you raise. I haven't gone about validating them. but I'm also put in a position where I have no reason to not trust these images. I guess that's a bit of giving up my critical thinking.
No, I mean, if that's what you're... Oh, go ahead, Alpha.
No, you go ahead, sir.
Yeah, if you've got an epistemology where you trust something, yeah, do that. Trust it, because sooner or later, my prediction is that you'll find a contradiction. They'll show you something that you're like, fuck. I want to trust that, but you know that's not the way it should look. And one of those good ones is the photo from the Red Bull jump, where they got like Planet New Mexico.
Oh, yeah? I can't paste images in the chat. Is that normal?
Yeah, that depends on your role.
Oh, okay. Have you guys heard about that Powerline image? If you search up Powerlines, just search up Powerlines and ocean curving, you'll see what I'm talking about. Like, doesn't this show that the Earth does curve? There's a bunch of images of that. I don't know if they're all fake. I've never actually seen power lines lined up like that ever in my life. Lake Pontchartrain.
I feel like we're flogging a dead horse here. What do you think about abortion?
Off topic. Right in our rules, nothing medical. Nothing medical related.
Duly noted.
Julie, as you have experience working with satellites, Willie's a friend of mine. He works with payloads. He creates medicine in space. And I've always been curious about this, because have you guys heard of pharmaceuticals expanding into space because medicine manufactured in places with no gravity, like microgravity, have different properties compared to medicine manufactured on Earth? I have a friend who runs a company who's developing that technology to develop payloads sent to space. So medicine's going to be developed up there.
Sounds like snake oil salesman. Modern day snake oil salesman, bro.
But does he think the Earth is flat too? Does he think it's all fake when he made that company? Like, he sends satellites up to space. I was speaking to him at an engineering conference where he was interested in hiring engineers with experience with sending payloads to space.
Yeah, he's a businessman. He wants to make the best profit he can with using the technology that he's at hand, but he's not doing it in regards to knowing that the Earth is a globe or not. He just wants to make good profit for his bottom line.
Okay, let's just think the Earth is flat, right? Like, imagine a flat Earth like a plate. You look at the plate, it obviously has a fucking boundary. If the Earth was flat, where is the boundary? Like, where is the edge of the Earth if it is a flat Earth? Or is it just, like, infinite?
How would you be able to confirm something was infinite?
Well, that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking.
You asked if it was infinite, and I asked how the hell would you even go about doing that?
Well, no, that's a fallacy. Because, like, as I said, if the Earth was flat,
the Earth isn't the plate; it's the whole kitchen.
Okay, but kitchen has a fucking boundary, no?
It's the neighborhood.
But it's got to stop somewhere, no?
Yeah. How would I confirm that it was infinite though?
But you. Oh. I need to take a break.
The question for boundaries came up, and so the question for boundaries came up, and Crit actually gave the explanation. How do you know the Earth has boundaries? Like, or where you see off to the horizon, there's a leading edge of the sphere. That's an edge right there. How do you know that's an edge? You've never looked into that. So all these edges, talk about edging and talk edges and all that. Like, how do you know there's edges? You don't know that. You're just assuming in your mind that it's a ball. You don't know about the edge of space or the edge of the galaxy or any of those things, do you?
I mean, first things first, wouldn't it be important to confirm that it wasn't a ball? Isn't knowing that it's not a ball and that it's flat, isn't that enough?
Has any scientist categorically proven and the results being replicated by others that the Earth is flat? And has it been published in a peer-reviewed article?
Well, then you have the peer review crisis.
No, don't.
Is that your standard? Is that your standard there? Peer-reviewed information? Would that be your gold standard for knowing something or not knowing something? Think about it, sir.
What's the contrary? Like what?
That you're not using your God-given. You're not using your God-given senses to detect whether or not to determine whether or not the information is valid or invalid. You're just believing some peer-reviewed source
exists. So.
Yeah, that's great. But that still doesn't negate what I just said, does it?
It does. Like, what about the other gods?
You're not going to get us off on a tangent.
I'm not giving it. You're the one who brought it up. The fucking God-given stuff. There is no.
Just relax, all right. So you hate God. That's noted. Right? So what we're talking about are your senses. Yes. But your senses, right? Okay, you're just completely diverted, haven't you?
No.
Yeah. So with your senses, how can you determine, using your senses, that the Earth is of any shape consequent if you're just looking at a peer-reviewed information? How can you determine that from a peer-reviewed information if you're not validating with your senses?
You know how peer review works?
Yeah, not very well.
You just answer the question, dude. Because you're just appealing to peer-reviewed information. You're not doing anything with your senses. You're just believing whatever somebody came up with as information. How did you test and validate that information to be true? Or are you just trusting it?
I reckon Ehab should take over. My Lebanese friend is much more in the zone because I cannot. You guys heard in my head.
No, you're actually being honest. Ehab is not. This conversation's too much for Ehab. At least it's breaking your brain.
It's not for the reasons you think. I think Ehab should be redeemed and given a third try.
I think it'd probably be his fifth try. But
I mean, he should have a red hot crack at it again. Go ahead, Ehab.
Wait, I'm unmuted. Why did I get unmuted?
Ehab's train's leaving.
Bro, that wasn't me. So as I was saying, before I got muted by, I think, Crit, have any of you seen The Edge?
That's a decent question, man. They used to think that, like, back in the day, right? Like, they thought, like, there's an edge of the earth, right? And they called it the horizon, and people thought that they would, like, fall off the edge. Right? So that's where, like, this idea of the edge comes from. Is that it's, like, intuitive, I guess. People thought, hey, there must be an edge. So they measured to that, they claim to have measured to that edge, being the horizon. Would that be, like, a good enough edge for you, or?
Oh, so you don't believe in the edge?
The horizon, I believe in the horizon. Yeah, sure.
I like you, Tanks. You know what? You're very respectful. Unlike what's that dickhead's name? Old Hoss.
Yeah.
I like you, Tanks.
I know you're from Western Sydney, mate, but you can't go at
Hey, Old Hoss, go back to mute, please.
I learned everything I know from Old Hoss.
Yeah, I don't like Old Hoss.
Let's start old rehab. You're the one who brought up the edge in the first place.
Hey, I was just talking to you and what's his name, Jamesy, just started attacking me for no reason.
Aye.
Anyways, Tanks, I'm talking to Tanks. Can you not interrupt, please? So, Tanks, what's the horizon? Can you explain it to me, please?
It's you go to the beach, you see the horizon, right? Like you see like this sharp line. You're like, oh, look what's out there. Here comes the sun.
So you believe it just like you believe the light you see. You mean just so space.
Horizon, like at the beach.
So like when the sun is setting, you see the horizon, like that.
Yeah. Yep. Sun. Yep. Sun is setting. Yep.
So how does that make the edge?
Yeah, you're saying what what are the parts that make the thing that we call the edge? Like what are the constituent parts of the horizon? Sky, ground, perspective.
Sky, ground. So the sky and the ground meets.
Yep. And in the back. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Yeah, appears to meet. The sky and the ground appear to meet, and we call that the horizon. And that's what back in the day. That's what like first came to mind for people. Like, look, what is that? What is that place? Let's go to that place. Like, how far is that place? And they tried to measure to it.
So you're telling me it does meet at some point?
Yeah, and like what happened was they were like, all right, let's go to it. They went to it, and they're like, but now there's a horizon. Imagine you're at the beach, and then you get on the boat, and you keep going to that place where the sky and the ground appear to meet, and then you finally, you get there, and then you look around you 360 degrees in a circle, and now there's a horizon all around you there. Like you can't get to it.
Yeah, so that's my question. So with a spherical Earth, you can keep walking around in a circle. But with a flat Earth, what comes to the end? What's at the end of it?
Yeah, at the horizon, it's just another horizon.
But a horizon isn't like a horizon is just the sun and the floor meeting.
Actually, or just appearing to meet?
Like that's just what it looks like from where you're standing. Like I can see a horizon in the middle of the world, but it won't be near the end.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They thought that was the edge of the globe Earth. They thought the horizon was the edge of globe, right? And
so, would you think that the horizon that you're seeing is not the curvature of the Earth going down, so you can't see the rest of the land?
Yeah, provably not. Yeah, because you can zoom in, past that distance that they say is dictated by the sphere.
So you're agreeing with what I said, or no?
Which part?
Where what I just said. So the horizon, what you're seeing.
Going over curve. This was a long way around of just saying, "Hey,
no one's speaking to you."
No, I know. I'm helping. You seem confused. I'm not as old as you'd like me to be, but yeah, boats aren't going over curves. Because if you go out and watch a boat disappear at dusk, wait about 45 minutes, and then you'll see the light of that boat reappear. And then guess what? You'll see boats beyond that boat and their lights. Nothing's going over a curve.
Sorry, I'm not going to argue with you because you're very disrespectful. Tanks is very respectful, so I was happy to talk to Tanks. Can you speak in a
but you were happy to talk to him and not hear what he said. You were purposely ignoring his simple words.
No, I repeated everything.
You reworded what he said backwards, and okay, just get back to where you got confused.
Tanks, do you feel like I wasn't listening to you?
I'm not sure what's do I agree with what?
Do you feel like I wasn't listening to you when you spoke? See, he feels conflicted because he's friends with you, but he doesn't want to be.
It because when you repackaged it and asked him to, is that what you're agreeing with? It wasn't what he said in the first place.
Well, I was asking. Am I not allowed to ask questions? That's why I asked.
Yeah, you were listening but not comprehending.
Sure, but that's what reassurance is for, is it not?
Then why'd you tell me to shut up?
Why are you changing the subject? Is it not reassurance?
Well, why are you denying that what you're claiming is boats go over curve? That's what it is, boiled down.
I never said anything about boats, though.
That's what you're implying.
Guys, this is a tangent. Can we please go back to talking about the flat Earth?
Yeah, can you go away, Old Hoss? Me and Tanks are talking.
Yeah, sure.
Honestly, anyone else can join in. Just Old Hoss and Gemsy can stay muted.
So what was the question you had?
So what we were saying was, can I get another flat earther to talk as well to help out No Tanks?
Gemsy is very nice, so I talk to him.
Dude, stop micromanaging the forum and just have a conversation. If you keep micromanaging, I'm gonna mute you myself. So just have a conversation. Oh yeah. I will mute you and anybody else who jumps in, and you guys can sit on mute and then just do text. We'll talk to the people who just want to have a conversation. How about that? Let's play that game.
I'm just asking.
Dude, shut your mouth about micromanaging and just get to the conversation. Stop bloviating. This is not an option.
Old Hoss, you can talk. I'm sorry, Old Hoss. Old Hoss.
No, I was.
Shut up, dude. Now we're going to somebody else. Anyone else besides Ehab can speak. How about that? You've lost privilege to speak in this channel for a moment. So anybody else can have the conversation. Don't micromanage the forum, guys. Just have a conversation. That's all.
It sounds like you're micromanaging Ehab right now.
Shut up, or else you'll be next. Just have a conversation about flat Earth, globe Earth, and that's it.
But Ehab was. I feel like you're restricting.
All right, now shut Willie up.
He's gone. So how about anybody else? And gone by muted. So they're just sitting here on mute. Just have a conversation. All right? Do that. No, sorry doesn't cut it. You're going to sit on mute for a little bit. It's time out for you like a child. Act like adults, get treated like adults. Act like children, get treated like children. Pretty simple. Anybody else can have the conversation. If not, guys, go ahead and continue.
Alright, I've got a question. So, when the sun sets, where does it go?
I'm busy at work, gentlemen, so if anybody wants to answer that question, please.
Well, when it's dark in New York, the sun's still up in California. Just go somewhere else. It's always above someone. It's always above someone, isn't it? Coming and going.
Yeah, okay, but where is it going?
Somewhere else.
Where's somewhere else?
Look, I'll reword his question, right? So, how does the sun rotate on a flat Earth to another location?
You agree that the sun sets, right?
Are you guys forgetting that you guys need the Earth to be spinning to create night and day? So why don't you substantiate that in the first place?
Okay, we're talking about flat Earth here, yeah? I'm asking you a question.
Yeah, and I've answered it 6 times. The sun goes somewhere else.
So the sun just moves around on the flat Earth, like on top of it.
No, yeah, above it.
How does that make
the sun's always above someone, isn't it?
Yeah, okay. That tells me everything. Thanks, mate.
Well, then, can you explain how the movement of the sun works to get to that somewhere else on a flat Earth?
It seems to be some sort of pro bono arrangement. Again, that's like a reversal of burden of proof. When you're the one that's telling us that night and day happens because Earth spins. Earth is a ball and Earth is spinning, therefore this 93 million mile distant star seems like it's going across our sky. So why don't you guys get to that? Check that story out.
Okay, so if the
You guys want all the mysteries of everything unveiled to you, and you guys want omniscience, yet you won't check out the story that has you duped.
I've got one more question. If you're saying that the sun moves around, yeah, so why do some countries have like a 23, 24 hour day cycle? The sun is out 24 hours a day for some seasons. Can you explain that?
Yeah, no idea. I mean, that has nothing. Again, you're skipping over the whole Earth being ball in the first place.
I'm talking about the Earth being flat. You tell me. You're the one that believes it's flat.
Pointing to the sky and telling stories is what keeps people lost in this whole thing.
You're not answering my question.
Again, I said I don't know. I'm not omniscient.
Cool.
What do you think about it? Nice.
It's really silent in here. What happened to Manu? Manu, the guy who was talking about the firmament. Because the firmament is something I've heard about before, in biblical stories. So I'm kind of curious about that.
Operation Fishbowl, bruh.
Always study silent. Hello?
Yeah, you were getting somewhere with Ehab, No Tanks. I'm sorry for butting in, but he started playing stupid, or he started reversing your words and trying to get you to agree. I don't know. Hopefully he'll return.
Guys, thank you for unmuting me.
I was busy, so you didn't butt in at all.
Wait, guys, can I ask a genuine question?
Hold on, Ehab's back. He's gonna, go ahead. It's sad you have to preface it with, I'm gonna ask a genuine question now, but go on, Kobe.
Well, because I don't want you guys to get offended and skip around the question. So I want a straight answer.
If you tried. Yeah, you couldn't offend me if there were. You couldn't offend me if you tried.
Okay.
Unmuted.
Ehab.
Sorry.
You're cooking Ehab. So how can you explain what happens in Norway then? if that's not treading on the toes of this theory.
No, explain to me why Norway seems to be only to make. They have the greatest chess player of all time, and then a bunch of.
They do have a very good chess player, yes.
And then a bunch of noobs. I know there's a couple other guys. Explain that.
Well, okay. So in Norway, the sun is obviously visible for the whole day. So they call it I think it's like a midnight sun. It's like where there's no night, pretty much, right? So that would actually so if Norway was like the whole world, where it's just sun 24/7, then I feel the flat Earth would make sense, because then it's either the sun's facing. Because remember, the sun, we orbit around the sun, not the other way around. So it makes sense if, like for Norway, if the sun's always if the Earth is always facing the sun, then cool, Norway's always lit up. But how do you explain like other countries that would be nighttime, and like in Australia here, for example, it'd be nighttime, but over there it'd be sunny. Wouldn't it either be all sunny across the whole Earth or all nighttime for the rest of the Earth? Wouldn't it be one or the other? Does that make sense? I don't have an answer, guys. What's happening?
I wish I could help you out right now. I really don't have the time to help you out at the moment. I mean, you have this idea. I mean, generally, you have this idea that the Earth spins and 50% of it is lit up at any time. So, I mean, that's a claim. So if I can show it to be the case that more or less.
Where do you live now? What country do you live in?
Not Norway.
Not Norway. What country are you in right now?
I'm in America.
America. Is it sunny over there?
It's sunny.
Well, it's nighttime here in Australia.
Yeah, you want to know how day and night works. So you have this idea that the Earth is this tiny little dot, the sun is super far away and huge, so it'll light up 50% of the Earth at all given times due to the Earth's rotation and tilt. But that rotation and tilt of the Earth is just a measurement of an angle to the sun. So the tilt would just be the elevation angle to the sun, and then the tilt would be the seasons and the elevation angle to the sun, and I don't remember what the other part I said was. But yeah, you have this idea that it's really far away and big and lights up half of the Earth. So if I can show that less than or more than half of the Earth is lit up by the sun at any given time, that would falsify the claim, no?
Well, yeah. Well, the thing is, there's nothing showing that it's false.
If I could show it, though, then you'd be on board.
I was supposed to say ifs, but what we have available now. And I'd say maybe with a bit of common sense, then you'd know that it can't be false. Unless proven otherwise.
Yeah, there's other ways to show it.
Has it been proven?
Yeah, I could do just that one.
Well, okay, right, but there's nothing proving it's false. There's actually more evidence showing that flat Earth is false. And everything's been in favor of there being a round Earth.
Yeah, I mean, listen, flat Earth can't be false because to get your globe, you're going to have to take straight line elevation angles from the horizon to the sun to get that assertion of a globe. So you're going to need flat Earth for that.
So what do you mean by that?
Well, like I said, like the tilt, the location of the sun that you're saying, well, it's here. That's going to be derived from an elevation angle from the horizon to the sun to say that it is, 10 degrees or 20 degrees, 30 degrees, 40 degrees in the sky. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I can just show you if I could show you that, more or less than 50% of the Earth was lit, then that would do it, though, right? In your mind.
Well, they do show it. It's not an if, like it is a thing. But why are we so for your theory of the flat Earth? Why are you so keen on believing in this theory when it's all ifs and maybes? When we have certain evidence that the Earth is round, like why go out of your way to think the Earth is flat?
It's just for you. Like I mean, for your what you would require. So you were saying, you were saying that. Well, if it's dark here, it's light here. It makes sense because we're on a ball and 50% would be lit up. So for you to understand.
Wait, hold up. So sorry to cut you off, bro. Sorry to cut you off, bro. But I don't think even with flat or round Earth theory, I don't think 50% of the Earth is light and dark at a singular time.
It's not. It's like
it wouldn't be exactly 50%, so I don't think that argument is very valid.
Oh, actually, you were saying before you were mentioning before that if you could measure the distance from the horizon to the sun on different parts of the Earth, it should be different lengths technically, right? So if we bring up Norway again, Norway is right in the epicenter where it's facing the sun. No matter where the Earth is rotating, that's why it's always daytime there. But you have other countries where it's nighttime. So if we're looking at Norway as a premise, where technically Norway is the shortest distance from the sun to the tip of the Earth, then that would prove that all the other countries that are dark would mean that they're further away, or they're on like a spherical, some sort of sphere, right? For it to be casting a shadow to get nighttime, right? Does that make sense?
Changing up. You have this idea that the Earth is a sphere, and because of that, like Eratosthenes type of style, you got the sun at one location, and you got these shadows cast at another location because of the parallel sun rays. Right? They're parallel. They're straight because the Earth is curved. So that being the case, if they're parallel sun rays, they can only light up half of the Earth.
So are you reaffirming what I'm saying?
Yeah, it sounds like we're trying to like move the goalposts. I don't know why, but that would be it. That would be the falsifier.
Yeah. So I'm just curious. And then why? Was that Ehab?
No. Who's that?
Who's talking? Go speak, talker, man.
I have a question, right? So in Australia, I'm from Australia, guys. In Australia, you can see the moon. It's upside down. If you take a photo of it, it's upside down.
Hold on, real quick. Who was the guy who wanted to see more than 50% of what is claimed to be the known Earth lit up? I'll tell you.
Me.
How come it's allowed for you to cut me off, but I can't cut you off? Sounds a bit biased around here, lads.
All right, well now you can. Now that I got his name, so I could tag him in the chat with the video.
I feel.
Watch out.
Off you go.
Is there a chat?
My train of thought. I'm a bit slow, guys.
Oh, there is a chat. Oh, look at that.
Can you hurry up and tell us about the upside down moon?
What?
What are you talking about with the upside down moon?
Are you a flat earther? I am not.
My cock's flat.
So
is anyone in here queers for Palestine?
Wait, why are we talking about queers for Palestine now?
The car has arrived.
Guys, can we please go back to the top? Can we please go back to the moon topic? Can you please tell me more about the moon?
So the moon, what I was saying was the moon in Australia.
This isn't the lunatic chat. This is Earth.
Dad,
everyone's fleeing, mass exodus. Like, dude, who? It's the complete opposite. There's like more and more people on the daily now, just like waking up. We're just waiting for Matthew to wake up. That's all. Hurry up.
I don't think I will. There's also 300,000 people becoming Globers every day. Also,
true, because they're born.
Suckers born every minute, right, Matthew?
Suckers born every minute. Yeah, they're born into the system. So every day, those 300,000, you guys stamp them and sign their birth certificate. Glober, a future Glober here. Get him a mobile that has the sun and the planets for his crib. Let's start him young.
Yeah, Matthew, you might be right. I mean, very few people might be aware of the oil rigs and as distance demarcations and the horizon existing beyond it, but everyone who has sight and leaves their house see things in the distance beyond the limitations of this ball they claim. They haven't pieced it together. Maybe you'll think of that eventually. When you go outside, you see things in the distance, do you not?
yeah, but people don't usually think in terms of distances or measurements and that type of stuff. I would say the reason a lot of people
it's right under their nose. It's been right under everyone's nose this whole time. We've been told we're on a ball and that you can walk over the curve of it, but that's just not happening.
But I will tell you, I think that the reason that just sort of the normal person is a Glober is because they see the sunset, and normally the only way to block a light is to put something in front of it. So they say, oh, the sun is setting, the ocean is in front.
Yeah, then you have abnormal people like me who hang around after the sunset and still see the sun's reflection off the top of the water.
But the fact that you can't see the sun itself is what is...
Yeah, but you can see the reflection of the sun.
Yeah, I mean, clouds light up, sure.
No, cloudless days.
You see the reflection of the sun on the water after the sunset?
That's right.
Oh, hell no.
Wow.
I could dig through my 10,000 screenshots and videos to dig one up, but you could go out and check it out for yourself, maybe. See if you see that.
I've seen lots of sunsets over the ocean, but I don't think of it.
And you've never thought to look for the sun's reflection on the top of the water after it's set, have you?
I've seen it. I've watched after sunset. But I think you might be seeing the glow, the reflection of the glow, not the sun itself.
Well, the sun's underneath the edge, right, Matthew?
Right.
I mean, yeah, you'll see the birds fishing and diving into the sunlit water,
like a flashlight behind a tent.
You're right, though, Matthew. That's why people are lost in this thing. They haven't thought to even think of it.
You know, Matthew, over there on Mar Vista and Colima, up by Whittier Area Community Church. If you keep driving up past the little park right there where they play baseball, up over into Hacienda Heights, over the hill, like you can see Colima. I mean, not Colima. You can see Catalina from there on clear days.
Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah.
Yeah, and that is impossible unless you start using all the curved wall, the globe Earth math. Like, oh yeah, it's just refracted and it's bending up and it's looming up. Like, but do the math. You shouldn't be able to see it.
Yeah, Matthew thinks that's a projection of Catalina Island, not Catalina Island itself.
Yeah, I'm not sure why Catalina should be hidden. It's not far enough to go over the curve from there.
Yeah, it's over 60 miles from Whittier. It's like, it's like. Now I'll look it up again.
Yeah, but the place you're describing is like an altitude of 600 feet or more.
446 feet, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah, but you're not supposed to be able to see 66 feet. Or I'm sorry, 60. I think it's like 64 miles. I'll have to look into it again, but I looked into it before. I even got like the elevation tool, like right on the hill. You can put it on the street right there on Colima, and it will tell you the elevation. And it does climb. It goes it starts at at 300 something, then it goes 4 or 5 up to 600 at the top. But I'm not talking about the top. I'm talking because you have to wait. When you're at the top, you actually can't see it because you have to go around that big, huge hill where they built those homes at. And then once you go around that hill, that's like 500, but you're still not in line with it. So you have to go a little bit more, and then you can see Catalina. And right there, that's like 400 feet. It's right next to more like right before the baseball park. The little, you know how they have season.
Yeah. Well, I should go check it out sometime. That's not too far from where I live. It's about maybe 20 minutes.
Yep. But that's another, one of those. And you're right. A lot of people don't know about the black swan. That's why when I did this video, I try to explain it. Like I put an emphasis on you can't see the surface of that hill that you think there is. That there's a curve, and that curve would mean you're divergent to their vertical, and that's just impossible, even mathematically. But yeah, watch the video. I explain it.
Hey, Matthew, are you one of these that hold on to the idea that boats go over the curve? That's why they disappear?
Of course. I mean, that's historically why people knew the
Okay, well, have you ever noticed when you're looking at a distant landmass that you can see a boat disappear as it travels towards it?
Yep. Uh-huh.
You guys believe in bullshit, right?
What's it going over? Who's mumbling?
You believe in bullshit.
Yeah, what have I stated that was a belief?
Oh, the world is flat.
Well, does water at its surface not lay flat and level?
What does flat and level mean?
Well, you're the one that's calling it bullshit. So in reality, if you fill a vessel with water, its surface will be flat. Is that bullshit?
Two things can correspond, so it doesn't contradict my point.
What? I'm pointing out, I'm acknowledging reality, and you're calling it bullshit.
And I'm also acknowledging reality. What are you talking about? I just said two things could correspond.
What reality are you acknowledging?
The fact that waters, I guess, in your perspective, and in your little tiny brain's perspective, could be flat.
Take the marbles out of your mouth.
What? Hey, have some respect when you talk to me. Okay?
I am. I'm doing you a favor. You sound like you're chewing.
Even surface.
Who's this guy you're reading some sort of script?
The marbles out of your mouth.
Why?
Because it's disgusting to listen to you talk and chew.
Dude, you're just mad to the facts.
What fact?
The fact that the world is not flat.
Well, there's mountains and valleys. That makes me happy.
Yeah, it's the globe. Thank you.
Oh, mountains and valleys, topographical features equate to globe.
Oh,
it could be.
Could be.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, look, you're just mad because I'm spitting facts, right?
No, you need to spit the marbles out, bro. I'm worried about you.
You're rejecting truth right now. This is crazy. You're saying the truth is not real.
You're the one talking about the nature of water being bullshit. So,
no, I think gravity is the reason why. I already said gravity is the reason why it stays on Earth.
Okay, it's still flat. Whatever you want to chant with the marbles stuffed in your...
Well, it looks flat. It looks flat because we are tiny.
Across the top.
What?
Fill up a fish tank and get your ruler out. See if there's any curve.
You're missing the point here. The Earth is big. It has gravity. What gravity does is
not a force.
Nobody said it was a force, dickhead. Don't get too excited.
It's a pseudo-force. It's not a real force.
Your shots the God are noted.
He doesn't even know what gravity is.
I know what gravity is, little boy. Watch your mouth.
What is it?
Dude, are we seriously doing this right now?
Well, you're the one who we were having a nice conversation with Matthew Learns, and you arrived and...
Okay, so I'm just saying gravity is the reason why the water stays on the Earth and doesn't float away.
And it's flat, you acknowledge.
It appears to be flat, yes.
Okay, do you have any appearance of it being curved?
Yeah.
Where?
Let me pull up a picture. Just give me a second.
Pictures from space. Here we go.
Real NASA. Good old NASA folk.
You guys are highlighting how naive you are. You know that, right?
Hey, old hoss.
Oh, let me guess. You guys hate NASA? Oh God.
Old hoss.
Okay.
By the way,
Picture of a unicorn too.
Hey, old hoss. Remember, by the way, the little social experiment we wanted to do. He's number one, and he's already proved that. That's 1 for 1 so far, guys. Just keep count. Matthew, you called it.
What are you talking about?
Nothing. Just keep blabbering your nonsense.
What? So you just gave us a whole speech for absolutely zero reason?
It wasn't for you. You are the joke that we're all laughing at. You're the subject.
I'm the joke.
Keep dancing for us, clown. Go ahead. Entertain us, clown. Go ahead.
You do realize, hey,
That's
buddy.
Funny. That's funny.
You do realize we were stricken with the same simpleton naivety that you are displaying. You get that, right? You're shouting to God. We hear you.
If you're saying I'm naive for using a picture to demonstrate that the fact is the Earth is not actually flat, then I don't know what
I have a bridge in Brooklyn I'd like to sell you.
Wait, there's a distinction between just one person making that claim versus like a whole organization which objective is outer space, right? Outer space exploration, yada yada.
Oh my God.
Oh, dude.
Look at all the
fallacy right there.
Behind curtains.
Is that appeal to consensus or appeal to authority? I think that's kind of like both at the same time he's doing that.
That's going to be appeal to authority.
Naivety.
Well, that's like me That's like me saying I'm going to stop eating bad food because the doctor told me so. You're saying that's a fallacy because that's appeal to authority.
Do you think it makes sense to use logical fallacies?
Wait, do you think a logical fallacy means a contradiction? Do you know when we actually apply these fallacies? Are you retarded? Do you think it means we use them in everyday life? Therefore, rationalists to
answer my question.
What? Like, do you realize that's a debate thing, you dumb fuck? So, are you saying when a doctor tells you not to do something? When a doctor tells you not to do something, are you going to say that's
in an observation?
But who's the retard in the back just spagging that shit?
If you're the smart guy, there's no need for you to spaz out, right?
I'm asking a simple question. When a doctor tells you to stop doing certain things, you're going to say, I'm not going to appeal to a fallacy. That's an appeal to authority. I'm not going to appeal to you.
I'm not good enough to go get checked out by a doctor.
Does he even know what a fallacy is? Doesn't sound like it.
Oh my God.
Can you tell us what a fallacy is?
You're a retard. I already proved it to you. You're a retard. You still didn't answer my question. You're retarded. Please stop it.
I don't think he does.
Wait, Ryan, I asked you a simple question. When a doctor tells you to do something, are you going to say that's appeal to authority, therefore I'm not going to do it?
Non sequitur.
We're not talking about medicine here.
Of course we're not talking about the medicine right now. I'm talking about the principle here, not the substance, you dumb fuck. Again, answer the question.
That's an appeal to credential, not appeal to authority. So you got that wrong.
Do you know what authority means, you fucking retard?
The only reason is because the doctor said it. That is an appeal to authority. If the doctor explains it to you and tells you why it's bad, then it's not an appeal to authority. But if that's not.
That's not how it works. The doctors appeal to a standard, you dumbass. They appeal to a standard.
So
they don't do it just because they're doctors.
What he's trying to explain to you guys is the difference between a fallacious appeal to authority and an actual appeal to authority. If you go to NASA, a space agency, and ask them about space, it's not a fallacious appeal to authority.
Yes,
Same way if you go to a doctor and ask them about health, it's not a fallacious appeal to authority. Now, if you went to your doctor to ask him about taxes, it's not really that would be a fallacious appeal to authority.
They're authorities on a fairy tale.
Wait, Ryan doesn't even know what fallacies are used for.
That doesn't make it less of an authority.
I would love to be your guys' car mechanics. It'd be easy to sell tires to you guys.
Hey, you guys would make us millionaires until you're broke.
Oh, I mean, we already proved you're dumb. Please stop it. There's no point. Anyways, Old House, you're rejecting the truth right now. Like, there's multiple evidence to support that the Earth is a globe, but you're saying I'm naive.
Okay. Well, you sound.
I gotta reinstall this muffler, but it's gonna take $10,000. Pay me $10,000 to reinstall this muffler.
He'd be like,
All right, why don't we put some meat on the table and say, great, show us your best evidence for the globe. Let's take it apart.
Well, I provided one, right? That showed the Earth. So for this conversation, when he brought up water is flat, in a sense that water is actually just flat, and I'm saying no, that's because of our perspective, and the globe is actually just wrapping around the Earth. That's one of my evidence, and he just rejects it.
No, that's a claim. Hey, that's a claim. Show us.
I provided that picture, and he was like, "That's fake."
So, okay, so how do you know the picture is real, and what does it show?
It shows the Earth, and the reason why I know it's real is because it's taken by Apollo 17 crew members that went to outer space from NASA.
Right. How did you validate this to be true?
I just look at the source? What do you mean?
Yeah. So how do you validate the source? Like, that's a claim.
How do I validate the source? Well, I mean, it's common sense, primitive knowledge that they go to outer space to do missions.
Common sense. Your Honor, I validated the source of the picture because it's common sense, Your Honor.
Sport, you know how I know you're retarded? So if a soldier was like, I've been in a war,
hey,
I've been to outer space.
You do without the insults. How do you validate the source?
I already answered the question. What the fuck are you talking about?
But you said common sense. How's that valid?
Okay. So when we look at the agency of NASA, right? What do they do? What is their objective?
No. The picture.
It's almost like a state.
How do you validate the picture? Right. I'm putting you on mute so I can explain to you. Look, you're now talking about NASA as an agency that, for all you know, nobody there has anything to do with this picture, right? So I need you to provide the provenance of the picture. I need you to give us evidence that it was taken from where it was and the time it was taken. This could include submitting substantiating evidence like, here's the equipment, here's telemetry data, and so on and so forth, okay? Floor's yours.
I don't need to do anything. I already provided my evidence.
All right, great. We can move on. He doesn't need to substantiate his claim. He says he doesn't need to do anything. Now, I'm going to leave him on mute so we can see if anybody else wants to talk about this, but he said he does not need to substantiate his claim. Anybody else want to give this a try? Any Globers out there with globe evidence? If there are no takers, I can unmute him and the rest of you can have at him. Going once. Anybody? Nope. Okay. All right, my friend, I'm going to unmute you. Oh, that sounded great. I'm going to unmute you, and the Sharks will have their way with the chump. Here we go.
I don't know what he's having anyway. Look, I mean, I said all I need to say. There was the evidence there. Nobody could reject it. It's not a fairy tale. I don't know. I keep saying.
So I show you a picture of a unicorn. That's evidence unicorns exist.
Show me the source. Show me the source, and I'll be like, you know what? I'll think about it. Because if there's some sort of like agency out there that their job is to explore some sort of unique life in outer space, and there's some sort of unicorn out there, then I'll be like, I'll think about it.
Let's get the source for this image. Can you show us the equipment?
The source is NASA. That's not. Wait,
no,
what?
The equipment. The equipment. Yeah, the source. Yeah, what took this image? Oh my God! Yeah, boy, this is really hard, isn't it, to prove Earth?
No, what you're saying doesn't make any sense.
If I give you a picture of a unicorn, I tell you what camera I took a picture of the unicorn with. I tell you where I took the picture of the unicorn. Are you ever going to believe me that it's a real picture of a unicorn?
Dude, you are roboting somewhat hard.
Robots are certainly.
Here's another thing. Like, let's say a police officer, right? Jesus Christ. A police officer clocks you going 15 miles an hour over the speed limit. You can say, you know what? I want to subpoena the police officer and I want to subpoena the radar gun. Right? I mean, in a court, you have that right. Okay, so I would like you to, because I'm right now going to say, let's subpoena the person who took the photo, and let's subpoena the equipment that it was taken with. Do we have any substantiating evidence from the person who claimed it took the photo, as well as the equipment that was allegedly used for this image?
Again, that's very irrelevant, nuanced details that don't matter to the main point. Source mean.
It does. So, like, if we're in a courtroom and you're gonna be like, Your Honor, it's just common sense. Your Honor, everybody knows NASA tells the truth.
Your whole point will get shut down because it's irrelevant, anyways.
No, it's absolutely relevant.
No, it's
right?
not.
Because there's plausible doubt.
No, there isn't. The place of origin is going to be NASA. That's the source. Okay. Now you're asking where they specifically took the picture. It's going to be outer space. That's it. It doesn't matter what they used.
The place of origin was not at NASA, dude.
The place of origin is NASA. Where they took the picture. Wait, my source is place of origin is NASA. What do you mean?
There's a certain time and location that the alleged image was taken with a certain piece of equipment by a certain somebody.
That's irrelevant.
That's irrelevant. Really?
Tell me why that's relevant.
Can you explain why that's irrelevant?
Wait, why would I do your job for you? Will you bring up a case you supported?
This is your claim. You're telling me it's relevant, and I'm saying, how the hell is that relevant? How the hell?
Wait, I'm saying it's irrelevant. You're the one saying it's irrelevant.
How the hell is what I'm asking for irrelevant? Because
you don't ask the person how's it irrelevant.
I want the person to provide testimony that they actually were there doing what they said they did. I want some of this substantiated by the alleged telemetry data that NASA had from all the equipment that they were tracking in outer space.
Okay, so can we understand why? Who took the picture, or when they took the picture, or what camera they used when they took the picture is relevant to any of this?
Now, I just kind of want the how.
They went to outer space to take a picture.
I don't really need the why. Why? Because we want to endeavor to, discover shit for mankind. Great. How about the how? How did they do it? And what with?
They went to outer space and took I don't know. It's so complicated. They went to outer space and took a picture. That's it.
No, it's actually very complicated. How'd they get to outer space?
They used the rocket?
How'd they do it?
Oh, you're asking me to provide how the rocket works? What?
You're telling me that this place was taken in outer space after a journey to the moon. I'm calling bullshit.
Okay. Your Honor, he shot a person? No, Your Honor, he doesn't know how a gun works, okay? I guess you're right. Because I don't know how specifically a rocket works. This case is dismissed, right? Because for some reason I need to provide
find somebody who does. If you don't, we'll find somebody who does. So
there's multiple videos of rockets going to outer space. What do you mean?
Specifically, it's not random.
What?
Let's get some data that has no bias, right? Let's get some data.
There is no bias. NASA has no bias. What do you mean?
All right, then just present it. Present your unbiased data.
Yeah, NASA.
That's not data.
That is data point.
No, I said data. I didn't ask for a data point.
Yeah, that's an appeal to authority. Crayon muncher.
Oh my god, another retard.
The crayons are full.
Yep. Anyway, it's all yours, folks. Have fun.
Yeah. I'm asking the same question. Whoever said, let's appeal to authority. But he's muted since he's scared. That was fine.
Dude, don't worry, Karen. I am not afraid of you.
Yeah, you are.
That's all you're admitting right now.
Don't do the meta shit, okay?
What meta are you talking about? And what's the guy yapping in the background?
Why are you talking while I'm talking? Maybe you should get back on.
You were talking when I was talking.
No, I was talking, and then you started talking. Right?
No.
Yeah, there we go. Right, if you want to come in here and make claims, you can back them up, right? Or you can stay on mute. Simple as that, right? You're an arrogant douchebag, right? Your kitty giggling's fucking annoying, right? And all you've done here is admit that you have blind faith in NASA. Nothing else needs to be presented, just blind faith in NASA. Pathetic, dude. They could tell you fucking anything, and you just believe it like a sheep.
Yeah, what if they told you the Earth is flat? Oh! Yeah, seriously. What if NASA said, guys, the Earth is flat, we never went to the moon? Would you be like, show me the data? You'd suddenly be like, show me the data. I don't fucking believe you, NASA. Earth is a globe. Show me the data. That Earth is flat, right? You'd be begging for the flat Earth data. So if the shoe's on the other foot, the roles would be reversed, and we'd be applying the same standards, wouldn't we?
Unfortunately not, bro. If NASA announced they have to be flat, these guys would say, no, we were flat earthers before you. We were always flat earthers. You guys are late. We were there before you. We were just trolling you the whole time. We're actually the flat earthers. That's what they'll start saying.
Yeah, NASA recently claimed they found a planet that is a diamond, not a planet that's raining diamonds, a planet that is a diamond. Come on now. What kind of horse shit are you trying to sell me here?
I mean, I think there's kind of a easier explanation for that planet. Like, it's kind of logical, actually.
No, it's not.
Logical. I love that word, that phrase. Kinda logical. Huh. All right, Saddam, why don't you just... I don't know why... No need for you to start with a diamond in the sky. Why don't you present some evidence that Earth is a ball? Not why it's kind of logical that there's an exoplanet that's a diamond.
Earth is flat, why are my balls round? How about that?
See the intellectual level of these Globers, folks? You hear that guy? He's talking about his testes. That's the intellectual level of these Globers, folks.
I'm laughing at you.
God, you people are simpletons. No offense.
I can say the same shit about you.
Well, brother. Why didn't you?
I just don't wanna. Do you also believe that when you close your eyes, the Earth disappears? Like it's not there?
What do you mean also? What? Yeah, I hate to break it to you, but your brain isn't formed to a point where you can have a legit conversation. Go ahead and laugh. What say you, Nate?
What say me? I don't really have much to say. I was just going to ask about, I know someone else was talking about how people were talking about things other than the curvature of Earth to prove that there's curvature, but I was interested in what people thought of the Artemis program, specifically the one that they have set for like 2027 where they plan on sending people to the moon again. Is there something that NASA could do?
The TV show. Did you watch the last one? That they pushed into the middle of the night?
You mean when they last landed humans on the moon in like 1972, or
no, the last Artemis presentation?
I did not.
Well, I did. They had an astronaut on there who she said she couldn't tell the difference between the simulation and actually going to space.
That's fine, but that's not. I wasn't asking about that. I was just.
Well, you asked about Artemis. I asked if you watched the last Artemis show. No, you didn't. So go back and watch that.
You didn't let me complete my question, though. Can I finish, or?
Well, no, I'm just suggesting. I'm suggesting you go back and watch the. You're talking about the sequel. Go watch the original, the last one.
Right. This isn't relevant, really, to what I'm asking, though. I mean, I was.
Well, it's exactly pertinent to what you're asking. It's the same damn moon mission.
You can ask me that question, but can I finish my question?
It wasn't a question. It was a suggestion. Maybe go back and look at the
Maybe you don't call upon people for a question and then give them a question yourself without letting them finish. How about that?
Oh man, you don't need to spaz out.
Have the conversation.
You said, have you heard about the Artemis? I said, you mean the last one?
Do you want me to finish my question, or are you just going to ask?
Yeah, go on, brother.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to ask if there's anything they can show you guys or prove to you guys to show that the Earth, that the moon is in fact what they've been claiming it is for the last centuries, decades, whatever.
Yeah.
First off, we know more about it than you do because we actually watched the fucking bullshit. You haven't. You could at least do that before you come in here and start spouting about it.
Oh, damn, that wasn't an answer to the question at all.
I'm just trying to ask.
Okay, here's an answer. Yes, I would have to incur a serious head injury and then be shown it. And then with drool coming out of the side of my mouth, maybe I would be like, oh, Earth ball.
All right.
Moon rock.
I am just.
There's at least an honest answer. Is no. There's nothing that can change my mind.
Yeah, that's really what I wanted to hear. Is if there's something that.
Well, yeah. How about some some Earth surface curvature for this moon story to mean anything to you?
If you're not going to give me a serious answer, why should I even?
I am giving you. It would take a serious. It would take a massive head injury.
That's all right. You ask for a question, I give you a question, and then you're giving.
Okay, fine. Relax. Calm down. It's 24/7.
I'm just trying to explain to you what you're doing wrong here. It's fine.
I've not done anything wrong. I'm sticking to the topic.
He's not doing anything wrong. He gave you a perfect answer. No, I'm impervious to evidence. I will believe what I believe.
My brain. Yeah, my brain has formed to a point where I no longer believe the fairy tale.
Yeah, when a live feed goes to CGI images of what they're doing, my brain kind of starts shooting up red flags. We were supposed to have fucking moon bases on the moon by 78. There should be a fucking 20-hole golf course up there. I should be able to take out $1 million from my trust fund, take your girlfriend, you, my girlfriend, and me, 250,000 each. Let's go up to the fucking moon, spend a weekend, take pictures of Earth, spend time in the anti-gravity room, knock some balls around that golf course. None of that shit happened. But they claimed it was going to happen. And you guys are sitting here asking us about Artemis fucking 50, 60 years after they supposedly put man on the moon. What the fuck are you doing? You're supposed to be talking about what's under your feet.
Self-driving car.
You're supposed to be talking about what's under your feet, you fucking numpty dipshit, crayon muncher.
So first off, who is you guys? And was I trying to ask about the Earth's curvature, or was I asking
you and Cooper?
Pretty clear. I think
you
it was
and Cooper.
I'm sorry, say that again?
You said who's you? It's you and Cooper.
Me and Cooper. Okay, so this is
at the moment. Yes, you guys are the globe chanters.
I was talking about Earth's curvature when I was asking about the Artemis program. Is that what I was doing then?
Well, yeah.
Go back to the YouTube's
dude.
Point, right?
Yeah, and all I said was, listen, Nate. All I said was, you brought up the Artemis. I said, did you watch the last episode?
Yeah, and I told you I didn't. I'm being honest.
Okay, well, maybe you should go check it out. Instead of appealing to the future endlessly.
Yeah, you're such a fan.
Wait. Why do you think it's relevant? Why do you think it's relevant? Nate, why should he go check it out?
Nate, Cooper, you guys are such fans of fucking Artemis, you don't even watch it. That's amazing.
What's wrong with me?
Yeah, it's like, hey, do you guys think the Yankees are going to win the World Series? Well, have you seen them play this year or no?
What very important thing happened in there that we need to see?
Why does it matter to my question?
Well, what I told him was one of the astronauts in that TV show at the desk, she said that she couldn't tell the difference between her simulation training and being in space.
That means
what? So if she can't figure it out, what the hell are we going to get from it?
That's fair, Klaus, but why do I have to watch the first mission?
It's more than fair.
Question about the third mission where they plan on sending people to the moon. I was just asking about the third mission.
Okay, well that's an empty appeal to the future.
Hold on, I just want to make this clear. I was asking about the mission where they would send people to the moon. Why do I have to know about the first one to ask a question? Is my question. Well, is that not a sound question I asked? Are they not?
Well, you had already asked the question.
You're asking a question about something you know nothing about.
No, okay, that's fair. Sure, I didn't watch the
context.
Hold on. Why?
How could you know if the answer you're being given is correct if you know nothing about what you're asking? You're a fucking numpty.
Do you see
no one fix cars? I know nothing about fixing cars. I go to a car mechanic and say, hey, can you help teach me how to fix cars? He then screams at me for an hour because I didn't know anything about cars, and how dare I go ask
him. Some car mechanics do scream at people. You're right.
I'm honestly really confused because this isn't typically how conversations go. I'm not telling you I have all the information here. I was simply asking for your opinion on something that I don't know a lot about.
Let's reset. Nate, no one stopped you from asking your question about future moon rocket.
Did cut me off a lot. Yeah, you did.
You asked.
And then you gave me the answer of, well, once I get a CT or whatever, like, that's not a real answer to something.
So what are you asking us to do? Wait until the next TV show presentation of people, I'm guessing women, are walking on the moon?
So, first of all,
what significance does that have to the moment?
What's up with the woman thing, by the way? I'm just curious.
Well, that's what they do. They put women on rockets these days. I don't know what's up with the woman thing, but ask them. They're the ones obsessed with it.
Left field, no? I didn't even bring up women. You're bringing up women now.
Well, it was a woman astronaut.
Don't try not to fixate on it.
Yeah, it was a woman astronaut who said she couldn't tell the difference between the simulation and being in space. They're the ones that keep
astronaut.
They didn't have a man astronaut. What if it is all women? Then what?
I'm just curious what their sex has to do with them being an astronaut. I mean, if you don't believe in astronauts, they're just an astronaut to you.
I don't know. Right? Yeah, so it's just a coincidence that they're loaded up with women nowadays. I don't know what it has to do with it.
Is this a reference to the Blue Origin launch with Katy Perry and all those people?
It's a reference to all of it. NASA, Blue Origin.
I don't care what someone's sex is, to be frank.
Well, if you're frank... never mind. Anyways,
I was gonna say,
know. Yeah, what does it help? What does it help you? How does it help you to appeal to a future moonwalk mission?
I was just asking if there's something they could show you guys.
What do I think of it? I think it's a circus for the naive. It's a presentation for simpletons who are desperately looking to reify their fairy tale.
You want my opinion on it? You want my opinion on it, Neil? I think it's a rude slap in the face to all those people that are being foreclosed on and forced into the streets and etc. That's what I think that is, man.
Fair. I appreciate you guys actually answering the question. Like, we were given joke responses before, let's be real. I was trying to have an honest conversation here. I'm not trying to...
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. But what... Okay,
what... And I get called being a spastic for explaining that I'm trying
to be... That's cool, Neil, listen, it's cool, and it's cool that we reset, but you should admit that it is odd that you come in here and ask a question about something that you didn't even look at. Like, that is really weird, man.
Well,
if you're the same guy that asked about the Artemis stuff and didn't look at the Artemis stuff, if you're that same guy, that's weird, man.
I didn't claim to have all the information here. I read about something. I'm not going to have 100% the information on something. You can't expect anyone to have that, right?
No, I said that you got to admit. I said it's weird that you wouldn't watch what you're going to come in and question before you question it.
Well, that was the first mission people were talking about, right? I'm talking about the third, I believe, where they planned.
No, the latest mission. You didn't even watch that.
Do you think that's an issue that I didn't watch the first mission when I asked?
If you're going to ask about it, if you're going to ask about something you didn't watch, yeah, that's weird.
What do you?
If somebody comes in and asks a question about Apollo 5, and then you start getting mad at them not knowing anything about Apollo 1, does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm genuinely confused why I couldn't ask the question just because I didn't see a video of the first.
No, you did ask the question.
I know, no, I did ask.
To be fair, you did ask the question, and he gave you a perfect answer.
Sure, that's fair. I'm confused about why I can't ask the question.
Okay, here's a better question. What do these future moon travel stories mean to you? Because that's the audience that these are being. These productions are not for us; they're for you. The simpleton mind.
I'll be paying attention to it for sure.
Yeah, I bet you will.
That's really interesting.
And gobbling it up.
I'm sure you will too, though. I'm right. You'll probably be paying attention to it.
Well, I watched the last one.
Yeah, that's fair. You've watched it and I haven't. That doesn't take away from the fact I can't ask the question, though, right?
Yeah. So what does it? You're asking what it means to me, and what it means to you is you're going to watch it. So.
Right.
All it does is kind of highlight the fact that there is a group who continues to make productions to keep you lost in an outer space fairy tale. That's what I think about it.
And if I can address that, I'm not going to answer for all my flat Earth knowledge people that are out there, but for myself personally, I do not focus on any of it. SpaceX, Blue Shepard, all that crap, NASA, I don't focus on none of that at all. I got shit to do. I'm helping my neighbor out. I'm focused on my life, but in my peripheral, Yeah, if I hear a fucking thing that NASA's claiming they found a fucking planet that's a diamond, yeah, that resonates in me, and I'm going to repeat it so that hopefully a critical thinker hears that and goes, what the fuck? NASA's full of shit, man. How the hell does knowing there's a planet that's a diamond help me in my day-to-day life? How the hell does NASA telling me there's a planet that rained diamonds, even like not even a planet that is a diamond itself, how does that help lower the price of living?
How does
that help me? It doesn't help me.
How does knowing that giraffes exist in Africa help you? It doesn't.
Oh, fuck,
I think it's still cool that the giraffes exist, even though...
Really? You just should have stayed on mute, Matthew.
But
they have them at the zoo, too. And maybe it's something you would expect to see at the zoo.
A picture for my own enjoyment help me feed my family? Like, what a dumb fucking question.
You sell it on eBay.
There's a lot of programs in the U.S. that just are there for happiness and prosperity that don't really help people with putting food on the table, but making people happy is also important to society.
And the general public's interest in space travel is not a mystery. Space is cool and rockets are cool.
Hold on, guys. Cooper, Nate. So when the Challenger exploded, that made everyone happy?
No, what? When did I say that?
Well, you said there's all kinds. You said there's all kinds. You ran the parallel.
It was cool. It was objectively cool. It was not.
Oh my god! Well, you're a sadist.
What?
So I'm talking to Cooper because Cooper has a hard time when he has to cope. His name should be Coper. But yeah, you're running the parallel. Yeah. Good one, Chef. Yeah, you're running the parallel that all NASA is something to make people happy, but it's full of disasters and tragedy.
Right. A lot of
I'm saying that the public's interest in NASA is very easily explained.
The one guy says, if we can't even keep buildings, how are we going to make it to the moon? And points out all the flaws in their plan and ends up burning up inside of the capsule in a training mission. Yeah.
Do you think
it's a wonderful thing to be a part of.
Do you think a kid is ever during a rec basketball event?
Yeah, exploration comes with risks. They're real life explorers and heroes. They take on tremendous personal risks
happiness
for the betterment of all of mankind.
That sounds like tragedy. So much for happiness.
It sounds like the happiness is a discovery.
And you can't see on the face of it that they're silencing a whistleblower. That's wild.
You're silencing a whistleblower by having a space travel accident?
It was a training mission here on Earth. It was a training mission here on Earth. They were testing the equipment, and the guy burned up inside of the equipment. Yeah, that's pretty tragic.
Sounds like a horrible accident, yeah. To suggest that there's maliciousness and intent behind it with no proof or no reason just because you don't like the organization is pretty disgusting.
Shut your pie hole, whoever. Cooper. Yeah. After he was exposing all the flaws in what they were trying to do. Yeah. Oh, yeah, it was just an accident. It just a happy accident. Whoops.
Hey, Nate, listen.
Still had enough confidence in the project to get into that capsule, though, didn't he?
Cooper. The same guy said, how the hell are we going to communicate from the moon when we can't talk in between towers? But here's the thing. Nope. Nate is the one
he was talking about. You're misquoting him. He was talking about the logistics side of it, not the technology. But, well, hold on, that matters. He wasn't talking about the technology. He was talking about the logistics, right?
Yeah, and then he burned to a crisp.
Yeah, but you admit what you just deliberately misquoted that.
Check it out, man. Look, these guys are fighting. And immediately you turn your head like, what's going on, man? I want to go see what's up. And then you get drawn in because somebody made a reaction to something happening. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been drawn in. You would have just kept going home, like onto the bus.
Right. Things are always happening here, too. So to get those people being like, oh, shit, did you see this? Yeah. It's going to put more eyeballs on the subject. And then the people in the crowd, they'll either dip on one side or the other. Either they'll become opponents, they'll come in and start arguing against us, or they'll see our side of things, and now we've got another flat earther on board. So I think we're really close to that point. It's not quite there yet, to the point where reaction channels want to like, yo, did you see what the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord said? We want to make it cool enough where they're not going to get shamed for reacting to it.
Yep, and it's like they have to see interest in doing reaction videos. So it's not just, you know what I mean? Like, it's got to be content that they can actually sink their teeth into, so they can say, okay, let's just take a look at what they're doing today, you know, and then they, you know, they pull up some show that you had, and then somebody that was on the show, you know, and then they can make the reaction video. So you gotta kind of curate that content. So it takes some work, you know. It's not just like what I'm saying right now. It sounds easy to do, but there's actually a lot of work behind the scenes to like actually get things going like that. So that's what I was telling CB about.
Yeah, no, it is going to take some work and the right type of content as well. You know, it can't be something, it's got to be something that gets the crowd around, circling around. And, oh my God, did you see this? It's got to be like entertaining, a little funny. You know, that's where, you know, I'm always talking about cultural development. I'm the head of the cultural development department, right? So it's that type of stuff that's going to allow us to have a spotlight shown on us from these big platforms or these big channels. That's going to be tricky, but I think we can figure it out.
There's got to be a balance where you're not compromising your principles at the same time, but you're also doing something so that it benefits people. Like, okay, you got two people that speak, right? You got a good speaker, a charismatic speaker, and you got one who's not as charismatic, just like a monotone. And then you got this, they're both saying the same thing, right? The same information is coming out of both. But the one you're drawn to is the charismatic one because they're putting emphasis on things, right? They're not like Bueller.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like they're actually putting some. Yeah, because you can actually make somebody interested in information, even though it's boring as hell. That's important. That's what makes a teacher that, you know, does teach, makes them good, is that they make learning fun. And that's what I'm saying. That's, we just got to make it fun for people to come and listen and enjoy, you know, listening to what we have to say.
Oh gosh, AV, I was going to try to become more monotone. I thought that might make my life more easier, but you're claiming I shouldn't do that.
No, you know what? You know what? You've been like the cadence of your tone, like it's always drawn people in. Did you know that?
Yeah, but sometimes I think they don't actually hear what I say because I like go through a whole thing and then the guy's like, "Oh yes, I heard what you said."
Well, I mean,
that's why I was thinking, like being more monotone. Like,
no, I mean, no, because it's like more of a men and women kind of thing. You know, that whole thing between men and women, and some guys don't want to hear a woman telling them things. You know what I mean? It's like that whole thing.
Yeah.
It's not because you're not giving out good information. You're saying the same thing we are. You're just a woman, and so they, because of the, you know, male chauvinism, you know, they're like, oh, when I want to tell a woman, tell me what, you know, like that's what it is, dude. It's we're being honest.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, you're right. No, you're right, AV. And when that happens, I hear it. Like it happened yesterday when Overlord was talking to this weird dude named L. Oh my gosh, I could barely even tolerate that dude. But as soon as I realized, like, oh, he's not going to hear anything I say, you know, for that reason, like I could just tell from the tone of his voice and the way he like raised it in this really aggressive way to try to overpower me. I'm like, it's fine. You men can just talk. I'll just go, you know, make myself some lemonade. That's right, Creation Bear, 100%. So why waste my time? Absolutely. I'll just talk to people who can actually hear the words I'm saying.
You know, I'm gonna say this might be a little. I might fall away from the red pillars when I say this, but I think a woman who can speak intelligently that's attractive. So I think in a lot of guys, they go for the ditzy ones because that to them they want to feel more dominant in their intellectual discussions. You know, so they don't want a woman who's like, you know, it's not a good thing to do. So a man wants to have that kind of dominance over a woman. So an intellectual woman, like, is what do you call it? It's men fear that. You know, it's kind of a fearful thing because they don't want a woman to be smarter than them. But that's the thing. Like, I think
it's impossible.
That can't happen.
Thank you for telling the story of. Thank you for telling the story of my life, AV. So I didn't have to. Yeah, now these guys will fight with you, and they know you're telling the truth.
But I know. But here's the thing, dude. Like, at the end of the day, like, it just what we advocate for in here is people being intellectual on both sides, right? We're talking men and women, both of them. So if we're advocating for both, it sucks that the majority of the people that are in here, of course, the males are the ones coming in with the the points to sound intellectual and such. And then the far and few between, the women that come through here, I'm always hoping that they sound intellectual, but they're ditzy and they're trying to play a character. Like the woman that was in here the last time, I knew she was smart, but she was playing a character. So I was like, you don't have to be like this girl who's like a valley girl and all. You could just be yourself, and you know what I mean? But it's like, because of the way it is between men and women, the roles that we play, like, it's almost like they have to feel like, in order for them to be attractive, they have to be ditzy. And I think that's stupid. Me personally, but
yeah, it's because that's what men are going to get if they keep that attitude. And then the women will be even more manipulative, because it's very easy to pretend to be ditzy with most people. I mean, you caught that woman, and then she did show herself later on to have.
Are you the alpha male?
But yeah, so the thing of it is, there's a lot of misconceptions, such as there is a slightly higher average IQ among men, but it's only because the bell curve is more
women are playing the part.
Stretched out.
That's
So you've got
I think that's what it is. They're playing the part because it fits the dynamic between them being attractive to, like, fitting a character, so that the men can be attracted to somebody who doesn't know more than them. So they want to be, to feel attractive. And so what they'll do is they'll play the character of not being smarter than the guy. And so the guy will be like, oh man, I like this girl, and you know what I mean?
Wait, Dandelion, what were you saying about the bell curve? Can you finish your point there? Am I muted?
No, I think she got busy.
I won't curse him out. Who put that? That's funny.
Got it for you. No, I can find you the imagery if you want. The bell curve for the male is more stretched out, and the female, so that you do, it's true, have more men in the high range, but then you also have more men in the low range.
The lower range.
So people have like this weird, they have this weird skewed view, which is not really accurate, based on whatever particular person they might encounter in the world, so it's just unfortunate.
I think that women fear being intellectual for the fear of not being attractive. They'd rather value being attractive over being smart. It sucks, but I mean, that's what they'd rather choose. They'd rather choose, to be more attractive by appearing to be ditzy. I think that sucks. That the way the dynamic works, but that's the reason why I'm always advocating for the women that come through here that actually want that. They want to be more intelligent. Applying themselves in discussions and such. I don't know. I'm only doing that because of the stigma,
Of course. But you can't really pick and choose to be attractive. You either are or you're not.
No. What I'm saying is that there is like this way that we are as people. We value certain things, and men want to be more dominant in the intellectual department when it comes to like being in a relationship. They want to have that feeling of being dominant in that sense, because otherwise they'll feel like the women will usurp their authority because they're not as intelligent as women, and the women will be leading them.
That's a broad statement. I like to be dominated, tied up, and whipped and shit.
Nah, that's not what. Dude, really? I mean, that's a really ugly way to picture you gave all of us, Anyway, like we're talking about like the women's intellect and men's intellect and what it has to mean in here. That's the reason why we always push for critical thinking. That's I was gonna say, CB, like that could be one of our topics too. that whole stigma, like the reason why we advocate for critical thinking in this forum, and
women's
because think about it, that's what we're saying. Essentially, we're saying for men and women to think critically. We're not just saying for men to think critically and them to be dominant and then tell the women. We're saying both of them, when they hear this topic, to think critically for themselves.
Well, true, yeah. I mean, we need that across the board for many reasons.
Yeah, I mean, like
critically think how to choose a partner and other things like that.
Yeah.
When to get married and when to have children. So they need to critically think on everything. Everyone does.
Think about this, CB. Imagine a woman who was a go-getter. She's a critical thinker, and she digs your vibe, and she doesn't want to settle. She doesn't want to settle for just these scrubs out there in the street, like pretender clowns, right? Like she's looking to you. She's looking to you because your critical thinking and the way you appear. Your what she sees in you. That your appearance is like something to her that's appealing. Like why wouldn't you want that? You know what I'm saying? Like in a relationship.
What about that critical thinking guy? Critical think or whatever he was?
What? No, we're not worried about that. Nah, guys, Rob's always left field, dude, every time he jumps in. No, I'm talking about
bro.
like he doesn't keep up.
I mean, is she hot, Mickey?
Yeah, like let's say for instance, she got some look to her, right? But she's not quite the biddy that you thought of in your mind, right? Like she's not like all the way out there. Like she's not like anyway. But what I'm saying is, but you could sit down with her and you could talk to her about things that you couldn't talk to anybody about. Like you could talk to her about, and she would respond to you and like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that sounds like a W. But why is she single?
Well, because she doesn't want the scrubs, and that's all she's ever met with. Like she's only meeting the guys who only want to take advantage of, like, because of the way she is and all that. And she doesn't want to settle. She wants the person who best identifies as who she is, And then she sees something in you that's akin to what she is, like the same kindred spirit,
Yeah, that'd be good.
Yeah, but this doesn't even exist. One day Creation Bear will find true love. Yep.
That's
and then
Cap,
we'll
bro.
hear all about it. You don't think it's
Cap.
true?
Yeah.
Does Cap mean not true?
Yeah, Cap means like that means lies.
I still think it's true, don't you, AV? Don't you think?
I don't think it's true.
I think it's true.
Yeah, I mean,
women don't love like that anyway. So
yeah, but I mean, at this, I don't know. This is like the whole roles, right? Like, and that's the reason why there's a stigma when women come in here. It's like the few of them do come in here. The ones that do, they're like doing this whole Valley Girl shtick, and I don't know. I just like, dude, turn that off. Like, just be you. Yeah, just like it's a character, bro. It's that character. It's CB. That's the character that you meet when you first meet a woman. That's a character. She's trying to play this role. You're meeting the character. You're not meeting who she really is, because she's trying to be as attractive as she can possible, and so are you. You're doing the same. But if you're a critical thinker, you're just like, dude, this is who I am right here. I'm represented 100 right here. This is who I am.
100.
I don't know. And I mean, that's what I mean. Like, maybe I'm just crazy, but I'm not the only one.
Listen, I mean, hey, if unicorns are real, that's great.
Unicorns? Nah, man, but I was saying, like, aren't you supposed to project out into the world what you want out of the world? Like, you gotta be, putting out that vibe. Like, this is who you are. Like, obviously, listen, man, if you want if you want the 304, you're gonna find that. You're gonna have, plenty of them. If that's all you're looking for, man, that's what you're gonna get. But if you want something more than that, man, you gotta look for that too. You gotta be putting that vibe out. You're like, look, this is what I want.
Yeah,
she could be a biddy too, man. Like, I mean, but then like, dude, American culture, you already know the way it is. It's curating individuals that want to just play a character, bro. That's all they're doing. That's it. All you're meeting is the character. Like when you meet someone, you're not meeting the individual's like actual self.
Right.
That's why things fall off like in a week or two. You're like, this ain't working out. Why do you think that is?
Everybody's capping.
There you go. The cultural department is on point.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, but we don't want tweakers, right?
Nah, bro. We can't be tweaking up in here, dude.
Freaking hell. Anyway, I said all that to say, like, yeah, that's the reason why when we have this show, like, it's going to be putting out content that's controversial, like the one I was talking about. I'm pretty sure people are going to get some pushback on that. They're going to be like, nah, dude, that's cap. That's bullshit. They ain't happening in real life. Well, which it may be. I mean, the dating scene, I'm not out there. You are, CB, so you get to meet people and you're like, oh, yeah, I'm actually meeting the real you or the character, you know, like, which character are you playing today, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like, how many people have you met, CB, that you knew it was the real person, like, not the character?
Probably not a lot.
Another beautiful thing.
Yeah, he's giving us a live look into his world there. Look at that. Really nice.
Mm-hmm.
You need a camera that's actually on his, like, right around where his glasses are, so you can actually see what he's
Oh,
looking
yeah, I
at.
forgot my glasses.
Because his head's probably
Yes.
turning one way where the camera's facing the other, so it's not really looking at everything you see. I got you, CB. I know, dude. Look, man.
Yeah.
He's like, the
I'm
camera's
slick,
over
bro.
here, my head's over there.
Your controversial take is that women are often smarter than they appear. Is that your controversial take, or is it something else?
Yes. No, that's it. What do you think? Do you think that's
can
not true?
confirm. Yeah, I think that's definitely true. It's funny that you notice that. I mean, I've known that always. It's like, yeah, women are often pretending to be dumber, and men are often pretending to be smarter than they are.
Yeah,
It's like, hey, why don't we?
I'll give
What
you
do you
that.
think?
I won't argue with that.
Yeah, why do you think things crash and burn, dude? Like, the man tries to portray himself to be like this, you know, over the top businessman, and he's working out 5 deals and he's closing on 2, and the woman's all like, oh, really? Oh, how lovely. And they're both trying to, like, you know, be these characters, when really it's like, if the guy was portraying who he really was and just be like, I don't know. I think I'm just saying this, but like, CB's out there doing it, so that's a whole different thing. He's testing the, you know, what's out there. But I'm saying that the society right now has curated an environment for people to be just nothing but characters. They're all just characters, man. Except for a few, right? Very few. You might find those people who are just being genuine. But I don't know. CB, you can confirm or deny that. That's up to you.
Yeah, I mean, it's even true with like Instagram and stuff like that. Everyone's putting on like their Sunday's best on Instagram. Like, you know, you can cut through a lot of that in person. A lot of people they're not their Instagram self in real life. But at the same time, when you meet them in real life, you're pretty fit.
Yeah, you know, in real life, you get the, you know, the flip flops and the, you know, the fuzzy Christmas sweater, and you know what I mean, like.
Even still, like their first impression, people try to put on.
I don't know. I guess I was saying all that too much to just say that, you know, critical thinking is the reason why I think we're advocating for both sides of the aisle to be, you know, smarter, you know, every day. So
yeah, I would support that.
This is GTA 5.
Yeah, literally.
Hello.
Fucking beautiful. Fucking amazing.
This is literally GTA 5.
Why couldn't I have been born there?
That guy's salivating over your lifestyle, TB.
Hey, I wasn't born here either, bro. You can come through.
Yeah, why don't you just move there? Start walking, you know.
Start walking. Start walking, bro. You can get here anytime, bro. The sooner you start walking, the sooner you'll get here.
It's hard to do because he's in the Middle East, man, so it's going to be a lot of walking.
Holy.
You might need a boat then.
I can get a plane.
Do it.
Plane, even better.
I'm not in the Middle East, by the way. I'm in Europe.
Oh, even
Yeah, you're in
worse.
the.
I'm sorry to hear
That's,
that.
yeah, it's in the Middle East. It's all right. As far as
Oh
what I'm
yeah,
hearing.
good point.
As far as what I'm hearing.
Habibi.
Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh, but dude, it's kind of fucked up, you know.
Habibi, come to Europe.
Dude, they ain't trying to hear that, man. They're over there where CB's at. They're enjoying that life. While you're over there in the cold and wet and damp and rainy and
No, it's not cold. But look, nobody cares about Iran and Israel. Everybody's just having a good time, walking around, enjoying the sunshine.
is that what you want to do too? Why don't you just make a trip over there?
Yeah.
Look at CB, man. He's just gonna rub it in your nose, dude. He's gonna like, oh, dude, check it out.
Barefoot on the beach.
You already know it's such a nice day. Huh? So, that's racist, dude. No, I got the swimmers on. I'm definitely going in the water, son. Don't play with me.
You got your budgie smugglers on, bro? Packages coming through. Maybe getting some ice. Maybe, hey, dude, come on, bro. I already know. You're advertising, man. That's what's going on.
Did you just say a budgie?
You're gonna walk up.
Smuggler?
He's gonna walk up to some biddies and he's gonna be like, do you guys know where the taco
Which
stand is, by the way?
direction? Exactly.
Is it over here, that way, or this way?
Oh my god! Dude. Did you say budgie smuggler?
Yeah.
What the fuck? I've never heard that one.
On the back of them, it says love. I don't know if you know that. Like right where his buttocks is.
Love. That's funny.
Dude, your vape just fell out.
My vape. I don't freaking vape, bro.
I'm just kidding. It's Vapegate, dude.
Slick. You think you're slick?
Yeah, it's Vapegate, dude. Now you can't tell me you weren't vaping, bro. Well, the vape fall.
I don't fuck that vape shit. I don't vape, bro.
Meanwhile, it goes. I heard that.
Nah, bro. Hell no.
Body
Those
is
are
thy
bad
temple,
for
yeah.
you. Yeah, those are horrible for you.
You gonna take a dip ski? Look at all that flat water over there, man. Come on. Come on now. Look at that.
We were talking to Elder Bear last night. He was like, "Well, but there's waves. They're all roughed up. Therefore, it can't be flat."
Waves, therefore globe.
Incredible.
Looks really flat. Flat.
Yeah, I mean.
That 24 carat. You got the bling bling. Got the 24 carats going on. Come on, bro. Is that gold flat too? Come on.
You need a fisheye lens to make it curve.
Damn, that ain't no like Kmart costume jewelry.
You're gonna be Roman salute across the beach.
Yeah, don't do that.
Heil Hitler.
You live in a blue state, bro. They're gonna come at you.
I know they're gonna shoot me, bro.
Anyway,
Just say you're copying Elon.
I'm gonna be on listening mode, but I'll be listening to you guys.
All right, W. Let's get some W's in the chat for me, man. Always holding it down. Let's let the W's fly. There we go. And it's such a nice day here. We have Kane, Jenna, Dandelion, Sasha, Radwin, Batman, Flat Lloyd, Luna, Leaf, Mike, Morvis, Resolve. We are live. It's a beautiful freaking day, chat. Should I flat smack some Lando on the beach here?
Yes, you should.
I don't
Every
normally
day.
do that. But should I? I probably could. I just like let people live their life, man. Like if they're just moving, like let them keep moving. Like only if it's really right, the timing is right, I'll do it. But I don't like stopping people that are like doing stuff.
Yeah, I'm pretty much the same way, especially after you realize, like, you know, going through person after person on here and realizing you can present it as this impeccable logic and they still won't get it. So it's hard to say what random person in the world is ready to hear it or not.
I know, right? Well, it's like that's why I like this server because they came here, so I don't have to feel bad when we smack the shit out of them because they came here looking for the smoke. Whereas, like these people just are living their lives. They didn't ask for some flat earther to come up to talk to. But you never know. Some people might be interested in hearing it. Every now and again, you might meet someone who already thinks it's flat. That's awesome too. One of these days, though, I'm gonna set up a tent or something like over there on the boardwalk and just say like, "Earth is flat." Change my mind and see how that goes.
Yeah, why not? Yeah, when you're in the right mood.
Me and Sunny, bring Sunny up here. We'll do it together.
Yeah, that would be fun to do it with someone else. I thought about that, when I went to this music festival over the weekend. I'm like, oh, they had all these tables there. I could have had a flatter table, but I don't know. I didn't really feel like sitting in a booth all weekend.
Yeah.
For someone else with me that was into it, it would have been fun. Yeah.
Yeah, I need to get like a charger, bring my computer, bring the soundboard, put a camera in, like have a whole production. It could be a lot of fun, actually. I would love to do it live. That'd be a little tricky, but I think it could be done. But I just need like somewhere to keep everything charged up for a while because being on Discord, even on the phone right now, it's draining my shit. So
Yeah, you have any of those little battery pack type things?
no, not really. I need to get some.
They're not that expensive. I got them for power outages. They don't like last that long, but at least it gives you something. I don't know. Some of them probably last longer than others.
Yeah. Luckily, I just have like I have my iPad here with me usually, and I can charge that, or I can charge my phone with the iPad. So. But yeah, I guess keep an eye out for that. We can do one of those shows in the future. That would be fun.
Yeah, let us know. I'd like to watch it.
Yeah, WW. Dave Hinkle's joined as well. Welcome, Dave. Shout out to anyone else that's just recently joined.
Cheers, CP, and all. It's fun.
Hi, Dave.
Hey, Dandelion, have you talked to Lola Robot?
Lola Robot. Her name was Lola. Was she a showgirl? Hi, Lola.
Hi, sorry, I'm busy doing something. I apologize. I'm just trying to see if I'm server muted because they server muted me in the feminism room. So
how dare they?
Yeah. So I just
What were you doing in there?
I actually don't ever speak in there because it's pretty intimidating, even though I am a feminist. But they're the third and fourth wave feminist, and I'm more second wave, old school, gender critical feminist.
Oh
So
my
I don't
goodness.
believe in men and women's. I don't believe in men and women's bathrooms, and so that could have triggered the server mute.
So many waves. Yeah, what's the third wave and the fourth wave? They do believe in women.
Yeah, there are other waves. Well, first wave was just fighting for like what, like
Voting
equality and stuff,
rights. Yeah.
equal rights. Yeah, and then second wave is what?
I mean, I'm a radical feminist, and that's the second wave. So
Oh hell
it's just
no!
workplace rights and so forth,
Oh,
equality and violence and so forth. And then the third and fourth waves, I think started getting into the Me Too movement, but
oh
intersectionality.
yeah.
So, and also the trans, ideology, and that's where it kind of, lost me. So I found myself in that call. It's me, an older original feminist, and I'm the only one in there. It's just trans people screaming and yelling at the people in there saying, we're going to come into your bathroom whether you like it or not. So if I just say, I don't think that's right, you should do that, then that's, I think, why they server muted me.
Wow, maybe I should go in there. Sounds like so much fun.
Yeah, I'm like, well, okay. It's all trans. The whole thing is trans.
That's disgusting, bro.
Yeah, I'm like, wow. So I don't even know what this group is. She said that I was server muted all throughout the whole politics server. I'm like, I don't think so. I don't even speak in that room because they're all so radical that I don't really want to say anything shouted down by the
older
20-somethings.
My goodness, what's going on in that room? Jesus.
Well, young people sometimes can be a little bit edgy and strange and think, I don't know.
How old are you?
I'm older. I'm Gen X. We'll just leave it at that.
So what, like 44?
I'm a little bit more than that. I don't want to give my full age, but I'm
I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry to hear that.
CB, you better not be rude to Lola. I'm here.
Yeah.
Wait, how old are you, Dandelion? I thought you were like 31.
MYOB, Mr. CB. She told you she didn't even want to tell you, and then you kept pressuring her.
Wait, Dandelion, you're like 31. What do you?
CB's a little thirsty.
But yeah,
Dude,
Lola, I can totally relate to what you're saying. So I'm sorry that you had that bad experience, but I'm glad that it brought you to the Flat Earth channel to see if your server muted, and turns out that you weren't.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah. I don't know anything about this group. I've heard things, and I'll just preface it with I don't really care what anyone thinks. I'm pretty open-minded, and you believe what you want. It's not something I really focus on. So I probably don't really have any information to give you on my thoughts of a flat Earth because I don't think about it. There's other things I think about. So you know what I'm saying? It's not my concern.
Oh yeah, we like open-minded people. Yeah, those people are cool. Yeah, that's what we like around here.
It's not my thing that I focus on, but anyway, I'm sorry. I don't know anybody in here or.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, no, it's just, I mean, like, normally we sit around here and we talk about how the globe is a total fantasy made up in people's minds. It's delusion. It's a psychological construction. It's a religious notion. It's upheld by cultic forces within the wider society, which use specific methods of psychological control to keep people adhered to an idea that has actually no basis in reality and is demonstrably proven to be untrue because, according to the math, if we lived on a sphere, we'd be able to observe it in reality, but in actuality, we don't. I mean, Lola, don't you experience the world as flat and stationary?
I don't think about it, if I may be honest. There are other things I do think about. I'm, hardcore into politics, and there are other, I'm really big into the functional medicine part of it, and just, I've never thought about it. It's probably not a concern for me. But I don't mind if other people have a view, whatever view they have on it.
Yeah, but if you think about it, like, have you ever been to the ocean?
Many times, yeah.
Yeah, like CB was just showing us views of the ocean and looked pretty flat there as far as the eye can see because, water in your experience in your drinking glass, in your bathtub, in your swimming pool, in your lake, in your ocean, lies flat and level in its container. And of course, we're told that the world is made up of over 70% ocean. So, that's our observation. The Earth is flat, and that's the way it looks. And we don't see any curvature anywhere. We don't measure it. So we just accept reality the way it is.
I mean, yeah, you can believe that. I've never, really considered it. It probably in the whole scope of things, it wouldn't be important to me, but does the government lie? Do you trust your government? No, never. So, I mean, when it comes to that, yeah, I always question everything, but I've just never thought of this. I've just happened in this room to see if I was server muted, but I don't ever think about it. There's, I guess, for other more important things for me to think about, but I'm always receptive.
That's definitely fair. However, I mean, in this case,
amazed at how more important flat Earth is than politics. You'd be amazed.
Well, I mean, that's just my opinion. It's not as important as what's going on in my life or in general politics, or obviously politics is huge. So, I really, I mean, but everyone can have their own belief.
Yeah, I think Flat Lloyd was going to say something to you, but I just wanted to say, starting with the concept that since the government has already proven itself to be an unreliable source of information, so, when somebody is not only abusive like the military industrial complex is, but also proven deceptive, it's a good idea to start out by assuming anything they tell you is not true unless proven otherwise, and then just frees up a whole lot more space in your brain. What were you going to say, Flat Lloyd?
Yeah, very true. But, you were saying, I'm cool with whatever you guys believe, and I actually appreciate you saying that. However, I'd have to ask you, because I definitely don't believe in my shoe size, or I don't believe how tall I am. I measure it, and then I have knowledge of how tall I am or my shoe size. So in this case, what we're trying to tell you is that we don't believe that the Earth is flat. We have knowledge and have measured it to be flat.
Okay, I believe that you believe that, and I hear you. I understand. I think it's probably a fringe view, right? I mean, again, I know nothing about this idea. I've only heard of people saying, have you been over to that 24 flat Earth room? I'm like, no, I don't think I would have a lot in common with them, but I do understand what you're saying. And, is it sure, maybe it's possible. I don't believe we went to the moon. Believe me, there's a lot of things I don't believe. So, I mean, that whole
definitely no, we didn't go to the moon.
Yeah,
that's what I mean. The difference between belief, if you were to look up the word belief, you'd find that, it's holding an idea without any evidence, right? Whereas knowledge is you have tested the evidence, or maybe even looked at the evidence or measured it yourself. And you would have knowledge, right? And don't get me wrong.
The times when you use wording like "I believe you believe it" is when people say they saw a ghost. That's how you use that. Yeah, ghosts. Because Earth is measured flat. It's not a belief system, so you can believe it because you have a belief system that you're still stuck in. But we've already measured it flat.
I hear you. I mean, I say the same thing to trans people. I believe that you believe that you're a woman. I believe that you believe that. I have no doubt in my mind that you think you're a woman. I don't doubt that. It's not correct, but you can believe it. I'm not going to affirm that belief. But as far as this, I apologize. I haven't considered it, thought about it. It would never be in my purview of anything important in my life. I apologize, but I think it's interesting to listen to people talk about it. But that doesn't mean I'm going to say, well, because I went into this Discord server and talked to these people, then, then that I'm going to change my mind. It's just not anything I think about. I just know it's a group that people ridicule. I hear that. Like, oh, you should go over there. These people are Looney Tunes. I don't usually view people that way. I understand. I just popped in here. I apologize. I was not prepared.
Oh, you're good. No
Please,
need to apologize.
Lola. Yeah, we love you.
No,
I'm gonna mute. I guess I'm
no,
gonna
that
mute
part
Leaf
goes
because
to-
I think Leaf is hot miking. He keeps making random sounds. I'm gonna mute you, Leaf, but let us know if you want to be unmuted anytime. Oh yeah, Lola. I mean, that's cool. Like none. Oh, I'm sorry. Dave was going to say something. I didn't mean to interrupt. Yeah, I was just going to say, like, yeah, nobody expects you to like immediately change your mind. We're just sharing our information, so we appreciate you listening. What were you going to say, Dave?
Quick question for Lola while she's accidentally here. Do you have any young children that may be getting deceived about where they actually live? Does that matter to you?
I have no children.
In your family, any nieces, nephews? Just curious. I mean,
they're
do you think
adults.
do you think it's okay for children to be deceived about where they actually live?
I mean, I think people are deceived about a lot of things. This probably would not be the most important thing, but I think a lot of people are deceived about a lot of things. Like religion, which I'm an atheist, they're deceived into that. They're deceived into taking certain medications. They're deceived into believing this in history happened like this when it really didn't happen this way. They're deceived about a lot of things. I believe Democrats are completely deceived. So, I mean, and I could just say, well, it's not a belief. I believe this. When you get people on different political spectrum, they're going to disagree and they're going to each think that they're correct. So it's almost like a pointless argument. But my niece is an attorney. She's doing well. I would never imagine calling her up and saying, "Hey, have you ever thought about the Earth?" I mean, they would probably disown me. So I would not.
I was just trying to point out that this is something that, like Flat Lloyd was trying to tell you, we can actually verify this information. We know it's not a globe. We can't tell you what it is, but children are being deceived about where they actually live. The only point I was trying to make. I'll shut up.
Maybe it's spherical, not completely round. I don't know.
There's no curve.
And what does it matter?
To have a spherical object, it needs to be curved.
Yeah.
Is it matter that you know where you are?
Come again?
Well, a few things matter, right? I mean, for instance, like, does truth matter is something you might have to ask yourself. Well, I don't know. To some people, I guess it doesn't, right? And that's okay. Maybe that's their belief. But for me, there's a difference between subjectivity and objectivity, right? And don't get me wrong, there's a lot of people who probably talk about us and they're like, wow, those guys are loony, right? But they probably didn't explain anything, right, that we were actually telling them. Usually they're kind of embarrassed to even talk about flat Earth, right? However, in our case, what we're trying to tell you is the reason it's so important to us is because, well, you wouldn't necessarily want your family, friends, or neighbors to be deceived. I mean, at least I don't, right? No matter what it is, I wouldn't want them to live in a reality that's not true, or, I mean, don't get me wrong, we're not talking small things like, oh, your dress looks good on you when it doesn't, right? Those things are subjective, right? Are you wearing a green dress? No, I'm wearing a red dress. Yeah, that's kind of a big problem if you see green and I'm wearing red, right? However, in this case, the problem and the issue is that we're being taught a false paradigm, and at such an early age that most of us probably are just kind of stuck in a belief system. And we think that it's actually knowledge because we've been told it and reinforced with it for so long, right? But in this case, what we're trying to demonstrate to you is that we can actually measure, like, say, a building together, and we could know together that this building measures exactly, objectively even, 100 feet, right? And you measured it, I measured it, we looked at the measurements together and go, hey, look at that, we both got 100 feet, right? This isn't like, well, I think it's a globe and you think it's flat and we could both be right and wrong. No, that's not the case. There's definitely only one being pushed and enforced on society, and that would be the globe.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure there are people who have come out to discredit you.
They try.
I mean, I
but
guess
you have to understand, we actually all believed in the globe once too, right? And it wasn't until we actually started putting the globe and the geometry and the objectivity to the test. And yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, my mom wanted to put me in a mental asylum. She's like, oh no, Chris, you're crazy. When I was simply just trying to tell her, that no, I actually did the math and I tested the math that they're claiming for this globe.
But not people, the government, censoring the YouTube and social media speaking about that.
That's true, Sasha. Yeah.
Whatever you could find, let's say,
does it matter?
sorry.
Can't you just have your belief and they have theirs and just move on?
It's not to be about belief. Let's put it like this: that every educational system in the world, it's teaching you that you are living on the sphere. If you are not living on the sphere, why all educational system teaching you that you are living on the sphere?
I don't know. Maybe they have proof. I don't know. I mean, when you go and travel into space and you look at Earth, it's round. So I don't know how it can just be a sphere.
Yeah, that's what you think, Lola. But yeah, when you look into those reports more closely, you realize there's a lot of suspicious things about them, as well as the fact that sometimes those so-called trips into space will claim to see curvature, but the curvature they claim to see is widely varying in the degree of curvature in respect to the known continents of the Earth, as well as sometimes going up there, they see a totally flat horizon. So, I mean, we get it that you think this is something that's been proven. I mean, I thought the same thing when I first started researching it. Yeah, that somebody somewhere had documented this or they wouldn't be putting out this globe. So, I mean, it's interesting that you say, you think religion is deceiving people, because that's basically what the globe is. It's a religious cultic belief. I mentioned this before. I'm not just saying that off the cuff. Like, I'm saying that because that's what it is. It doesn't have any scientific basis. It doesn't have any mathematical basis. It's an idea that was developed by the ancient Greeks and the cult of Pythagoras. They thought spherical was a nice shape, so they philosophized that that was the Earth where we lived. It could have been from looking up in the stars and thinking there was a celestial sphere up there. It could have been for that reason. We can't get into their minds to know. But for whatever reason, they came up with this bad idea and they kept pushing it because they did have some of the, adherents to this philosophy. Religious cult did have power in society and kept gaining more power, as also distributed by the Jesuits and so on and so forth, until the 1950s, when humankind actually developed the technology to go up there and see. And what they saw was that the Earth was flat, stationary. The horizon is flat at 100,000 feet and above. No curvatures ever detected anywhere. But instead of admitting their mistake, I'm sure you're familiar with this, Lola. Sometimes people, or perhaps men who were in charge at the time, instead of admitting their mistake, they're like, just double down on it. Let's create an even bigger wall of smoke and mirrors to keep pretending like the original bad idea we had is real, even though it has zero basis in reality. That's what we're talking about, Lola.
And Dandelion, to add, that when they realized in 50s that they cannot go outside the space, they went in 60s into the space.
Yeah, what he's saying, Lola, is that then they came up with the whole moon landing thing, which I think you already confirmed that is a fairy tale, right? You know the moon landing story is a fairy tale, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty basic. Yep. So yeah, that was part of the purpose of the moon landing fairy tale, was to try to push this lie even further. That's why they came up with the Apollo 17 image, which does not comport with reality, has multiple inconsistencies in it. The light that would have been shining on Earth at 10:35 a.m. Greenwich Mean Time, which is around the time they claim to have taken this image, doesn't match with what's illuminated in this image. Multiple NASA employees, including Robert Simon, have admitted they use CGI to create these images that you think prove the globe.
I have the pipe bombs.
What?
I have the pipe bombs.
I'll just mute you so that... Oh, somebody already did. Yeah, what do you think about that, Lola?
Yeah, I mean, Yeah, I hear you. I just kind of briefly looked it up on ChatGPT because that's something I use all day long for a variety of purposes. And of course, it has one view, but you can go in and ask it to reform your response as if you're a flat earther. Like what? So that's what I'm about to do. But it's just saying conspiracy theorists, and they said in short, flat Earth belief isn't really about the shape of the planet. It's about trust, identity, and a desire to make sense of a complex world, which seems pretty simplistic. So I guess what they're saying is,
it's a lie. It's not just simplistic, it's a lie. It's a propaganda piece. It's controlled opposition. It's limited hangout, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, that's their latest thing because they have no facts. They have no math. They have no science. They have to start, doing this pseudo psychological analysis of people. It's absolutely ridiculous. If you're a thinking person, you should realize that the answer to a geometry question is to start to talk about the psychology of the people who are demonstrating this mathematically. That's a really big problem, really big red flag there.
It says the Earth is an oblate spheroid, which means it's mostly spherical but slightly flattened at the poles and slightly bulging at the equator. This shape results from Earth's rotation. So even ChatGPT says it's not completely round. So that seems like that would be in line with what you believe, correct?
No, because what we're testing is the mainstream claim of the radius of 3,959 miles, which is still the mainstream pseudoscientific claim. So yeah, the globe is the conspiracy. That's the theory. It's not even a theory. A theory would have to hold up to rigorous testing and scientific, determination of cause and effect with an independent and dependent variable. The only place in the fantasy globe model that would apply would be the alleged rotation, where you would actually have to observe rotation before trying to test the cause of the rotation. But since that effect of rotation is never observed, it doesn't even raise to the level of a scientific question, let alone a theory. It's just a story, just a religious story. It's a religious story.
Like just completely flat, like as thin as a piece of paper? Or do you guys have renderings of what you believe it is?
I'm so glad you asked that. Yeah, we make no claim as to thickness. We definitely don't think it's a disc, as you might see in some of these controlled opposition joke memes. We do not think we're a disc flying through space. We reject the entire heliocentric model, not just the fantasy globe story, but also the entire model of outer space, revolving around the sun. All that stuff is completely unsubstantiated, unverifiable nonsense, fairy tale, religion, cult.
So
yeah, we don't make any claim to. Yeah, just to quickly say, no claim to the thickness, since the furthest that's ever been dug into the Earth is 7.6 miles. And so, yep, we don't make any claim as to the thickness, but seems like it's pretty darn thick.
So for people
it's
who
at least
study
7.6 miles thick. So there's that.
I'll be right back, guys. I have to go do something. I was in the middle of dealing with something. I will put myself on mute, but sometimes I've noticed, which is why I got server muted from feminism. Sometimes I will have a hot mic and not realize I think I need a new phone. It will just take me off of mute, which is embarrassing.
That happens to me too. That happens to me. Yeah, it's just like this weird new thing with Discord, and I think in particular the iPhone is totally annoying.
Right.
Yeah, we're glad you're here. Yeah. We're glad you're here, and yeah, come back anytime.
Okay, thank you guys.
Stick around. Yeah,
I appreciate it.
Yeah, Discord updated like 3 months ago, and ever since then, like iPhones will just come off of mute. But it's strictly only it doesn't happen to Androids. It literally only happens to iPhones. Anyway.
Yes,
what's up, Sasha?
Weird.
How you doing? How you doing, man?
All right, catch you guys later. Bye. Glad I got to talk to that girl. Hopefully somebody will get to talk to her if she comes back. She seems like, she said she's open-minded, but
it sounds like she just stepped into the. Sounds like she just stepped into the discussion like 2 days ago.
Yeah, don't worry about it. I'm just saying, since I have to go, just treat her with kindness when she comes back. Like, if I don't know if kindness is the right word, but We're not trying to convert people. Oh yeah, Vax, you were in here, so that's my words of wisdom. Like, we're not trying to convert anybody, just to have a conversation with the lady, and maybe it'll plant some seeds that flat earthers aren't actually the nutcases she's been led to believe. I mean, that would be my goal if she comes back. So yeah, hopefully others would share the same goal. All right, catch you guys later.
I mean, only religions convert. I mean, this isn't like a conversion process. It's just
W, Mary Bob.
It is what it is process.
W
Right?
Dandelion. She said, "I'm atheist." Red flag. And she's feminist. Red flag.
Well, I heard the part. Yeah. I mean, when somebody says they're atheist, they really don't know what that means.
You said what?
I said when somebody claims they're an atheist, that means that they're just not worshiping something, but that's quite obviously not true with any atheist.
I think it's just agnostic, right, chat? I think we've eliminated atheists.
Yeah, atheism isn't physically possible.
Yeah, right. I'm with that.
I was cracking up, CB, when she was like, "Yeah, I'm a radical feminist," and you're like, "Oh no."
I know, bro.
all the soundboard just going off.
But also about that agnostic.
But yes, it is considered rude to ask a woman or a lady how old she is.
Is it agnostic and knowledge?
Yeah.
She's 40, bro. She's out of the dating pool. It's all good.
Yeah, CB, those little underhanded comments in the background, just subtle, kind of just poked in. I was dying. So you did 2 or 3 of them. I was like, oh shit.
Oh yeah, and it'll totally sure that she never takes the subject seriously. Yeah, that's fine.
But that's what grinds my gears when somebody will come in and be like, "Well, I'm okay with, I accept and believe what you believe," and they just can't stop saying believe. So it just seemed like one of those things.
Right.
I love those that come in that walk in and they think that it's a belief. It's like, all right, let's fix that.
Yeah, that's absolutely. Now, why is it not a belief? How come? Why is flat Earth just? Well, hold on.
Simple evidence.
What you will take in consideration that this matter, that production of plastic is not well done. That which kind of issue will move the brain? This is important thing. This is not something. This is really really big stuff. Does anybody think that this is small stuff? Lying about the sheep.
Well, Sasha, I just kind of wanted to answer that question. Why is it a belief and not knowledge? Well, in this case, when you say flat Earth, that doesn't mean a cosmological paradigm, right? What we're trying to say, it's not even a shape claim. It's just the surface property is flat. And a lot of people have tagged on oh, that must mean blank. Oh, that must mean blank. That must mean more worlds. That must mean an edge, And that's definitely not our argument. Whereas with the globe, it is a paradigm. It is a cosmology. And when you say heliocentrism, it does have things tagged along to it, such as the environment in which this globe is, and we all know about that. There's even claimed motions of this claimed object in that environment. So, there are beliefs, right? Especially if for each of those claims you don't have any evidence and what you have to do is believe, then yes, it is just a belief, and that's okay. But if you're going to call it knowledge, then we're ready to throw hands.
Yep, but look at this tomorrow news, the Earth. And all people will believe and everybody will prepare, dig in the holes and whatever. Start to prepare for catastrophe.
Well, Sasha, I asked the Earth where all the leprechaun treasure is buried, and it gave me a map. And I'm selling this map on eBay for $2 million. Just, I mean, the treasure's worth way more than $2 million, but I'm just trying to, turn it quick.
But the point is this: it doesn't change even my life. What is changing? Nothing. If it's curved or doesn't change anything. Everything. Tomorrow it's Tuesday. UK will wake up. You haven't changed the salary. Nobody will stop to Israel. Nobody. Ukraine. I know that, but that's not the point.
Well, what I like to tell them, Sasha, is like when they say, "Why is it important? What difference does it make?" Right? And I like to give them the analogy. Well, what if I owed you $1,000 and I only gave you one? Are you cool with that? But I was sitting there telling you, no, this dollar I gave you, that's $1,000. You might get kind of upset, wouldn't you? Right? That might change what you can buy or purchase, wouldn't it? Objectively, of course. Right.
If you have a lake in a desert and you say this lake is drinkable water, it's poison, you cannot drink. And other people searching and dying for water because that water is not drinkable. Because other people who said it is not drinkable, they are using because they don't want to share with other people.
Oh, with those individuals too.
One of those little tested strips.
I simply tell them, well, does the truth matter to you? And I think she wanted to say yes.
Yeah, but why is flat Earth truth? Like, what's the truth about flat Earth?
That it measures objectively flat and level, non-moving and stationary. Now, no, that doesn't magically mean we suddenly know everything about the realm. That's not true. And if you think that just because I said flat Earth, well, I'll say it again. Saying the word flat Earth doesn't automatically mean a cosmology.
That's because it's projected to people to think that it's some stupid thing called religious, whatever. And it's programmed all the sentences coming, all that stuff here. You are thinking like this, you're thinking like that, you're thinking like this. No, man, I'm not thinking like that. I tell you something about surfing. But why ChatGPT is telling me?
Dude, like probably 45 minutes ago, I was talking to my daughter, and I'm like, should we debate Gemini about the Earth being flat? And she goes, it's already flat. Water doesn't bend.
Wow.
I'm like, dude, she's 8.
Daughter.
She's 8. Like, she already knows the thing is, like, bodies of water don't curve. Like, it's simple. But see, I think this is like the big issue that I have with this room, because like I never say that, and you know what? Like certain people in this room, they kind of like, I don't want. I didn't know she even really hammered it into me. Like, you forget about the physics of water. It's like, duh, it's so simple. I just like, because that was like when I first like got into the subject. Like, okay, like for me, my if you want to use conversion rate like that girl used, which I don't want to say that, but like me flipping from it being a ball to it being a globe took literally like 5 minutes. It didn't take me 6 months of me fighting it. Like, it was literally instant. I'm like, oh, wait a second, water doesn't fucking bend. That's right. Any pool, any size, is going to have level water. If no one's in the pool and that water is still, you could very gently put a level on there that's leveled, like with like styrofoam underneath it. Every square millimeter of that pool is going to be perfectly level to the last square millimeter. It's just like Rotolocks always used to say to me. Well, God rest his soul, I did not know Rotolocks was sick. So when I finally passed away, I was really like, oh, I had no idea. I was really bummed out. But there's something that man used to say to me all the time. He said to me like 3 different times in VC, and then one time in a text message, text message on here, he brought it up again. But it's the simplest thing. If A is parallel to B, and B is parallel to C, it's most definite that C is parallel to A. He said, like, man, I can't. It still sucks. Dude. I had no idea he was sick. Like, because I've been talking to him for like the past like 2 years, and all of a sudden I found out he passed away, and it just blew my mind. Because like, when I heard his voice on here in VC and stuff, like he always sounded like super confident and like. I guess we all need to be like Retorox. Rest his soul, God bless him. But yeah, if A is parallel to B and B is parallel to C, A is always going to be parallel to C. Genius, absolute genius words from that man. But yeah, Earth's obviously measured flat. Of course it is. But then you have people like what's his name, Elder Bear and all them. Oh, but it has topography. Okay, so like I have a flat table. Let me pour a bunch of salt, and I'll throw a big shovel full of dirt on top of the table. Oh, the table's not flat anymore because there's the big mound of dirt laying in the middle of the table. Okay, cool.
That guy's a low IQ, bro. He's dumb, bro. We cooked him last night again. Guy's an idiot.
Yeah.
All the Bev turrets are retarded.
It's a strange group.
All it took
Yeah, I
was a
know.
water level, CP. That's all it took.
I know you weren't. You were getting tight, bro. Like, shut the fuck up. Is it flat or is it horizontal? That was funny.
Yeah. He used
Well,
we
what's the
used his
difference?
own we used his own crap against him.
Well, if something is horizontal, that means that there's flatness in the surface, right? Like, I mean, how can it not be?
Yeah, so you use a water level over a distance, a building tool. So his argument was that water level is not the same as using a lake as a water level. I go, okay, why not? Because a water level is a tool. Okay, well, what's used in the water level? Water.
The water. Yeah.
What's a lake? Water. So what's the fucking difference, mate?
Well, in my stance, all bodies of water behave the same. So he's like, no, there's different forces. Like what?
Yeah, like what?
But the thing is that you got to let them break down what those forces are. Okay, you just claim there's different forces. One by one, mention every single force that you're talking about, and let's let's walk through it. Oh, you can't. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, but they're pseudo forces.
Creation, are you outside just now?
Yeah, bro.
I can see the horizon, bro.
Yeah, you didn't see the beach?
Yeah, I can see the horizon.
Yeah, facts.
That means Earth is a globe.
Hey, can you have if you've got a known flat surface, do you think you'd have a horizon on a flat surface?
Look at this cornball, bro.
Wait a second. How do you have a horizon on a globe? Let Emperor walk us through that real quick.
Cause?
Yeah, tell us about that horizontal line that you call the horizon, and show us how it means it's on a globe.
Because
he just did. He said because.
It's a line, no slope.
Maybe let him say it.
Hold on, I'm gonna get ChatGPT to help me out.
Oh.
Yeah, of course, because you got to you need a computer to tell you your worldview, right?
No, come on, dude. He's about to get ChatGPT. We shall be salivating right now.
But we can speak with ChatGPT also. We don't need you then.
Yeah. Just link your computer to us then.
I'm just gonna hold down my the little middle button of my phone, and Gemini pops up, and I ask it whatever the fuck I want.
Ask ChatGPT how much you can see, and he will tell you. Or she.
Oh, Sasha, you know what's funny? Like the Gemini voice that I have.
Jesus.
Are
The
you guys
Gemini
going to let
person
him
I have is
answer, or are you guys just going to?
On a globe, the horizon appears because the Earth's surface curves downward away from you, limiting
Okay,
how far you can see due to the curvature. Objects beyond the horizon, like ships, disappear bottom first as they move over the curve.
In which distance?
For example, from sea level, the horizon is about 3 miles away for an average height person. From a plane at 4,000 feet, it's
Okay,
over
good.
200 miles.
Okay, is it 3 miles for 6 foot height?
Huh?
Is it
Just
3
tell him,
miles?
Sasha. Just tell
Sorry,
him.
I
Tell
can't
him.
understand this man's English. Can someone who's English?
Oh, that's bullshit. That's bullshit. Sasha is perfectly legible if you speak English.
Just tell him,
Okay.
Sasha. Though, stop asking him. Just tell him. Tell him.
Okay, for the 6
No,
foot
that's
height, there is for the 6 foot height
Hey,
there is a
Vax,
geometric.
can you shut the fuck up for a second?
Vax, shut the fuck up.
Okay, sorry. But no, Sasha is perfectly legible. His
Okay,
English is
guys,
fine.
guys,
Don't say you can't understand him because he has an accent. That's stupid.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, I'll go on mute. I'll go on mute.
Okay, for the 6 foot height, it's about 3 miles geometrical. Okay.
I'm so sorry, I don't understand you.
Do you know what is 6 foot height?
What do you mean? Do I know what is?
Do you know what is 6 foot height?
What is 6 foot height? What is 6 foot height?
It's 1 meter and 80 to the 2 meters, something like that.
I'm sorry. I'm really sorry.
6 foot. It's 180 centimeters. You understand now?
Okay, yeah, I get what you mean.
Mate.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know exactly what he means because you live on the same fucking island.
Yeah. Yeah, in UK. That means with that height, you can see 3 miles.
Okay.
With the 1 foot height, 30 centimeters height, we see 10 miles.
Uh-oh.
Sorry, say that again.
With the 1 foot height, we have observation showing 10 miles.
You cut out, bro. I can't hear you.
Yeah.
With the 1 foot height, with the 1 foot height observation, we have we can see the 10 miles.
You cut out again, mate. Twice.
He's kicked out, Sasha. Yeah.
Jimbo, take this one, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I was just before he even went into the distance. So you got a horizon line that's horizontal, right? It's from left to right. So if things disappear from your position over a curve, wouldn't that make it a cylinder?
No.
In your terms? No. Okay, so where's the other curve then? So it would curve in all distances.
So say
in
for
all
example,
directions.
okay, say for example, you are standing somewhere and the distance that you can see is 300 miles, right? For example, I don't know if it is or not, right? If you
How are you
can
gonna
see,
300
hold on, and on a level, perfectly level surface, 300 miles
Who can see
perfectly level.
300 miles?
Hmm?
Who can see for 300 miles?
Yeah, but then you can't see anything behind it.
300 miles?
Mm-hmm.
Sasha just gave you the measurements. If you're at 6 foot, the horizon should be at 3 miles.
What do you mean?
Ask ChatGPT if you don't believe us.
Does anybody have the Black Swan picture they could post in chat and have the guy that's disputing this? Have him look at it, and we can go from there.
There is
so would you-
255 miles picture.
Yeah, but I think he's confused about the size of the Earth.
Yeah, he is for sure.
What about the size of the Earth?
He's thinking, why so near the geometry? Is that correct?
Yeah.
Sasha, I'm sorry, mate. I can't make out a word you're saying.
Okay,
Oh my
great.
All right.
Great, good.
All
Okay,
right.
who keeps
Your
hold
accent.
on?
Hang on one sec. Your accent.
Australian,
Your accent's.
Australian.
Okay. Yeah.
Sorry,
Your
Tim.
accent's just as bad, dude. So don't fucking. You don't need to, start talking about accent. Everyone on here has an accent, right?
We don't speak the Queen's English, don't we? Like everyone speaks English the same that's talking right now.
Maybe
All
he
right.
can
So,
explain to me in other two languages what I know. He can explain me in other.
exactly. All right. So,
I don't know.
Hold on
all right. Yeah.
I just want to solve a couple problems here. Number one, Backswax, relax. Number two, Sasha, you have two problems. You got a strong accent, and you are cutting out. So
Exactly. Thank you, bro.
Okay.
And
Says
then
the guy
you
who
cut
just
out.
You cut it. You cut
All
it
right.
out.
So
Exactly.
I'm gonna transport to Timbo because Timbo has better reception than I do. Timbo, take it away.
all right. Scottish guy. So, do you know how big the Earth is? Claimed to be.
I'll let you tell me.
No, this is a good exercise for you to look it up, and then you know that we're not lying to you. Right? You don't know this, then
he's a
you
stupid
should know
newbie.
this.
No different than the girl that was just talking earlier. He just stumbled onto this like the past week.
If he's Scottish, I have observation. I have an observation from Scotland. 7
Okay,
days.
can you look up? Have you found the radius or size
The
of the
Earth
Earth yet?
diameter is about 7,918 miles at the equator.
Yeah, so radius half that, right? And then circumference 25,000 miles. So we're not lying about these numbers.
So are you trying to
agree?
tell me you can see all the way? If there was a level, if you had
Sorry, just hang on. Don't start telling me what I'm saying. I haven't said anything yet. I said,
you've got to calm down, big man. You've got an anger problem.
Okay, yeah, but you're trying to put words into my mouth that I haven't said yet.
Right.
Right. So you agree? Do you agree with those numbers?
Agree with what numbers?
The numbers that they give you about the size of the Earth.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. So with that comes an equation for you to see where the geometric horizon would be. All right, and it's 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Would you agree with that?
Sure. If you're telling me, yeah.
Okay, you can look it up.
I don't need to look it up. I'm believing you.
Okay, but in this case, you don't need to believe me, and you can look it up, and you can know that they are the numbers that they give you.
No wonder you're a Glover, homie. God bless you, but goddamn.
So if you were 1 foot off the water, right, because water has to conform to the shape of a ball, right? That's what the Earth paradigm is. Water takes the shape of the ball, otherwise it wouldn't be a sphere, right? You agree with that?
Okay.
Now, do you agree with that?
But this isn't what I'm arguing with you about.
Hello? Do you agree that water would take the shape of a ball on Earth?
Yeah, because of gravity.
Okay, so if that was the case, then there would be 8 inches per mile squared drop. So the horizon would be the physical edge of the ball that you couldn't see past, right?
No, because it drops down when it curves.
All right, yes. So that 1.22 miles, right, if you're 1 foot above the surface, would be the physical edge of a ball. You agree with that?
Okay.
Do you agree with it?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay. So if we show you something where the horizon is behind 10 miles, then would that mean the ball is actually bigger?
So you're debating whether the measurements are right?
No, I'm saying that You don't live on a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles.
Okay.
And the geometric horizon that you guys claim is just an optical phenomenon that shifts with atmospheric conditions.
So you're basically saying it's just like it just doesn't exist, basically.
What doesn't exist?
Like the horizon.
No, the horizon exists. Do you know what a horizon is in definition?
No, but I know what it is to look at.
Yeah, it's where the land, well, in this case, if we're looking over water, where the water and the sky appear to meet. It's in the definition. Appear, so apparent, right? Not
Yeah, and it makes sense that exists. I can see it with my own eyes.
Yeah, no, we can all see it. Just because we're flat earthers doesn't mean we discount what we see. But we see a phenomenon called a horizon. Right? It's an apparent position, not a physical position. If it was a physical position, it would be at 1.22 miles from a 1 foot observer height at all times. But we see it in all different positions depending on weather. So not a physical place.
What do you think the horizon is?
I just told you what it is. It's an apparent place where the sky appears to meet the ground.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Because of the curve of the Earth.
No, that would be a physical position. If it was a physical position, the horizon from your point would always be at 1.22 miles times the observer's height, times the square root of the observer's height in feet. If it changes from that position, then it's not a physical place. It's an optical position. It's in the description of the word. The definition of the word horizon. Does anyone want to take him through the Black Swan? I'm driving, I can't do it. But do you understand what we're saying about the horizon being a not physical position?
Kind of, but it doesn't make sense. Hold on. I'm looking it up.
What do you mean it doesn't make sense? Maybe you should look up the definition of horizon then, if you don't believe me.
He doesn't think that the horizon is the curve of the Earth, does he?
Yes, he does.
Oh, that's crazy thinking.
I mean, that's what ChatGPT told them. I mean, this guy straight up just stumbled into this like 2 days ago. He's never. We're all probably the first
always
flat
wrong.
earthers he's
Chatbot's
ever
always wrong.
encountered. Yeah, of course they are.
Yeah, but
What about
that's
atmospheric
fine.
reaction?
Yeah, that's fine.
Wait.
So you can, if you're just learning, you're just learning what the horizon actually is.
What about atmospheric refraction? What about that?
Okay, what's that going to give you? Yeah, go ahead.
He's used several terms. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. My bad.
So if there's going to be atmospheric refraction, well, that doubly ruins your globe, because that confirms that the horizon is not a geometric place. It is an apparent position. And so any optical effects, such as refraction, would dispel any notion that you could measure to it.
Yeah, then you'd have to say that atmospheric refraction can't happen on a flat surface as well. So, what you need to do is you need to find something that only happens on a ball, right?
What does it matter, right? What does it matter how fucking long the Earth is and stuff? Whenever there's literally people who have been to the moon and
that's
seen the globe.
psychological now. Yeah, apparently they went to the moon. You can't confirm that.
Nobody flies to things in the sky like that.
So
You can't.
If you're
confirm
asking the
any of that
question,
stuff, mate. Sorry.
no, it's fine.
Well, but
If you're asking the question,
literally people who have seen it.
right, bro, I'm talking to you about that. So let's say that people actually somehow did go to the moon, which is not a place that you can land on, but they turned around with a camera and they took a picture of a ball. You know what's beautiful about being on the Earth is that you can actually be on the surface that they're supposedly taking pictures of, and you can measure it. So we've measured it, and there's no curve. So whatever you think you saw on TV is obviously a load of horseshit.
Nah, they wouldn't do that.
You don't think
so? Every country from all over the world has just decided we're going to fake going to the moon, and nobody is going to whistleblow about it.
I'm sorry, there's been plenty of whistleblowers.
You're going to need to give me proof of that.
What do you want?
Like, I don't know, a fucking news article or something.
So the people who run the newspapers.
This is
you brought up the newspaper. You want an article in a newspaper? What do you want?
I want a video of someone saying, I went to the moon, I worked on the fucking, I don't know, the space station.
I'm sorry.
It was fake.
What is? Why would you take someone's word for it and not just go out and measure the Earth?
It was on the moon.
Friend, I'm asking you a very simple question. What is it about reality that you don't trust? If you measure the Earth to be flat, why would you care what somebody said?
Because it's the government.
So you trust the government, do you?
Of course I do. That's the normal thing. That's like a
Never mind. You're the person I've ever asked in my entire life that says I trust the government. Like you are an anomaly, my friend.
Okay.
Yeah, that's totally not normal. I don't know anyone who trusts the government either.
Well, the government would never lie to anybody,
You
would
guys
they?
are all like, you guys are all like.
I do. I know plenty of people that trust the government. It's hilarious.
So you're telling me
one of those
hold on. You're telling me if somebody
I know the
fire missiles into this country that they wouldn't be there to protect you. You don't trust them to do that.
No, I know that government is always bringing the peace, love, harmony. That's.
Need them to protect me. I'm good. I'm fine.
Yeah, I mean, I know a lot of people who worked for the government. None of them trust it. I mean,
How
yeah,
many
they
of
probably
you in
trust it
here
even
support
less.
Donald Trump? How many of you in here support Donald Trump?
I'm sorry, I'm helping carry down this rabbit trail because it's just so weird to hear someone say they trust the government. I'm sorry, says who. Carry back on with what you were doing. I'm sorry to interrupt. It was just too shocking. Too shocking.
Hold on. Who did you vote for?
Donald Trump has given Israel money, so my 2-year-old can sleep soundly at night.
All right, let's continue on with the flat earth.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, says Hugh. This is totally my fault. Go back to what you were talking about.
Tell me who you all vote for. I want to know. I want to know. Tell me.
Hold on a second. Before I answer, where's that you?
Tell me.
I didn't. Excuse me, friend. Excuse me. Number one, what makes you think I voted for anybody? Number two, what would that have to do with the surface of the Earth being measured flat?
Why can't you just answer the question?
What makes you think that I voted?
Just say that. If you didn't vote, you didn't vote. Okay.
I didn't vote. Why?
Yeah, I didn't vote either. I didn't vote either. Since he asked me, I'll answer. Yeah, since you answered, says who? Yeah, I didn't vote either. Haven't voted since I wrote in Ron Paul, which was I think back in like 2012 or something.
Are you guys talking about the Pepsi challenge?
People from UK also. People from UK also didn't vote.
So we get back to the topic. The Earth is measurably flat. There's no curve to be found. So it doesn't matter what anybody says, even the government that you trust.
With their own eyes.
And when have you seen it?
Are any of you people religious?
Dude, why are you just diverting from the topic now? Why are you going down this line of reasoning?
Do you believe in God?
It does not have anything to do with it. Is the Earth measured to be flat?
You need to. One of you need to answer my question.
Well, no, we don't.
I'm not religious. I'm not religious. There you go.
Any flat earthers? Any religious flat earthers?
Friend, we're not going to go down this line of reasoning.
Have him define religion.
No, we're not going to do that. I'm not going to chase his
believe in a higher being.
We're not going to chase this rabbit hole, dude. We're talking about the Earth.
Any Christians here?
Bro, if you're not going to keep it on the topic, I'm just going to go ahead and mute you.
Right, I'll just mute myself. I'll talk in the chat.
Okay, no worries. This is not a religious forum. There are other rooms in here that deal with religion. You can go to any of those. We're talking about geometry, the nature of Earth, physics.
I think the truth is scaring him right now. He wants to talk about anything but the truth that scares him. The truth of the Earth.
I would agree.
Don't talk shit about me.
We're not talking shit about you. We're just pointing out the fact that you don't want to talk about the room topic, which is the Earth. But if you have the courage, then let's talk about the Earth. If you don't have the courage, keep yourself in the side chat asking people if they're Christians, which will eventually just get you removed because that's not pertinent to the conversation. Okay, so I guess you've made your decision. No problem.
You guys gave him an out.
Is he still here? Oh yeah, Emperor. Yeah, I mean you can talk to him, Jimbo.
I wouldn't say
No,
anybody
I was talking
gave
to
him
him
an
before.
out.
He doesn't like me.
Bro, he tried like 5 times to get him back on track, and he refused to do it.
He's going to have a 40-minute break to think about it.
He couldn't understand that boats going over the horizon, over a flat horizontal horizon, wasn't the curvature of the Earth. And he didn't understand that the distance matters. It shows it's not a ball of 3,000. Yeah, too early in the morning for that. He didn't know the size of the ball. He said, why does that matter? He said, but if I can see for 300 miles. And Vaxwax, if you're just in here to derail the conversation,
Wait, how?
then you can quickly just fuck off, right?
What, dude? Why are you so hostile towards me?
Because I don't like you. I think you're I think you're an idiot.
Okay, that's fair. Lots of people.
I just think you're
Why do you
think you're
think
a
I'm an idiot?
derailer, right? You come in here, you derail the conversation off topic, and then you go, "What did I do? What did I do?"
Oh, okay. Well, okay. So, like, he asked if anybody was religious in here, and I said, "Can you define religion?"
matter.
And
It doesn't matter. You don't need to jump at every question that he asks. He's the one being interrogated. We want to know if he knows.
Yeah, interrogated. That's
where
not.
he
Yeah,
lives.
he's being interrogated. A guy
We
that
want to
just.
know he knows where he lives. We want to know his knowledge about his ball, not if
He doesn't
we're
have
religious
any.
or not. Not if
Dude,
we're
why-
religious. What does it matter to the conversation whether we're religious or not?
When he was, I mean,
Is
I
that
was
gonna
reading between the
prove-
lines.
Is that going to prove a globe or a flat Earth?
I just want to point out something here. Hey, Mr. Wax, just so you know, like, the reason why Timbo would do that is because with these guys and their clownish attitudes, we just want them to get on the level where they can acknowledge objective reality at the most basic level first, and then we can talk to them about extra topics after that. But if we can't get past that whole acknowledging objective reality thing, then we don't like to entertain extra bullshit.
Fair enough. I didn't think the guy was a clown. Like, you know what that guy reminded me of? Like, if I become the sous chef of a restaurant tomorrow, and then all of a sudden someone sees my phone, they go, "What are you watching?" We start talking about that. A flat Earth. Oh, you think the Earth's flat? Yeah, I think the Earth's flat. Like, someone that's never actually, like, had any thought about the subject is popping into the server, and they're quote-unquote being interrogated.
Okay, so the point of that is to find
That's not
out what
good.
they actually know and get them to make a claim, and then talk about the claim about the Earth. It's very simple.
Right.
Yeah. Hey, Dax, I'll give it to you simple, bro.
Oh, what's up, AI?
I'll give it to you simple. We run our show the way we want to. It's that simple. The end of the story. Case closed.
Yeah, no, fair enough. I forget you guys are recording 24/7, so anytime people are in the Discord server, it is technically the show. My bad.
Right. Yeah, people forget that we're running something.
Yeah.
Not only that, but people forget that they come to our platform. So hold on a second. They come to our platform to get that what's going on, but they're perfectly capable of starting their own shows in different venues. So, for example, we're about to expand to another venue, and we've got Twitch, we've got Twitter, we've got X Spaces, we got all kinds of stuff going on. Other people, they don't like the way we do things. They come in and tell us not to do things certain ways. But you know what? None of them have a popular channel, so whatever.
No, that's fair. I started my own server, and like the first 3 days that my server was open, I had like 15 people in my VC. But then after after day 3, it was like 3. Then after day 4, it was like 3, and then like a week later it was 2. Then I realized, oh, my server died. Dude, my server died like so fast. I tried. But see, I'm not tech savvy either. Like, I'm not getting on a computer trying to do it. I'm just doing it all off on my phone. And I wanted to figure out how to do a live stream bot for YouTube. And I mean, you can do it. It's easy apparently, but I'm an idiot. What the frick do I know? I'm just like dicking around on my phone in the morning when I wake up, before I leave my room and like go start my day. Like, so I just started a server, and it started out all right, but I'm not the most popular.
Yeah, it's hard work. It's hard.
No, well, I mean, it takes a team.
It's hard work to curate something, right? Yeah, but it's also hard work to curate something that people are interested in other than what they already have for options, right? That's also a big consideration.
Right. Dude, because on my server, I started I had something called Vax's Jukebox. Like, oh, whatever song you have stuck in your head, post it here. It could be a song that you never even listened to. It's just randomly stuck in your head throughout the day. Post it. Like, just all kinds of crap. Like, if you're a musician, like, post like you play an instrument in this text chat. But it's hard. You have to be dedicated to it, and I'm not.
Yeah, you're saying something that's true, but also you got to think about it. The content we have here is curated by the people that have been here for a while. So when you come in here and give your 2 pence about how things should be done, and what Timbo was just mentioning about the interrogation method of asking and inquiring on how people know that the Earth is a globe, and you're like, nah, that's probably not a good idea. It's better for you to just take a look at what we're doing to see why we're doing the things that we're doing and why we're efficient and why we're popular. I think that would kind of give it away, doesn't it? Like for your 2 pence to be considered.
Yeah, I mean, you're popular on Discord, but you're not popular on YouTube. I'm not trying to be an ass either. Just, I mean, I'm subscribed to YouTube.
You're trying.
I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just saying. And I'm not trying to.
No, hold on, bro. What are our view metrics on YouTube?
Dude, I don't know. But I just know, like, when there's
Right, so you have no idea what you're talking about. Right, so you have no idea what you're talking about, do you?
Okay, fair enough. Yeah.
Exactly. So I'll give you a hint, bro. We're on multiple YouTubes.
Mm-hmm.
From Helios alone, we get 1,000 views per day average. 1,000 views per day average. Okay.
Hey, that's good. That's
so, for
really
example,
good.
a contemporary of ours. Yeah. So, for example, a contemporary of ours is Nathan Oakley. He gets in the 1,000 views per day on a show, but he also does multiple broadcasts of his show. So, you know, we're pretty much at the same level as that when it comes to just about numbers. However, you know, Nathan will do a special show. He might get 2,000 or 3,000. Same with us. Like, we did a show on X Spaces and we got 2,000 or 3,000 views. Right? So we're just as popular as anybody else that you think whatever. But that's not the point, dude. The point is, we do what we do not to be popular. We do what we do to hold certain standards and tasks, right?
Right. I don't know, man. Like, it, you know what the thing is? Like, up until December of this past, this last, holiday season, I never had an issue with anybody in the server ever, and I was here for almost a calendar year before that. At least, either. Yeah, I feel like it was longer than a calendar year.
Yeah, you know when you're Vex. You know when your issue started? I'll tell you when your issue started. When you started yapping your gums about things you have absolutely no comprehension of your limitations. And for example, you were grilled, like you said, you made this bold claim, and then you were grilled on a parking question, you had no answer. But you were acting like you knew what you were talking about, because you were told elsewhere that your argument that you had was a winning argument, but then when you actually tried fielding it, you found out it wasn't as winning as you thought it was. And then, rather than respect that, you started getting an attitude with people. And so they met your attitude right back at you, bro. That's the way it went down.
Yeah, fair enough. What argument was what argument did I get like spanked on?
Like for example, one of the ones going around is people are all butthurt about the azimuth equidistant map. So they think that the 24-hour sun trip that happened, TFE, debunks a map. But that map doesn't have a sun on it. So how can an observation of a sun debunk a map? Now here's the problem. The people of a certain ilk claim that everything rotates around the sun in concentric circles that exceed out from the sun. Now the problem with that is if you actually draw that out, you end up with an azimuthal equidistant coordinate system. So people are saying that the things in the south are going to operate in this manner, and then people from the south are saying that's not what I see with my own eyes, and they're being called liars because people have in their mind a model projection, whether it's an azimuthal equidistant map or an azimuthal equidistant coordinate system, which, by the way, if all the celestials rotate around Polaris, right, and latitude is the declination angle to Polaris, and longitude is the degrees per hour, right, the only way you can map that is with an azimuthal equidistant projection, period. But yet we got people coming in here trying to act all big and bad like they know everything, and then they're asked questions about what happens in the South, and then they have to eat their own feet.
Right. Well, see, that's my thing is like, what does happen in the South? And excuse me. I don't know,
dude. Maybe you shouldn't. Yeah, but think about it this way, dude. Maybe you should reserve claiming like you know what's going on in the sky. How about that? We get it all the time, dude. So for example, a couple of our Australian brothers here got accused of being liars because they said, I see what appears to me to be a rotation point in the south. They were called liars. Is that fair? Why were they called liars? They were called liars because the other people, check this out. They were called liars because the other people were told that everything rotates east to west around Polaris. And so they had a mental projection of that, how it would look like in the South. They've never been to the South. So somebody who actually lives in the South told them what they actually see. And rather than concede that maybe they're wrong, they just call those people liars. How is that right?
See, that's where I differ. Like, if I'm in, let's say that I'm in Sydney. Random, whatever. Yeah, it's like, like, shit. Hold on, I got a phone call. Give me a minute. I'll be right back.
Vax, I'm gonna be bold, and I'm gonna tell you, the people that hang out in the FED server, they're basically one big people that are being taught not to think for themselves. They're parroting scripts, they're parroting talking points, they're parroting arguments that they have no depth of knowledge in, and any time they're asked to parse a question, they completely fall apart into accusations, ad hominems. I don't care. A character assassination, etc. Right? So that's for everyone's benefit. Okay, the era of morons being tolerated with their scripted responses is over. That was last year. This year it ain't happening anymore. You're going to get chewed up and spit out. Okay? And you're going to sit on the bench until you recognize that you don't know what the heck you're talking about. You come in here with grabbing your balls like you know what you're saying and you're going to tell us what's what. You better be able to answer parking questions. Otherwise, you're going to sit on the bench on a red mic.
Oh. AI, dude, I told you I had to leave for a minute. I had to put myself on deaf and my wife was calling me.
Yeah, but that's okay. I'm not going to stop my role for the audience because you're not present.
I got you. No, fair enough. I'm just saying I don't know exactly what was just said. That's all I'm saying.
What I just said basically was, dude, a lot of dudes hang out in other servers, FED in particular, that they have like this circle of affirmation bias with each other, that they think their arguments are good, and then they go out into the field and they're pressed with parsing questions and they absolutely fall apart because they've been taught, as sad as this is, to not think for themselves. They've been taught to just be told an argument, told it's a winning argument, and go out and parrot this argument. You don't need to think any further than that. So when they get out in the field, and they act all hoity-toity because they're resting on the laurels of this supposed elite training ground that they came from, they get their ass tore up, dude. And that era's over. So that's fine. But when people like that, yeah, dude, you get tore up all the time. But anyway, the moral of the story is we're not putting up with it anymore. There you go. All right. Simple as that.
Well, let's see if you can tear me up, AI. How about that? That sounds so fucking gay. AI, hold on. First off, I have to attend to real life. I have to get out of the pool. She called, my wife called me a minute ago because there was a big snake down by the gate, so I have to go see what that's about. No, my arguments don't get tore up. They get muted, but not tore up.
I mean, that's your opinion.
No, it just is what it is. I mean, I'm going to get muted.
Yeah, that's your opinion, bro.
Okay, so. All right. I mean,
go ahead. Make an argument that carries the conclusion of a necessity. Go ahead, make one. Anyone at all.
Make an argument that includes
that carries a conclusion of a necessity. So the conclusion is necessary. It can't be otherwise. Make an argument like
north.
That.
Yeah, like north. The direction north, right?
I don't know. What do you want me to do about it? You're supposed to be making the argument.
No, it's just the fact that north is the only true direction that exists.
Okay, that's not an argument, dude.
Well, I mean,
that's a statement.
If I'm at 45 degrees latitude, what does that mean?
Dude, that's not an argument. That's a question.
Oh no, I'm walking you into.
Hey, let me help you out. Let me help you out, bro. Go ahead and make an argument yourself and carry the conclusion. You do all the work. See if you can do it.
Sure, self is not real. Self is not an actual definitive direction because self is based off your opposite of north. So if I'm on a 45-degree circle, of northern latitude, what direction is self?
Anti-north. So that means it is a definitive direction. Because if north is definitive and anti-north
is just you making something up.
Yeah, dude. See, the problem is you're not parsing your terms correctly. You're using the word definitive direction as if you think people understand what you're talking about, but nobody does.
Sure. Okay. So if you're on 45 degrees north latitude, that means within a 24-hour period, everybody on 45 degrees north latitude can point north at a particular object simultaneously.
Okay, so what you're saying is north converge at a central point and south diverge away from north. That's all you're saying, dude. No frickin' doubt. That's not an argument, dude. Okay, if you have a radial coordinate system and the center of the radial system is called north, then all the radials going out from north would be called south as you move away from north. That's just defining the coordinate system. So you're basically saying absolutely nothing of value at all. So what's your point? What's your argument?
Oh, my point in my argument is, it's super simple. Like, this is the thing, like, when I have to, like, break it down to you guys.
It's so simple that you have no idea how to explain it. That's how simple it is. Nobody knows what you're trying to say. Hey, Vax. Not one person in here knows what you're trying to say except you, but you can't communicate it to us.
Okay. No, don't. Okay. It's dark time. I mean, clearly, it's not where I live right now. It's not dark. It's fucking 4:06 in the afternoon. It's not going to be dark for another 5 hours. 5 hours from now, right? And I see a star. I say, oh, what's that? And I look at the star, right? This very particular star. I go, what is that? Oh, that's Polaris. Polaris, you say? Yes, Polaris. Oh, how many degrees of elevation is Polaris above my horizon? Oh my God, it's 32 degrees. Okay, so I see Polaris at 32 degrees. I make a circle of equal elevation. So in other words, where I'm at, I'm going to travel in a circle, and no matter where I go in this circle, Polaris will be at 32 degrees on all points of my circle. Mm-hmm.
Cool. We're following.
Right. Yeah. Okay. What direction? Okay. So let's say that I have 500 people all in the circle at different points of the circle at 32 degrees altitude. Because I already explained how we're making a circle around Polaris. And everyone on that circle sees Polaris at 32 degrees. There's somebody 180 degrees ahead of me looking at Polaris, seeing it at 32 degrees. There's somebody 260 degrees to my left or to my right or whatever. Well, I mean, it would be 180 degrees. I'm just pivoting. Okay, so there's a person 180 degrees there. There's a person 180 degrees there. To my left, to my right, behind me, I make a 180 degree circle, and I point at somebody, and they're looking at Polaris at 32 degrees. So my question is, I'm simply asking the room, what direction south? I don't understand why this is so complex and complicated.
Dude, we already told you. You take a needle.
We're all looking north.
Yeah, hold on, brother. Hold on. Hey, dude, shut your mouth, bro. Thanks.
Okay.
Hey, dude, I let you speak. It's my turn to reply. Not your turn to steamroll through me.
No, I'll put myself on mute. I'm sorry. You're right. You're absolutely correct, AI.
So, what you're describing is the central point of a polar coordinate system. If you have a magnetic tool that points towards that point, right, which you can have, because they're pretty congruent, magnetic north and true north, like they're pretty, around there. So basically, you just have a device, and it has an arrow on one side. Let's call that north. It's pointing to north. So then south would be the opposite direction, which would be the other end of the needle. So one end's pointing north, and the other end's pointing south. So south is anti-north. So all you've done is arrive back at the explanation of a polar coordinate system, which we already knew at the beginning. So you haven't said anything of value yet.
Okay.
That is an
All I'm
argument,
saying
dude.
is,
What don't you get about that?
I mean, you can say that. That doesn't mean that what you're saying is true.
Wax. You have not made an argument.
Yes, I have.
Yes.
I absolutely have.
Okay. You said if everybody is looking this way. Hold on, brother. You said if everybody looking this way. Holy crap.
Okay, everybody looking north on a 42-degree circle.
Yeah, we know that. You're saying everybody's looking north on a 40-degree circle of altitude. You laid out what that was. That's not an argument. That's a premise. You then asked the question, what way is south? That's not an argument. That's a question. One more time, friend, for the slow kids in the back, which may include yourself. You haven't made an argument yet. Okay? You haven't made an argument. Logically, there's no argument on the table. Go ahead.
Where are the girls? You're right. I'm sorry. Well, my argument is legit, dude. A circle of
Wax.
Obviously, you have
so now
not
circles
been
are
listening.
circles.
Wax, shut up. Obviously, you have not been listening to a single word that AI has said. Seriously, bro. How about let's whack. Just shut up and listen. I told you that the other day. Come in, shut up, listen, and you might learn something.
May I speak?
No.
Okay.
You have not put forward an argument, yet you claimed you have. You wanted someone to tear you up. AI has kicked you around the room 3 times, and you're still too stupid to get it.
Oh, this is Matrix. I thought I was talking to Tim Boy. Shit, you guys sound very similar.
Ban him.
Why? What? Okay, I mean, you can ban me, that's fine, but like...
Shut up,
what did I say? Shut up, don't
For being a racist, all Australians sound alike.
Yeah. Well, every Australian has the same fucking blood count that I have. I mean that big, like when you have to like...
Wax.
No, they do not. Why is that? Hold on. Let's talk about that. How come people in Australia can't see Polaris? Can anyone break this down for me?
Because I'm too far away from the bastard.
You're too far away from what?
From Polaris.
Yeah, but what's the minimum elevation that you can see Polaris?
That's your claim, brother.
Holy crap, dude.
I don't give a shit.
Is this going to get to where you're actually capable of making
wait
a
a second.
point?
Hold on. So wait a second. What's the Tropic of Cancer?
Oh my God, more questions.
Opposite of the Tropic of Capricorn. Next.
Okay, so what's Tropic of Cancer's latitude?
Okay, Wax, I'm going to offer you some peaceful advice. Get off of the AE map. It's not doing you any favors.
Oh, the AE map works perfectly fine once you get to a specific point.
So what you're saying is, you're an AE map earther. You've just told everyone that.
No, the AE map goes well beyond the equator. The AE map shows Johannesburg, it shows Sydney, it shows the capital of New Zealand, it shows Papua New Guinea.
We don't care.
But those are well beyond a certain point that I'm talking about.
Okay, dude. You know, the problem is that you're describing a celestial setup that maps over a surface in a azimuthal equidistant projection, dude, or an azimuthal equidistant coordinate system at best. So you're literally describing the sky as if it's mapped to the surface of the Earth in an azimuthal projection, dude. Whether you realize it or not, that's what you're doing. And if you think you're not doing it, go ahead and try drawing what you said. Don't draw the territory. Just draw the way the celestials move around Polaris. And you will find out that you're going to draw like a spider web, which is going to look exactly like an azimuthal map, because that's how it works.
Dude, where I live...
Oh my God, dude.
Where I live at 32 degrees north latitude, if I went to the beach, I could see portions of the southern,
I don't care.
quote unquote, circles
Story.
or navigations, constellations. I could see
Okay,
bits of the
so
Southern Cross.
okay. So what are you trying to do? Prove the Earth is a globe?
I'm not trying
That's
to
what
say
it
it's two
sounds like.
CDs sitting next to each other. Oh, excuse me. Hold on. Okay. It sounds like I'm trying to prove the Earth is a globe. Therefore, you know what I say? The celestial sphere model is trash. Who agrees with me?
Vex, I'm going to ask you a real question. Like, seriously, have you been drinking today?
Yeah, I've had like a couple of beers, so I have been drinking. That's why I'm on here.
Get the hell off of Discord. Get the hell off of here. You sound like an asshole. You're done.
Yeah,
Okay.
hey, that's part of the problem. He said, I'm drinking, that's why I'm on here. So do you only grace us with your presence when you're inebriated and not in your full mind? What? That's pretty rude. So basically, you got to put up with your nonsense arguments.
Okay, so Max had 3 beers, therefore he's a raging alcoholic, and we can't talk to him. Okay, cool.
No, we don't care about that, dude. Look, you're not being coherent, dude. Your arguments aren't making any sense.
AI, did you answer my question? If I'm on a 42-degree circle of equal altitude around Polaris, what direction is south?
Anti-north. Duh, I already said that like, what, 7 times now?
Right, yeah, so the exact 180-degree opposite of where you're looking. Right. Are circles of equal altitude real or fake? If I'm using Celestial Nav to find out where I'm at, is a circle
Did
of
someone
equal
press the
altitude
reset button on this moron? Please don't do it ever again.
Okay. Yeah, there we go. Just rage. We have a bunch of rage.
That's whack. No. I've had enough of this. Here's me raging. Shut up.
Yeah, I just muted it.
Yeah,
'cause there's some other new people. Or maybe you guys aren't done because we've got paraplegic.
Well, I got one more thing to say.
You want me to unmute him?
No, he just needs to hear this. Okay, you're trying to lead to a conclusion, okay, to make an actual argument. Whatever your conclusion is, you need to figure out what that is so you can state it clearly. And that way you can say, this is the way the polar coordinate system, this is the circle of equal altitude, this is the direction south is, therefore this conclusion. Once you're capable of doing that and can write it down, and maybe even draw a picture, then we'll take you seriously. Until then, we're not going to play this game where we try to figure out what you're trying to say for 3 hours, and we all get mad. It's a waste of everyone's time. All right, I'm done.
Okay, is there anybody new that has a question about flat Earth?
Did you say my name? Did I hear my name?
No, there was a paraplegic Magneto, but now he's deafened. That was the name that I
Hey, I'm
said.
like, what the frick? I'm like, did she say my name?
It's a little bit further down. He's in the P section.
Yeah, we're keeping the mics clear there so that someone who's actually a new person can chime in. We don't need to talk about your name. All right, so you're on mute for a bit.
I have a question.
Let's hear it.
This is like to like anyone, but like what got you into like the flat earth kind of thing?
Hot air balloons. For years, driving past the things, wondering why the Earth wasn't spinning underneath them. And plus, the first time I heard of flat Earth was back in about 2007, 2008. Someone questioned what shape the Earth was. And at the time, being a typical baller, it's a ball. But the one thing that always questioned me, because we're driving past these hot air balloons, there's an area in the Hunter Valley where we used to travel past them. And you'd see them in all stages of taking off to way up in the sky, and yet they used to just sit there perfectly still. We all know that the air is not connected to the ground, other than the fact that it's air moving past the ground. So why isn't the Earth rotating underneath these things? At about my area, where we go past them, we should be doing roughly about 500 miles an hour past them, if not more. So that's what got me into them.
Sorry, my audio like fucked up there. Like that was really bad timing.
Awesome.
Like I'm being totally for real. Like Discord just hates me. I swear.
Yeah, it does weird stuff to us too. Don't lose any sleep.
Yeah, I think it's just my audio interface. I think I need to get a new one. I think it's broken.
So what he's saying, Matrix, is you need to repeat yourself from the start, word for word.
No, just like a sentence. Like seriously, like don't. But like I'm really sorry that it cut out. Like that's yeah. I mean I can't help that though. Like
Yeah, wondering why hot air balloons, when they go up, the ball tard doesn't rotate underneath them.
okay, yeah. I mean that's fair. Yeah.
That was a lot easier than I thought it was going to be.
I'm not someone who like demands like a complex explanation or anything. Don't worry.
Everyone's got their own thing that got them into it. So for me, basically, that when I first heard of Flat Earth was back in 2007, 2008, and I never pursued it or anything. And it's only been, 2001, 2002 that I actually really started looking into it. So I'm sort of dirty that I didn't start looking way back then. But yeah, anyways.
Okay, that's fair enough. Do you think the main reason why people don't accept the flat Earth is because they're taught differently in school, or
because they're indoctrinated? It's not learning, mate. It's indoctrination. When you start looking right into it, yeah. Paraplegic Magneto, if you tried to talk, we didn't hear anything. So you might want to check your mic, brother.
do you think flat Earth should be like taught in schools?
Yes, the truth should be taught in schools.
Do you think there would be like a lot of social backlash probably if that would happen?
Anytime you change anything where there's a majority of people who believe or accept one particular thing, if you come in and try and change it, there is always social backlash.
That's fair enough.
Yeah, there really wouldn't be that much to teach. You know, the globe model is the extraordinary claim. It's the religious belief. It's the thing that people believe despite having no mathematical or scientific evidence to back it up. So, I mean, yeah, a lot of things would have to be reworked, but, you know, basically what we do is just test the claims of the globe model and show that they don't hold up in reality. That doesn't really take very much time. There's other parts of the model that are misunderstood in school, you know, that would have to be, you know, fixed for sure. But, you know, just getting people off of the globe cult is, you know, most of the battle. After that, you know, you can study the Earth the way it presents itself. Most areas of study wouldn't be affected at all by getting rid of the fantasy globe.
Okay, that's fair enough. Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
I don't disagree.
everybody,
Like, I don't have to debate or
people's
anything.
everyday life definitely wouldn't change, I think, for the most part, unless you're like maybe like a pilot or an astronaut or something like that.
Yeah, the pilots already treat the Earth as flat and stationary, and
no, they do.
Yeah, they do. Yeah,
no, they don't.
You have evidence of pilots nosing down to go along with the curvature of the Earth. Post it in the chat.
Oh, it's called a gyroscope. Do you know what a gyroscope is or its function?
Yeah, as far as I know, anytime I've ever seen anyone discuss that, I think there have been some cases where people have gotten into where it's pre-programmed with the R value, meaning that they're ending up using it as flat stationary anyway. But if you have something you want us to look at, by all means, put it in the chat.
Oh no, I'm contesting your claim, which is what you're doing too. So I'm not going to give you anything I don't need to.
No worries. So the gyroscope is built to maintain its rigidity in free space. And that's what gives the pilots their artificial horizon. So if this particular tool is maintaining its position rigid in free space, and the horizontal or the artificial horizon never moves between locations, that being hundreds and even thousands of miles, then we can only conclude, according to the instrumentation, that that plane has never changed its orientation through the flight.
Well, it depends on the angle of attack, but you're mostly correct about that. Except for the fact that you are understanding a model that is much greater in scale than you're presenting.
What model?
Well, because you're saying that because you're traveling.
What model?
Well, you just said that specifically as you're traveling over this thing, right? That you are
the Earth.
Right, the Earth. You're saying that.
Yep.
Yeah, I can't remember your words exactly. Could you repeat it again, what you said?
The instrument is showing you that you're not changing your position or your orientation according to that horizontal for 1,000 miles.
Right, because you're traveling perpendicular to the Earth, right? And you're...
No, that would be straight up.
Oh, I'm sorry, parallel to the ground is what I meant.
Yeah, so parallel to horizontal, right, so flat Earth.
Right, so if you're parallel to the ground, right, even if it's a mountain, it's still going to show that you have a flat horizon, right? As you fly over a mountain, it'll show you a flat horizon on the gyroscope. It doesn't change because you travel over a deformity of the landscape.
This is pathetic. This is pathetic. Yeah, the orientation is horizontal. This horizontal, I didn't say, it's called an artificial horizon, but it's a gyroscope, and it maintains its position in free space. And the plane never changes its orientation from the horizontal that it's flying over. Yeah, you don't even know what you're talking about. Angle of attack, can you tell what angle of attack means?
Yeah, it means it's the way that you're pointing the plane either up or down. So like if you're pointing the plane up, then there would be more black than blue on the gyroscope, right? Because it'd be showing or more blue than black, right? It'd be showing you more of the sky than the ground because you're pointed away from the ground. Whereas if you're pointed towards the ground, it'll show more black than blue because you're pointed towards the ground. That's the angle of attack of the aircraft.
That's all wonderful. Yeah, so the angle of attack of
the
aircraft is always 2 degrees above zero the entire flight. Right, so it's horizontal. Thank you.
Yeah, so if it's horizontal or parallel to the ground... Sorry, my Discord fucks up like that. But yeah, if you are parallel to the ground at any height, right?
So you're not showing it as a curve then?
What do you mean?
Well, your argument is
parallel to the horizon
shows it as a curve, but you're not showing it as a curve.
Well, of course the gyroscope doesn't show it as a curve. What are you talking about?
So when do you see the curve then?
What do you mean, when do you see
When
the
do you
curve?
use it as a curved surface?
What are you talking about?
When do you use the Earth as a curved surface when flying?
Well, you don't have to nose down the aircraft, first of all.
You don't use it as a curved surface.
Well, this lady just said that you don't nose down, right?
You don't.
You don't.
So how are you demonstrating that you're flying over a curved surface?
Because the gyroscope shows that you're flying level over the parallel.
So because you're flying in a straight line, now you're going over a curve. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, yes, that's why I asked you if you knew what a gyroscope is and how it works.
Yeah, we just explained it to you You've helped us prove that it's flying horizontally across a flat plane for thousands of miles. There's nothing to discuss. You agree with us.
No, it's flying at a horizontal level. The aircraft is horizontal.
Yeah, horizontal.
Yes.
Yeah, along the surface of the Earth. Yes, for thousands of miles, which is horizontal. Thank you.
Yes. You're flying
Yes.
over a horizontal
Welcome to Flat Earth.
plane in a horizontal, and you're literally doing that over the curvature of the Earth.
That's incorrect.
Oh my gosh. Someone clip that.
Paraplegic Magneto. I would like you to have a look inside chat at a little bit of a chart that's been posted up there with a blue box in it.
I'm immune to your indoctrination. I don't need to see your charts.
You said that you are flying horizontal.
Actually, Sasha, hold up. If you're immune to it, then perhaps you're in the wrong room or you're not qualified to be in here. You were talking about planes. That happens to be flight data, so it's very relevant to what you're talking about, my young friend. So, please have a look at the flight data that's been posted up at 30 minutes past the hour. And you'll notice a blue box in there, highlighting a particular area of said chart.
Wait, is this annoying Australian guy? I think I have.
I think he's done. I think he's just going to ignore us at this point.
Yeah, he doesn't seem interested in finding out the real information.
Just another preacher.
Why are Australian guys so annoying?
I've been asking that question for years.
He said he wasn't going to look in the side chat because he was immune to your indoctrination. That was pretty hilarious.
What? How does it feel to be able to see the Southern Cross? Well, I get warm and fuzzy. How do you feel not being able to see it? Also, I'm supposed to add that. How does it feel to be able to see the Southern Cross and still be a flat earther? Okay. And? Are flat earthers not supposed to be able to see the Southern Cross?
We still got Happy in here. I don't know. He was asking questions. I don't even know how we transitioned over to the other guy, but did you have any other questions, Happy?
I will say that the flight data is definitely interesting. I'll have to my gut reaction to the flight data, and you can say this is biased or whatever, but I would, my gut reaction, and I'll do some research, so don't like debate me on this, but my gut reaction is that the flat nature is just accounting for, I don't know how it is, but maybe accounting for some aspect of rotation or something. Look, I'm gonna do some digging because it's an interesting. I mean, if this is truly, I'm willing to keep an open mind, right? So if this truly is, it seems interesting. Sure, I'm willing to keep an open mind. I'll do some research and I'll actually look into why that's the case.
Could you elaborate on that for a moment? Rotation. What rotation?
Like for the pitch of the plane. Wait, so what is this? Wait, could someone explain the graph to me, like someone who's like actually looked at this stuff? Like, what am I looking at here?
All right, so you have several different categories of information, and if I'm cutting out, somebody else might be able to go. But you're getting a printout or a readout from the various instruments that take measurements during the flight. Now there's like 3 different sensors that kind of deal with the plane's position having to do with its pitch, its roll, and its yaw. Okay, are you familiar with those three things?
Yeah, the pitch, the roll, and the yaw. That's like the XYZ sort of. I only know this from playing War Thunder, but yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I'm
there's a couple extra things on there having to do with speed. So we have airspeed, and then we have something called ground speed, which is also really condemning for the globe, because even in this readout, it's treating the speed of the Earth to be 0 and the plane's relative speed to that. So you've got the pitch data, which is the most important thing. At the speed at which the plane is traveling, to negotiate the curvature of the Earth, it would require the plane to be pitched down below 0. This plane, because of the lift effect, and the design of the wing, and airspeed, and all that stuff, the plane is pitched 2 degrees above 0 degrees, right? Meaning that this plane is flying across a horizontal, and it is pitched 2 degrees up from that horizontal the entire flight, between 2 and 3 degrees. So the instrumentation is actually feeding back to the, usually it's the autopilot, because these people they land and they take off. Everything else is usually done by autopilot. The pilots don't do much. But the feedback and the data that's collected is that the instruments are showing
You're not
that the plane is flying horizontally.
You would know that none of it is on auto.
Oh, yeah, no. So there's no such thing as autopilot. They're not using autopilot.
Yeah, I just muted you, new person, Ima. So he's talking to someone else, but when they're done, you could ask a question.
Anyway, so the instruments are saying that we're treating the Earth as horizontal and we're flying parallel with it, and the pitch of the plane is 2 degrees positive.
Right. Would that also account
So
for
you have
like
1,000 miles of horizontal?
So I guess my question is, how does it account for like altitude against gravity and drag and stuff? I would assume that it pitches it up to maintain that, right?
Sorry, gravity and speed?
Yeah, like against the wind, right, and stuff like that.
Well,
because by default it goes down, right? Because when you drop a ball, it goes down. So like it would, by natural physics, go down. So to prevent that, it would pitch slightly up, I would assume.
Well, yeah, but that's just lift effect, right? So you have to have a certain amount of speed, especially depending on the design of the wing. There's many different designs. But in this case, right, they tend to keep it anywhere between 2 to 6 degrees above 0 to maintain, horizontal level flight.
Right.
Yeah. So you just need a certain amount of speed and a certain amount of pitch, and those are always kind of, interconnected or linked to maintain flight. Now, if you've ever been in a plane, have you been in a plane before?
No, actually.
Okay. Well, if you were ever on one, you'd see that these are intrinsically linked because they lose altitude and they only need to drop their speed to do that, right? They can leave the pitch as it is, but if they slow down, if they back the engines off, it descends. So you lose the lift effect to maintain your altitude, right? The altitude, by the way, altitude doesn't exist on a ball either, because altitude is in relationship to horizontal. There's no such thing as altitude, height, up, down, any of these things without a horizontal reference frame.
Wait, what do you mean?
So, is there any such thing, just think about this for a moment, is there any such thing as up on a sphere?
There's relative up.
What does that even mean? Relative to what?
Well, so in a spherical model, right, Australia, like I'm down relative to you, but if we treat the globe model as like there's like a source of gravity, like if I'm in Australia, I'm not down relative, like to my position, I'm up, like the right side up. But on the other side of the Earth, right, I might be completely upside down, like relative to that position. Does that make sense?
Right, but you're using words that are only in reference to things that are horizontal. When you say up is in relationship to horizontal. Down is in relationship to horizontal. On a sphere, there is no reference point for up or down. It would either be in or out from the center.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, so there's no up or down, although you colloquially use those terms because your everyday existence, you treat the Earth like it's horizontal and flat, and you describe things like height and up and down and altitude and elevation, right?
Yeah. Well, we don't consider like the other side of the planet when we're talking about our position, or at least most of the time, unless we're talking about this, for example.
So the problem is that to even think about the Earth as a sphere, even though in your mind, so you are down under. Isn't that interesting, right? According to the people in the northern quote unquote hemisphere. But in reality, neither one of those exists because the Earth isn't curving. It's not measured to be curving anywhere, which, interestingly enough, kind of is supported by this flight data, which treats the Earth as stationary and horizontal, and everything is measured in relation to that.
Yeah, again, I'd have to do some research on the flight data and see what exactly I'm looking at and get back to you guys.
Well, how about let's make it a lot more simple. Where is the curvature of the Earth measured?
Where is the curvature of, like, in the, in what situation?
In any situation. Has anybody measured the curvature of the Earth?
I mean, this is kind of like a trick question because if I say anything, you'll say that it's like false or like it's fake or whatever.
Why are you all of a sudden automatically? My response is going to be
because every time I've discussed this with you guys before and I've brought up stuff, you've just dismissed it. So I'm.
Did we dismiss it Did we dismiss it out of hand, or did you actually provide sufficient evidence for your claim?
The criteria of, or the burden of evidence to the point where it would be accepted is different. We can say between what I would accept and what you would accept. Let's just put it that way.
Right. So my level of evidence would be empiricism, where it would need to be done, in reality, where it's tangible, where we can actually measure the thing. Your level of evidence probably has more to do with inferences and affirming the consequent style of logical thought, right?
I don't know why I'm being accused of a logical fallacy that didn't even commit.
Oh, okay. So, but I mean, to this point, you actually haven't provided any evidence of the Earth curving, nor measurements thereof. So,
well, if anything, I'm just asking questions. I'm not trying to prove you wrong or anything.
No, I know. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just asking you, where has it been measured? And you say, I don't want to say it because you're going to tell me, And I feel like that's not very good faith.
Well, like, where has it been measured, you're saying?
Has anybody measured the curvature of the Earth directly?
Well, do you know what a geodetic survey is?
Right, so they measure the Earth flat.
And yeah, this is basically the conversation that we'll be having then.
Do they not? Do they not?
Look, this is not. I don't want to turn this into like a debate. Like, I'm not here to debate.
No,
well, why would you make a claim?
I'm sorry. In his example, I want to hear how a geodetic surveyor measures the Earth curve. Can I hear that?
Yeah, I think I would like to hear that.
That would introduce a pretty fierce debate, though, and I'm not really. I'm a bit tired. I'm not really ready to debate mentally.
So let me get this straight. I ask you if anybody's measured the Earth curvature. You use a term, geodetic surveying, and you think that is measurement of curvature, but you don't actually want to support that. So you just kind of lob in here some kind of, it wasn't even like an assertion, it was just a word, geodetic surveying, but you don't even know what's going on in that process, and you think that's going to bail you out.
Well, no, I just mentioned a word. I didn't explain on what it was, but you sort of then just inferred that the argument was, like, if I say to you, for example, like the US Geodetic Survey, measures curvature using theodolites and GPS across distance, you would say, and then I'd say like that curvature becomes measurable as like a drop of 8 inches per mile squared. You'd dismiss that, I would imagine. No, I would.
Is that what they're doing? Is that what they're doing?
As far as I understand what they're doing, yeah, I think so.
Do you understand what they're doing or not?
I'm not here to debate, right? I'm just here to ask questions.
Bro, this is the fun part about this. You come in to ask questions. Oh my gosh.
Sorry, I had to let my cat out. Sorry, go on.
So you came in to ask questions. That's fine. However, if I give you evidence for the Earth being flat and practically used that way, let's take flight for instance, and then you assume that you are still on this sphere and that everything is down is actually to the center of the presupposed ball, and I say, where did that curvature come from in the first instance? And you say geodetic surveying, I would like to know, because most of us have already looked into geodetic surveying and how it's performed, and I want to see if you actually know what you're talking about, or are you just trying to say something that you think will assist you in the conversation to prove or to support your position, and yet you still have no idea how it's done.
Position. Again, this is a misunderstanding of what I've come here to do. I haven't come here to support a position. I haven't come here to debate. I literally just come here to ask questions, and now you're the one that's asking me questions because you want to debate, it sounds like.
No, I don't want to debate. This is the interesting thing. I have no desire in debating with people. I actually would like to have a reasonable conversation with somebody who doesn't run away from the conversation by saying, I don't want to debate. I'm not debating you. I'm having a conversation. This is not even a debatable topic. You're aware of that, right?
When you ask me questions, right, and then I give you an answer, and then you respond and rebut that point, and then I rebut that point, that's called a debate.
No, it isn't. It's called a conversation. If this was a debate, we would be talking about something that wasn't objective. We'd be talking about something that was subjective. Like my favorite color is the best type of thing. Right now we're having a conversation about the nature of reality and how it's measured. And so you used a word, and then you didn't have anything after that word to support your position in the conversation. Not the debate. There's no debate here. Now, if people argue, it's still not a debate. It can still be a conversation where we argue about whether or not you actually, in this case, have support for the thing that you think proves you live on a ball.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not a debate. I'm just asking if you have any evidence that geodetic surveys are measuring curvature of the Earth. And you say, I don't want to debate. I'm just asking you for your information.
I mean, yeah, as far as I'm aware, I can give you a link, but look, I'm not here to respond to questions.
So this is like getting pulled over by the cops. I don't answer questions.
No, not necessarily. It's like I'm too exhausted to have a full-on debate right now. I've just spent a few hours at work, and now I'm trying to relax.
So you thought, to chill, I'm going to go into a Flat Earth Discord channel in a politics server and just ask them a bunch of questions. And I really am not anticipating anybody asking me a question in return because I'm not going to answer it. They're all my errand boys and my bitches, and they should answer my questions, and I'm not going to answer any. That's sort of rude, don't you think?
Well, I'm really sorry you feel that way. That's not my intention.
Okay. So if you come in asking questions, I'm just going to let you know in this particular channel, people are going to ask questions back to you because they want to have a conversation. If you don't want to answer those questions, I would avoid saying things like geodetic surveying.
This was in response to a question you asked me.
Right, I told you. You come in here, you're going to expect people asking you questions back.
Yeah, I just asked things like, what got people into flat Earth, and can someone explain this graph to me? And instead I get questions and I get hammered on my worldviews. Like what?
Yeah, like what? Like, I asked you, what about the ball that you're presupposing? And you said, well, yeah, it's measured to be curved. right? You made a claim. And I said, who's doing that? Or do you know of anybody that's doing that? Oh, I don't want to answer questions about my claims.
Yeah,
I just want to presuppose my ball.
It's just going to turn into a massive debate about the flat Earth, and I'm not ready to.
It's not going to be a massive debate. I don't think you know what debate means.
Okay, whatever you say. I mean, it's just this is just going to go on until it turns into more insults. And
Which I think is probably a good. Since you're tired, I think you should just go ahead and go on mute, and you can listen because you don't want to have a conversation.
I want to debate you, bro. I'm not here to have a debate.
There's no debate. It's just time to go on the white mic. If you have any friends on Discord, you should let them know. They might get asked questions when they come into the 24/7 channel.
Yeah, sure, bro. Good talk.
Yeah, I kind of agree with him, bro. Like, you trying to relax and like this flat Earth, like this.
Try harder, please. You can do it. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, I think. Maybe Horace. I don't know. Do you have a question, Horizontal?
I mean, I could debate the curvature of the ground. They're called hills. We measure them relative to fixed perpendicular, horizontal, and vertical planar references. The ground definitely curves. It's called topography. He'd like to argue non-topographical curvature of the ground.
Wrong.
Yeah, no, he wants to argue the curvature of the ground that curves, but that isn't topographical. Non-topographical curvature of the ground. It's an oxymoron, but he'd like to argue that. Just let him go back and percolate on that. Let him to think about how to measure as separate and distinct from hills and valleys, the curvature of the ground that is not topographical. Percolate on that. The dude who went on mute, who didn't want to argue, just percolate on your argument is the ground curves non-topographically. And then figure out a way to argue it. Good luck.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just here to like listen. Like, I'm not here to like engage or anything.
It's cool, Happy. Yeah. I mean, you can feel free to listen, and I mean, the thing of it is, the Earth measures flat. There's no verifiable evidence of any curvature. We don't live on a sphere. That's what we're trying to get through to people. So it's not really a casual topic, I guess you would say, because it's not opinion based. It's based on actual measurements and observation on the ground. So some people think that it can be an opinion. I mean, the only thing you could talk about that might be opinion based would be, how you got indoctrinated into a cult as a baby against your will, and how difficult it is for people to give that up after they become adults and realize that it is just a religious belief.
We've got Stellar. If she can keep from giggling, maybe she would like to engage.
Do you have any thoughts on that, Stellar?
Well, what's the question?
Yeah, it's going to be this the entire time, as you can tell from her PFP. So,
you even old enough to be in here?
I don't know.
Sounds like a little kid to me.
Can somebody tell her about the surface of the Earth? Maybe she will stop to
Yeah, can we verify that she's at least old enough to be in the server?
Yeah, that's probably two questions we have to ask. So, Stellar, number one, are you old enough to be in the server? Number two, do you have the capacity to have a reasonable conversation? Or are you another child that can drive? Lord help us all.
I'm old enough. I'm old enough to be a mom already. I'm like 34.
Okay, so at 34 years old, do you think you can have a conversation without giggling like a child?
What's so wrong about me giggling, bro?
No, you don't sound old enough. You're a goner.
This is so not real.
What is with this society, man? Like, I hate to sound like an old man, but son of a bitch. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, that.
Oh,
I
no,
feel like the
fuck
phrase
that. No, on God, the earth is round. On God, it's round, nigga. Who you talking?
No, on God, it's flat. You're correct.
On God. On God, it's round, nigga. Go on.
Hey, fellas.
Oh,
Run like a
goodness.
quarter or run like a ball?
He's gone.
They just bounced. They came in, made no coherent statement, and then left.
The globe turds are retarded, man.
Got that right, homie. Brother, tell me how you know it's flat.
Are you trying to get someone's attention, man?
I didn't even know I was unmuted.
Yeah.
No, I was last time I looked. I was on server mute. I put myself on server mute, and then I rang someone. I came back in, and then you tell me I'm off mute. It's something weird going on with Discord.
Yeah, I switched. I switched over to push to talk, Timbo. That's what I did.
Maybe I got to do that because I kept on. Yeah,
It's a
I
lot
get phone
sweeter
calls
that
all
way.
the time. Yeah. So as soon as if I'm on server mute and then I get a phone call, as soon as I hang up, I'm unmuted.
Yeah. If a person was a troll, you could use this exploit to kind of be unmuted from a server mute. All right.
It's like we were joking around last night, and I said, Mick goes, why is Timbo on server mute? And I said, I'm at the gym, and T-Dub made a joke and goes, yeah, he doesn't want to hear us making weird noises. About fucking 20 minutes later, I'm on server mute, and then all of a sudden, I hit T-Dub start laughing. He goes, there, that's Timbo. I was lifting weights. I was like, how the fuck did I unmute? I was on server mute, and I didn't get a phone call. I didn't get anything. It just server unmuted me.
Yeah, that something's going on, man. But push to talk is like reign supreme for a phone. Like you don't.
Yeah.
Like when you talk, you let go. You have no worries. No one's gonna hear you once you let go of that button.
I'm gonna have to change it.
And leave it with the sound on, so you can hear whenever you press, the push to talk. That little sound that it makes when you do that. I'll leave that on too, because if you don't have that on, sometimes it's hard to tell, without the sound.
Yeah. What does it make? Like a clicking noise or something, does it?
It goes doot, doot, doot.
Oh, okay. Sweet.
At any rate, yeah. Ever since I switched to push to talk, man, life's been much more easier.
Do that tonight.
Hello? What's going on, guys? Anyone here? Hello? Yeah.
What's up, Rat?
How's it going, AV?
Pretty good, man.
I have a question for you.
Shoot.
Do you think that Donald Trump is supportive of the global homo pedophile cabal?
What?
Do you think Donald Trump wants to keep global Earth the main idea?
Wrong server.
What do you mean? Does he want to keep it the idea like?
Like, does he want
doesn't
to?
make any
Does
sense.
he want flat earthers to be ridiculed?
He doesn't even
being-
care. He wants to actually disband SpaceX and defund NASA and all that stuff.
Oh, you think he supports the flat Earth movement?
Well, I don't know about flat Earth, but he definitely doesn't care for space at all.
Hmm.
If he's taking down Elon Musk like the way he has, but removing funding from all the stuff that
That's
Elon
true.
wants to do with SpaceX. I'm just saying, man, that's something there. If you don't even think the Earth's flat, but so that kind of answered your question somewhat.
Yeah, that does.
Because if he was a space advocate, I mean, he'd be allowing the funding to continue, but budget cuts for other stuff. Even though Elon says that they're not canceling
Elon called him a pedophile. You think that's real?
I don't care what he calls them. Like they're just mad at each other. It's just politic war. That's all it is.
Yeah.
They're gonna fling mud at each other for a while, and then everybody's gonna forget about it.
But I think Trump should release the Epstein files.
I don't know. Like, I think Diddy has those.
They should release the Diddy files too.
Yeah, that would probably shoot. That has a lot more people on that one than Epstein does.
They should also release the Flat Earth files.
Oh, they don't need to, man. The obvious truth is that you can see the Earth as a horizontal plane.
Yeah, but then it'll stop all these dum-dums saying it isn't.
Well, that's not going to stop them. There's, even if everybody, like, let's just say there was a big news flash, story came out, the Earth is flat, it was, president was speaking and all that. Even though that was the case, there would still be a few diehards, or it would morph into something different, like, outer pond theory or whatever. There'd be some new thing. So it's not just going to end it's not going to be like peace and harmony just because people know the Earth's flat. There's still going to be wars and people are still going to fight over land and stuff like that. So it's not going to change anything.
Maybe it'd be better.
No, I don't know about that. I mean, obviously, people will know truth. Well, some will, but still be a whole bunch of believers. Like even right now. So people that are in the flat Earth camp, there's believers in there too. That they just believe that the Earth is flat. They don't know it. They're globe skeptics. So
yeah, I didn't think about that. That they know deep down inside.
But it's true that everyone experiences a horizontal plane when they travel the Earth.
That's true.
Somebody saying that they see globe and all that stuff. I mean, that's just somebody's opinion. It's not been tested or proven. So
yeah, I agree.
Like in the calculations a long time ago, ancient people were thinking about the Earth as a perfect sphere, like the cult of Pythagoras. So if you look into the history, you can find out that people had certain pagan
cult. That's crazy, dude.
But like the idea was born out of this cultish idea. Though, like the universe is made up of spheres. Like that's a perfect shape. So, I will let you kind of look into that stuff. It blow your mind actually to realize that everything that came from the idea of the Big Bang cosmology and all that stuff was steeped in the occult religions. So you don't have
sounds like it.
you don't have to take my word for it. I mean, just saying, look into it. You'll find out for yourself that where it came from. Like the atheists, they argue with the religious people. Hey, they believe in a God, we don't, and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But the problem is the atheists are borrowing from the religious people's worldview, because the globe idea came from religion. It was born out of like the Catholicism. So you take that for what you will. But you can't win if you're an atheist, because you have to borrow from the religious worldview.
True.
Like all the ideas of cosmology, like where it came from.
And people are like, they'd be like, the dinosaur bones disprove the Bible, when it's obvious the dinosaur bones were put there.
Think about it. Like even religious people will say that dinosaurs and stuff like that, but there's no way that you can tell by finding a bone in the dirt that there's going to be any reference to how old the Earth is, or
proof that they weren't put there by someone else,
or whatever. It don't really matter. But whatever it is, that thing that they found, like, how do they know it's like constructed to be like this giant skeletal remain of a T-Rex or whatever?
What if they
never find?
Put
the
the pieces together like shitty, like they just make it look like something instead of what it actually is.
Yeah, I don't know if you've known this, but like, go to those museums where they have dinosaurs. Like, their bones are not actual bones. Did you know that?
I've looked at them and I'm like, this doesn't look right.
Just saying, man. Look into all this stuff. You'll find out that once you peel back the layer of like the information, you're gonna find out the truth.
Man, they didn't find two bones together, not skeleton.
Yeah,
that's weird. Why didn't the bones stay together?
Well, I mean, this is the issue right now, is that people have these paradigms all mixed up together. So the worldview is made up of it's a Frankenstein, right? Of all their kind of, the way they think the cosmology is, the way they think the history of the world is. It's just like this. Like, well, I think that, I'm a religious person. I think the Earth's a globe. God made the Big Bang. It could be evolutionary, and all that stuff. He could have made that too.
Violet.
Yeah, it's a Frankenstein. So they're trying to make sense of the information they're receiving. What? What's that?
Hey, come on,
Somebody spoke.
little baby. Come on. It's thunder rain.
Oh, doggy.
It's thunder rain.
Yeah, I think we should get rid of globes in classrooms as well.
What? No, it's thunder rain. It's stormy. Come on, hold my hand.
I want to punt Wax the fuck out of the server, dude. Like,
Vax, you're hot miking, man.
He doesn't know he's not muted.
No.
Yeah, it's too convenient that he does this shit all the time. That's just like MO.
He's probably like a stoner.
No, he's something else, or I can't even say it over the thing.
You guys ever been to flat Earth cons?
No, that's ridiculous. That's a circus.
Yeah. I kind of think the same thing.
But
I don't know. They look kind of fun.
Dumb. We don't need to have conferences, man. Like, we can just talk amongst each other.
But they look kind of fun though, because like you see all the people you watch online.
You can meet with people. I mean, that's nothing bad. But to throw up a conference, and I don't know. I mean, to each his own, right? Do whatever you want. Have your conferences if you think that's necessary or whatever. But Timbo, you should Flat Earth conference over there in Australia.
It's too far to travel for everyone.
I can imagine you being a speaker. All right, you big bag of
Yeah.
cunts.
Yeah, get the fuck out of here.
Get the fuck out of here.
Is there a big flat Earth movement in Australia?
Yeah, there's a lot of us. I wouldn't call
That's
it a
cool.
movement. Nothing's moving.
Oh.
There's people that would say the Earth is flat in Australia for sure. Why not?
Yeah. There's a few of us in this group as well. A fair few. For a small population, we're pretty well represented.
How do you guys feel about the term "the land down under"?
Yeah. Yeah, well. What about the land over there?
Yeah, why do they gotta be down under? Why aren't you down under?
Yeah. Apparently, we're always on top of the ball, right?
Yep.
Even though apparently it rotates. Da, da, da.
Some angry Australian could tell you that. Nah, mate, you're down under. Down under these nuts. I'm just kidding.
It's also
Where'd he
known
go?
as
Is that
the
it?
Southern Land.
Land.
The Great Southern Land? Okay.
Yeah. We've got a song that everyone knows. Great Southern Land.
I'm partial to tie me kangaroo down.
Rolf Harris.
Look, I love that jam.
He's
I don't care if it's corny. I don't care if it's corny. I like it. Does that make me strange? Well, then again, it might make me strange because I said that.
Tie me kangaroo down, sport. Tie me kangaroo down.
Oh, yeah. Watch me wallaby feed, mate. Watch me wallaby feed. You know he's a dangerous breed, mate. But watch me wallaby feed. Everybody!
Tie me kangaroo down, sport.
I got a feeling he wasn't talking about kangaroos or wallabies.
I know. What was the song about? Was it a bit more,
He was talking about little people.
Seriously?
Yep.
Holy
He's a
shnikes.
P word. Yeah.
No
P
way,
word.
dude. Is he for
Yeah, man.
real?
Yep.
So the song had nothing to do with tying kangaroos down?
Oh, don't know, but now he's been caught, I don't even think he's still alive. Is he teed up?
Who, Rolf Harris?
Yeah.
Not sure. Yeah, I think he's passed.
Yeah. Once he got done with the P word, then all those songs started making sense. Yeah.
Yeah, same as that Hey Dad guy.
Yeah. He took off to another country. Where'd he go? Somewhere in Spain, didn't he? Where we didn't have an extradition treaty. Or did he go to the UK? Is he in the UK?
Who?
The guy from, remember Hey Dad?
No. When was it? 70s, 80s?
80s, 90s?
Okay. Is it a children's program?
No. Oh, it was a comedy. like a sitcom kind of thing.
Okay.
Yeah, but nobody came out about it until like 2000.
Yeah, but the little girl in the show, the dad was touching her up
Fucking hell.
the whole time they were filming, and people knew and never said anything.
Damn it! Why do they ruin everything?
You know, all these shows you used to watch as a kid and go, oh, yeah, I like Dr. Cosby, you know, he's a really nice dad. And
Yeah, it's crazy.
then you go, shit, man.
Yeah. BRB.
Surely there'd be some shit on Neighbours, wouldn't there? There'd fucking have to be.
You would have thought
Home and
so.
Away.
Yeah.
Home and Away. Alf going, hey, come here, love. Sit on me knee. Flaming Alf. You've got a nice ass.
Oh, fucking hell.
All right. I'm going to put myself on mute again and start making noise. If I unmute, just someone, can you just please server mute me?
Yeah.
Something wrong with Discord.
No worries, mate.
Thanks. I'll be listening.
I'm on the Android, so I don't get the iPhone problem, but my Android updated system the other day. Ever since then, actions in other apps cause me to get kicked from Discord, just like crashes Discord on me. Fucking hell, man.
The fuck? That must be
Yeah,
well
it's
frustrating.
annoying.
Yeah, I bet.
Welcome, or welcome back, whichever shoe fits. welcome or welcome back. Oh, okay, see you later. Welcome in, welcome in. Welcome, welcome, newcomers, return people. Yes, thank you. How's it going? Well, fuck you too then. Is that something I said? Earth is flat. Prove me wrong. In case you're wondering, Jedi, a lot of people have migrated back to an old server we were guests at, going back like a year or so. I'll DM you in case you're interested in hanging out there for a bit. Or you can check the gold text. Wolfgang put a post in there.